December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Thanks guys, and we are here at day
the crucible of competition, the eyes of the world. Goa, India hosts the 2025 FIDE World Cup, where over 200 of the top chess players in the world face off in an 8-round knockout tournament.
This queen has nowhere to go. That is the end.
Excellence, perseverance, and stamina bring glory, national pride, and a spot at the illustrious candidates tournament. The globe's best chess players hope to add their name to the list of champions.
Ooh, he made a move in 1 second.
The 2025 FIDE World Cup. Let's get these games started.
And heartbreak. Some of the tournament's top seeds are already out, their World Cup dreams ending far earlier than anyone expected. Yesterday was a day of strategy, patience, and calculation. Today? Well, today will be pure chaos and an all-out brawl, and we're here for it. As an ever-growing number of boards are headed to tiebreaks where speed and nerve decide everything, it's no longer just a chess match for these players, it's survival. Welcome to Day 6 of the FIDE World Cup. Welcome to the show, everyone. I'm John Sargent, and joined by the effervescent international master Jovi Hauska and Grandmaster David Howell. Jovi, we've made it to tiebreaks. It's the second round. Here we go again.
Here we go again. It's going to be energy, as you say. Oh my goodness. We have 27 matches. In some cases, they're very, very evenly balanced. As you mentioned, yesterday was a day of surprise and shock as we saw two heavyweights leave the competition. But today we're going to see even more surprises.
And David, whether it's a fighting draw or, we want to get to the board and just play really solid and get some really safe draws, that just makes you a tougher nut to crack. Something's got to give today.
Exactly. The players, they might have been dreaming of a rest day, but no, they're back at the board and they really have to fight. There has to be a winner, whether it is decided in the first set of quick games or whether it does go the whole way to Armageddon. It could be a marathon day. I'm here for it, though. I'm expecting some surprises along the way.
Now, we've had an absolutely scintillating first couple of rounds so far, and they, of course, are all fighting for the World Cup trophy. That's going to be incredibly exciting stuff. There's $2 million in prize money to be given away and 3 big golden tickets to the candidates tournament as well, which so many players have their eye on. This is the format. We are in the tiebreaks now, which means that we are going to 15-minute plus 10-second increment games today, folks. So classical chess is over, at least for this round. We're going to be playing 2 games each, one with each color, and if the players are still tied, if the match is still 1-1, or I guess at that point 4-4, we go to 2 10 plus 10-minute games. Still tied at 6-6? Not a problem. We move to 5 plus 3. And then 3 plus 2. And if it's still tied, we go to an Armageddon game with a 4-minute base time. Now, David, for viewers who are watching at home, maybe a little bit unfamiliar with the World Cup format, first of all, can you explain how we went from 90 minutes to 15 yesterday to today? And then also, what happens if it goes all the way to an Armageddon?
Sure, yeah. The players, they started in the classical time format, 90 minutes. They get extra time at move 40. They get an extra half-hour increment from the start from move 1. Now it's down to 15 minutes because it was 1-1 in the classical portion. It's always best of 2, these mini matches. And if it's drawn the whole way through Armageddon, just one sudden death game to decide where white will get more time, but has to win. A draw will see black progress to the next round.
So that is, well, hopefully, I think, we'll get to see an Armageddon game today because we have so many players in the tiebreak. And of course, we've had some amazing chess greats lifting the World Cup trophy over the years. And who knows, we might just be hearing from one of them a little later today, especially if chat decides to behave themselves. But we'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, we managed to grab a couple of minutes with International Master Rakesh Kulkarni, who was in the playing hall a little bit earlier and had this to tell us. Let's see what he had to say.
Thanks, guys, and we are here at day 6 of the FIDE World Cup. We have tie breaks today, but before we get into that, we have 27 matches here. Earlier in round 1, we had only 20 matches that went to tie breaks, but 27 matches, and apart from those, we have to mention 2 global stars, Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi, have been knocked out. So the candidate spots is all open. 3 candidate spots is what the players are playing for. So it's going to be super interesting who gets there. But let's check out the tie-break matches for today. The featured matchup is Koi Bokaro from Australia versus Pragg from India, Denis Makne versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Lorenzo Lodeci, the Italian champion, versus Hans Niemann. Who's rooting for him? And then we have Vidit Gujarati and Faustino Oro, the Messi of chess. Lots of action coming up. We have 27 matches. We have to see who is going to get there in the end. Who's going to go and play in round 3 is the question. Remember, yesterday was proven that the FIDE World Cup has lots of upsets. No seeded player, no top player is guaranteed to go to round 3. Everything to play for. The action is heating up. Back to you guys in the studio.
Much, Rakesh, and I love that. Absolutely no one is safe. And if you wanted an example of that, here are the top 5 biggest upsets in terms of seed in World Cup history. Creeping into 5th place, Diptayan Ghosh managing to dispatch Jan Nepomniachtchi yesterday. That was a very, very strong performance from him. We say goodbye to Jan, but Diptayan must be extremely pleased with that. And then, of course, Titus Stremavicius managing to beat Wesley So. Stremavicius doing an incredible job. And Wesley, well, resigning in that game that, if we saw the right ideas, coulda, shoulda, woulda been a draw, but so difficult to find over the board. That turned out to be the biggest ever World Cup upset. Jovi, we're going to get a few more of those today.
Yeah, I mean, there's many things guaranteed. Expect the unexpected, but we're going to get some upsets, especially as time gets slashed and the pressure starts to increase. And we've seen all sorts of strange things happen, as you mentioned there, John, yesterday. Wesley actually not being able to find what was a study luck save to his particular position. But today, the players don't have the time to process things. They just have to get to the board and just play as quickly and as excellently as possible.
David, you spend weeks, maybe longer, preparing openings, preparing strategies against particular opponents. It's even more difficult when it's not just classical chess and you have to face them at a faster time control. Presumably, a lot of players here will deliberately play different openings, deliberately choose different moves, try to throw people off in different ways when time becomes a major factor. So suddenly all of that prep goes out the window. How do you even begin to think about how to approach something like this?
Yeah, it's very difficult. There tend to be two strategies. Either you repeat what you did in the classical game, you just come with a very small kind of improvement, something along the lines that might surprise your opponent. At least then you can predict what they might do up to a certain point. Or you just start totally fresh, different move on move one, try and catch them out as early as possible. But the risk is that you might be caught out early in the opening. And yeah, we've seen the time pressure get to all of us. Surprise value, so important. We saw Wesley yesterday resigning in that drawn position with no time on his clock. I'm expecting blunders today with little time on the clock from even the strongest players in the world, as we see the likes of Hans Niemann, Pragg get ready to do battle. It's going to be fascinating to see who can hold their nerve today.
We can see on our screens as well, Vidit, Faustino, Oro. I'm really looking forward to this matchup, and both of the players look completely locked in. Jovi, I think it's unfair of me to ask you for a prediction, so I'm not, and I'm going to ask you something else instead. Who plays the first really surprising move or novelty or tries to steer the game forcefully in one particular direction? Do you have a gut feeling for which of these players it might be?
My gut is telling me that it's going to be Vidit, because yesterday Vidit went into the game with a black side. He actually deliberately chose an opening that was designed to draw. He played the Berlin, and so I'm suspecting if he's aiming for the tie breaks, he's got something up his sleeve. He's incredibly well prepared. He can open with almost any first move. And Faustino Oro, he's young. He's also super experienced despite his young years. And he's been in the situation before, so I'm also expecting Faustino to react in the same way with surprises.
I'm going to thoroughly enjoy watching the moves come onto the board in that game, but 27 tiebreak games as opposed to 20, David. The number's going to have to come down at some point. Is this normal that we start to see a much larger percentage of games go to tiebreaks? Is round 3 going to be even crazier?
It's very possible. There tends to come a point where players, they're not sure how much risk to take. They're still unsure of their own form. They're unsure about their opponents. Often in these early rounds, you don't know your opponents so well, but we see some lesser known names. So I think that causes a bit more kind of pragmatism. I'm not just saying that because Pragg's on our screen, but yeah, it feels like the players, they're just feeling their way into the tournament. And often by round 3, by round 4, they're a bit more confident about being decisive and going for blood. But here we are today, 27 games, 27 matches to watch. And yeah, feels like a real buffet for us.
It's such a strange concept, Jovi, that you're building up, and as the tournament goes on, maybe you're out for blood a bit more. But because of the tournament format and we're in the tiebreak day, we're thinking to ourselves, well, actually, you have to play steadily, play calm, and then go straight into bloodbath mode in the tiebreaks, and then go back to playing classical chess, which is a little bit of a unique shift. You don't really get that in an everyday tournament.
No, I don't think in any other sport the time control changes so rapidly as it does with chess. As you mentioned, you have the classical, you have the leisurely pace, and then you have this type of chess where suddenly you have just 15 minutes on the clock. And if the game are not decided after those 2 mini head-to-heads, then time's going to get even faster and faster and faster, and the players are going to have to react to that change of pace accordingly. And also, look at the attention this particular board is getting. For Koibukarov, the Australian #1 Grandmaster. I mean, he is going to be very overwhelmed potentially by the amount of attention, the amount of eyeballs that are going to be on this particular game. And that's a lot of pressure. So today is going to be about who slept well the night before, who's going to be able to deal with those very, very tense moments. And look at that. You know, there's a lot of spectators there checking out those games.
Yeah, and I think Pragg Sport in particular, I would say standing room only, but everyone's already standing up. There's barely room to go by. The games have started out. The players are going to be picking what openings they're going to be playing in the first 15 plus 10-minute segment. So David, Jovi, over to you to start your first round from our buffet.
And David, it's like a smorgasbord of chess. I mean, so many attractive options. And on our cameras, we can see that Vidit is the one who has deviated from the moves that he played in the classical portion. He's gone for a Scotch. And there you can catch him on the bottom right. And wow, the moves are just coming thick and fast in that particular game. Neither side seeming like they're particularly surprised. Where does your attention go, David?
Yeah, it is this board that we actually have on camera. We see lots of e4, e5 on these top few boards in the tie breaks today. Some Spanishes, some Italian games. This one is a Scotch. On the bottom row, we see some other Queen's Pawn openings. Matarosian down there in ditch playing the Queen's Pawn, but most are going a bit more direct with e4. And I vote we jump in here. Experience versus youth. Nearly 20 years between them, Vidit and Faustino Oro. Can Faustino handle this change of pace? He might be angling for the Blitz. You know, Faustino is so good on chess.com at Blitz that he might fancy his chances there. Vidit known to be a bit slow on occasion in these quicker formats. And the clock has proven his downfall, at least at the very elite level. So we'll see how that unfolds. It was the Scotch, as you said, Jovanka. Quick trade of knights, quick trade of bishops. And this is the structure we find ourselves in. Knight to g4, that's a new move to me. I guess the idea is to trade off bishops now. And looks solid for black. Doesn't look like anything too special for Vidit.
And it looks like, despite Vidit actually deploying the Scotch, that this has not come as a surprise whatsoever to Faustino. And both players actually have more time than they started off with. And judging from Faustino's performance in the first tiebreaker for round one, I mean, he was super impressive in the 5+3 portion. That's where he absolutely demolished Ante Brikic 2-0. Didn't give him too much of a chance. And what we're seeing here is Vidit is trying to use some long-term pressure against black center, you know, the pawns on d5 and c7, and trying to take control over the e line. But it's a game with small margins. I mean, I would kind of typically expect this type of chess in a classical time control.
Mm-hmm. Fully agree. And in a classical time control, I think the most likely result would be a draw, just because it is so simplified already, the position, so many exchanges. I mean, maybe white will strike with c4 at some point. White has a small symbolic advantage just because black is the only one with an isolated pawn. Potential weakness. Hard to get at. Maybe the white queen will jump in at some point. Mm-hmm. But Vidit, it does feel like his strategy is to just minimize risk against Faustino, to make it as simple, as dull as possible, and try to kind of slowly kind of put his young opponent to sleep. I don't know about the strategy, Jovanka. I do it myself with mixed results. But against Faustino, who's quite a universal player at such a young age, like you said earlier, rarely surprised. I don't think he'll be too flustered and probably gaining in confidence. Just the fact that Vidit's showing him so much respect.
Yeah, and it's interesting because that's kind of like the age-old mantra, right? When you're playing kids, take them into an endgame, make it as boring as possible, kill the energy in the position. But if everyone is doing it against the kids, then the kids will naturally get better at this type of chess. So I don't know whether one should be actually following this old wisdom. And yeah, well, we're going to see whether Vidit has plans to kind of shorten time control, make it to the next tiebreaker. But going back to our bird's eye view, and it's an interesting question, David. You know, we saw Vidit employ a very safety first, very solid approach. But in other boards, it's a lot more dynamic. I can see a King's Indian there right next to it in the game between Indic Theodoru. And things are a little bit more, I was going to say, quieter in the game between Koi Bakorov against Pragnananda. That one's already in an in-game. It's a fine mix of different positions.
Yeah, maybe we do start with Pragnananda, since there was so much interest with that crowd at the start of the round. He's also one of the most popular players. I think him and Gukesh are by far the two biggest celebrities in Indian chess these days. And yeah, we saw a Spanish, just a very quick backtrack over the last few moves. It looked very normal, the position, if we just go back only 5 moves. And here, Black went hunting very early for this white bishop. He took the white bishop after knight to a5, d4, and he just argues that his lack of development not important here. Pragnananda, because he can counterattack bishop to b7. Now that bishop is unchallenged, and this is how we got the queens off the board. Knight takes e4. We saw capture, and I don't know much about this position. All I know is that Pragnananda specializes in these offbeat Spanish lines. He played f5 very early in the candidates last year, and yeah, I think he's in his comfort zone. I'm expecting a move like knight to c3 or knight to g5, but Black will support this knight with f5, and I think using some tactics might be okay, Ivanka. I was wondering if White could win a piece with this move, but f5,
yeah,
f3.
I guess you have to bolster. Yeah, and then can you then just start targeting the with h6, the knight, or with h6, or there's bishop to... No, okay. Maybe you need to go actually bishop c5 check. Or maybe
position.
Something else. No, yeah, no, not
sorry,
after f5.
Not the here. I meant here.
Yeah.
Clicked on the wrong move. And probably I go to the corner. I go to f1, and maybe Black just castles. And this is quite cool.
Oh, yeah. Very nice. Get the white king in the center. And, well, Koibakarov doesn't actually go knight to g5. Instead, respects the opening choice and goes knight c3, f5 only move. You have to bolster that knight there in the center.
Yeah, Pragg will play that. He'll find it. And just for clarity for everyone at home, I was a bit naughty. I checked the engine since it's a quick time format, and I'm still waking up. Black should castle in this position, apparently, with the idea that knight takes e4. Black can initiate a pin, and when the knight is defended, now f5 wins back the piece, and Black is totally fine. So that is why he chose to go with the other knight, and this is the live position. Okay, looks like he's totally fine, Pragnananda, with the 2 bishops, so potential for the future.
There's a big potential for the future. And also the white, it's very elementary, but white has that double pawn, doesn't have an ideal pawn structure on the queen side, although this does give the white rook on a1 some pressure. I'm just thinking with the bishop pair and with the possibility to just grab that space. I mean, Koibakarov is not going to be necessarily that happy. He's the one that's been surprised. Pragnananda has got more time than he started with, and also, Pragg has a great track record when it comes to tiebreakers in the World Cups, you know, doing so well in 2023. I think he defeated Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Arjun Erigaisi, you know, the whole lot of them. He completely, well, he didn't completely, but he knocked them out along the way.
Yeah, and especially memorable was that clash against his good friend Arjun Erigaisi, where they were just beating each other. There were barely any draws. It was just like, I'll win, then you'll win. I'll win, then you'll win, and we'll take turns. And it went right down to the death there. And like you said, he's just great at these kind of quick time formats. Beat Gukesh in Tata Steel Masters in January in the tiebreaks. Won a couple of other big tournaments in Blitz tiebreaks this year. So Pragg, probably the least kind of afraid of this format of the tiebreaks. Out of everyone playing today. Knight to g5 now in the air, and Black will probably just castle and get compensation with his 2 bishops. Looks like a normal position.
Does look like a normal position. I'm going to say that as probably like psychologically a small advantage to Pragg. He's got his preparation in. He's got the potential of the long-term advantage of the bishop pair, and Pragg is going to be feeling very, very happy. Shall we move on and go back to our bird's eye view and check out where there is drama? Because we have to follow that. And there are a few positions that catch my eye, and they're all mainly on the bottom row. In Kokulos against Nihal Sarin, I am looking at that position for Black. It looks quite spicy. Looks like Nihal is in a very ambitious mood today. And also in the game between Lodici, Hans Niemann, that's also looking like Lodici has a small pull.
Yeah, fascinating positions. We'll start with this one, but we'll definitely go to the Nihal Sarin game soon. He's employed an idea, Nihal Sarin, that Fabiano Caruana used to beat Hans Niemann very one-sidedly recently. But we'll get to that game. Here we see the man himself, Hans Niemann. And yeah, I think this looks fantastic for White. I think if you just compare the pawn structure, right, Ivanka, like White has the center pawns, Black has the double pawns on the c-file, which don't make a great impression. This looks like a very nice positional edge.
Yeah, that's one big thing, and the fact that the bishop is on b7 is just completely blocked out by the pawn on d5 as well, and it's going to be hard to find some kind of counterplay. The first question for Hans Niemann, though, is where to put the queen, or even do you have to move the queen? Because if you go f6, well, then you're kind of weakening your king side, and if you go knight f6, well, then you're going to fall foul of a deadly pin. You're going to fall foul of e5 ideas. So you're going to move the queen, but where is she going to go? If she goes to d6, there's a danger that she's going to get beaten back. You know, queen d2, bishop f4 in the air.
Exactly, you nailed it there. The Black queen doesn't have any safe squares. The White bishop's so much better than its counterpart. The Black bishop just really blunted, and Black's c7 pawn is going to be a target. White will play bishop f4, I think, regardless in the next couple of moves. And what to do about that pawn? Like, if you play c6 ever, White will just happily bypass, play d6, and lock in the Black bishop further. White's knight has a beautiful outpost on c4, just waiting to be used. I think this has been a bit of an opening disaster for Hans Niemann, who he's been playing the Berlin for years and years, Hans Niemann. It's like by far the thing he enjoys best is Black. Super solid. He's had some great results, but he switched it up, gone to mainline kind of Spanish, and looks like he's suffering slightly. He moves his queen, d6.
He moves his queen, queen d6, and then queen d2 is natural move, right? Queen d2, threaten bishop f4, target c7, and White just has a nice possibility to like centralize the rooks. Maybe even you want to be going a5 at some point just to secure and stop a knight getting to b6. And then, you know, you're just going to be slowly controlled going with e4, e5 and advancing in the center.
Yeah, there's different kind of levels of opening mishaps. Like, often you blunder and you're out of it immediately. At least Hans is just a bit worse. He'll have fighting chances later. If he can strike with like f5 or c6 and eliminate some pawns, he will get to an opposite color bishop position and decent survival chances. But yeah, this has been not ideal so far. It looks like strategically suffering. We'll check back in when more fiery action happens on this board. But in the meantime, let's go to that Nihal Sarin game you mentioned, Ivanka, and all I can think is connect 4. He's got it, therefore he must be doing pretty well. Although the eval bar disagrees this time. Black's pawn chain looks nice, but White is the one with pressure in the center.
Okay, well, yeah, the connect 4 does look very nice, and the fact that the Black knight is sitting pretty there on g4, I understand it doesn't actually have too much of a role on that square, but it does feel like it is Black that is okay. But then, okay, now that you kind of have the position up there, I can see that it's not so easy. I mean, White hasn't committed the king to either side of the board. And then that's always a big question. How are you going to connect the rooks? And where is the Black king going to be going as well? So if you castle kingside, there might even be an argument to say, well, actually, I will just simply stand with the king in the middle of the board. I mean, what is White's plan actually? Is it just to expand as much as possible on the queen side and just get greedy there and just argue that black has got no space? No. But this was a surprise. Oh, wow. The surprise is already happening here, John.
This is an interesting position to say the least. I can't make heads or tails of it to begin with, but it's a big switch up in the eval bar in the way of Stamatis. So absolutely fantastic stuff. I would love as well to confirm the chat have been rather lovely today, and therefore we have a guest joining us today in the studio to help us cover our tiebreak games. He is the world number one and one of, if not the sharpest mind in the game across all formats. He's always insightful and a fan favorite across the world. It's a real treat to have his perspective on today's action. A very warm welcome to Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, who joins us live now. Thank you so much, Magnus, for joining us. First of all, how are you and how is life? Things have obviously changed a lot for you and family over the last couple of months, but we hope you're doing well.
Generally great. Not coming off my very best night of sleep, but you know what? Looking at a bunch of exciting tiebreak games can cure a lot of conditions, including morning tiredness. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see the games, and I gotta admit, I love watching the World Cup, and especially the first round. The first few rounds when you have tiebreaks galore and a lot of upsets. So this is great.
Well, I have good news, Magnus. The World Cup goes on for the rest of the month, and that's important because the tired mornings, unfortunately, do not go away anytime soon. I'm very sorry to be the bearer of bad news on that front, but wishing you all the best. Let's head straight into the bird's eye view so you can take a look at the games that are going on now. And maybe if you'd like to pick a game for us to hop into and analyze, we can head there first. Over to you fine folks in the studio.
Yeah, and here we're seeing, here's our beautiful smorgasbord of chess positions, and we had a look at just some surprises there. I mean, we felt that Nihal Sarin was being very ambitious in castling queenside, was unexpected, and does invite an attack as there in the bottom row, second on the right. And what catches your eye, Magnus?
No, that's a big one, of course. I'm honestly trying to catch up with the games a little bit myself. Obviously, there's Pragg's game, but that looks like it will almost inevitably fizzle out unless he wants to allow a pass pawn on b2. Let's can we look at my compatriots Ariantari if you haven't been there so far?
Let's head there. And it's quite interesting, right? I mean, we've seen different types of approaches from our players. We've seen some players go for like a slow game, like thinking of Vidit, and we've seen players go for fireworks and advise him to go. Would he go for like winning with white, going all in, or is like a slower build type of position like we're seeing here? Is that something more advisable? And I say that, and F4 has made an appearance.
Yeah, it's interesting that Aryan is pretty good actually when he's forced. Like his instincts are not necessarily very aggressive, but he's quite good at attacking when he's forced to do that. And losing the first game, of course, he was forced to go all out yesterday with black, and I thought he might get chances because Pranav, he's got many strengths as a chess player, but controlling games is not one of them. He thrives on chaos as well. So yeah, he came back, and it's great to see that we got chaos as well today. So what I wanted to point out is, and what I find a bit interesting, here is that we kind of have a little bit of roles reversed to what we would be used to. We would probably expect Aryan as the older, more experienced player to try and outplay Pranav positionally, and Pranav as one of the best tacticians in the world to try and counterattack and trick him. Instead, we've seen Pranav build a positional advantage and Aryan go for a fairly desperate assault. So I am really curious to see how this will go.
Yeah, Magnus, you say it's fairly desperate assault, but he has big threats. F3 feels like it might be a scary idea. If white plays F3, maybe the Black Knight even sacrifices itself. How would you deal with this in Pranav's shoes?
Well, in saying desperate assault, I'm alluding to what Korchnoi said back in the day about Gary and his King's Indian attacks. He called them desperate assaults, but the thing is, they're often good, and that's something you can learn from looking at modern engines as well. Like sudden attacks where you think, well, this is rather primitive, but then you realize it just works. And yeah, here it looks like if he doesn't play F4, he's going to get driven back with F3. He has a huge disadvantage. And here you're thinking, well, can I do F3 now? Well, there's Knight G3. Don't really want to be looking at that. Bishop G4 is a move you consider, then FE3, and so on. So it's desperate in the sense that he needs to do it, not to be lost positionally, but yeah, that does not all mean that it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. And knight to d4 played. The blue arrow appears. Aryan should probably take that knight according to our engines, and yeah, the game goes on, I guess. It's all about whether black can do something on the king side. How heavily are you cheering for Aryan in this tournament, Magnus?
No, of course I'm cheering for Aryan. I knew that he had some difficult matchups to begin with. Of course, the first round you kind of expect him to get through, and then I think Pranav is a tricky opponent for him, but also somebody who will feel that he has a chance to outplay. And then he was due to play Wesley, but this is a doubly big matchup because if you win this one, you have a very good chance to win the next one as well against Sid Stromovicius. So we will see.
Oh, that's a great nickname, Sid. And in the meantime, we can confirm Pragnananda has drawn. Your prediction was correct there, Magnus. We're expecting knight takes knight in this one. We'll check back in on Aryan later. I want to bring us back to the Nihal Serene board just because stuff's happening there. Apparently it's a dead loss position, but it's also a crazy one. So maybe we can jump in and see whether another seed might be in danger.
You know what? I didn't really know who Stamatis was until like a couple of years ago, I think. And I feel like every time I see him play, he impresses me. So I'm not shocked. Like, he also saved a fairly difficult position against Nihal yesterday. So yeah, I'm not shocked to see him do reasonably well in this match, but of course, him winning here as white would be more than you would probably expect.
And I'd like to draw your attention to the comment on our featured chat. It says Stamatis might blow this because of time trouble. Because if you look, the position is very good, plus 3.5, and the evaluation bar is all the way in white's favor, but there's a problem with time.
Well, that's why we play rapid, isn't it? It's
wise words.
I mean, it's time management is a huge part of the game, and
yeah.
Yeah.
But is there a chance, is what I'm getting at? I mean, is the position sufficiently complicated
Oh,
that
yeah. yeah, this
Time
could turn.
travel is going to be a problem.
This
Concern,
could
okay.
100% turn. I think engine evaluation says that white is completely winning. I think human evaluation says white is winning. But it is not a super obvious win. It's more like you feel like the attack is crashing through. And for the moment, there's practically no counterplay. But on the other hand, like, black has some positional trumps in terms of space advantage and so on. Maybe like an active bishop you can get on b6 or something. Like, there's always a chance that the attack doesn't break through.
Mm-hmm. What would you be calculating here right now, Magnus, to try and defend? He takes the pawn.
Yeah, probably you kind of have to go AB. So I was thinking of bishop d8, trying to bring the bishop over there, but then I think you just run into BA7 and then DC or queen. There's queen C4 stuff as well. Yeah, that cannot work. So yeah, you kind of have to take, and here you feel that you can probably win more or less precisely for white. Like you can even just castle, bring another rook into the game, and c5 runs into queen b5, that kind of thing. But
this looks scary.
Yeah, this looks very scary, but on the other hand, if you can survive for a couple of moves, for instance, there's rook b7, and I guess in order to refute that, you have to take the knight on f7 and bring your queen all the way to h8, and I'm guessing this just wins, but you kind of give up the initiative a little bit, and you're worried. Will my queen get trapped? The engine is giving a very unequivocal no to that question. But sitting there, who knows? That's probably his idea.
Yeah, it looks terrifying, but maybe he has to just try and flog some material. How else to do it? Like bishop d8, white's just going to trade off the light squared bishop, and that just looks like mate.
And is there any chance to kind of do a king run? I'm thinking, okay, this pawn on b6. Every time we try to defend it, you get into trouble with black. I'm just trying to think of something. Try to go rook c8, king c7, king d8, and run for the hills and hope for the best.
Yeah, I did. Like, the main problem, I guess, is that it's going to lose tactically somehow, but he's played rook c8, and I don't see a clear refutation.
Great call, Jovanka. Great shot there.
Yeah, you probably just have to take the pawn, honestly, and retreat the queen, and there you go.
And I'll just have to take us away from this game briefly to bring us over to Mamedyarov, who looks like he's on the brink of winning. Typical Mamedyarov attack on his board. If we jump over, and yeah, Mamedyarov, he's had a bit of a shaky start to the event, but looks like he's getting the job done here.
Yeah. Obviously, his game yesterday was not his best, but this game shows that after all, there is a significant difference in class in this matchup. So, yeah, this kind of attack is his bread and butter. He loves the bishop pair, especially the dark squared bishop, and probably prefers the light squared bishops somewhat as white, but he's very good at attacking in these situations. So this is this is a complete annihilation, and very, very nice finish.
Very interesting, Magnus, that you note that he likes these pieces specifically. I just know he likes to attack, but I never thought like which pieces he likes to keep on the board for those attacks.
As a rule of thumb, players you consider tricky to begin with, they usually like their dark squared bishops, because they you often end up having the dark squared bishops from some like a little bit dodgy G6 setups and so on. Solid players, they end up with, you know, C6 D5 structures and good light squared bishops, and like you, for instance, even though you used to play the Grunwald, so that's not completely fair.
Like Ivanka, then she likes the C6 D6.
Oh yeah, that's
C6
true.
D5.
That's true.
I feel shamed.
Not at all.
But fantastic insights. But I was going to ask you, actually, for Shaq, you know, because yesterday, as you mentioned, he had a bad game. He started off with a win, and, you know, actually playing this tiebreak must have been quite irritating for him, right? You know, to be in this situation at all. I mean, how do you recover from yesterday's setback and then go into today's tiebreak knowing that actually everything's been reset?
I love this. He's just smiling at the move, Rook G. Rook G4, he's just saying, well, sir, by far your best move was resigning, but I respect what you did. No, I would say generally, yes, it's annoying to play a tiebreak, but he knows that he's by far the better player. So generally, things can happen in rapid games, but you cannot go into World Cups and be worried about playing tiebreaks, because you're inevitably going to play a few of them.
And here we see the game playing out. He did win a rook, Mamedyarov. He will probably force resignation next move. Just assuming he moves his king out of the check. Not much else to do for white. Hanging the knight on h4. Surely we'll see a resignation now. And Mamedyarov takes the lead. There we go. And we'll have white in the next game. Magnus, where should we go next?
Well, maybe we can look at the game Machinov Abdusatorov.
Okay. Let's jump into that one. And it looks like Abdusatorov, is he just a pawn down, if I'm counting correctly?
Yeah. You are.
Yeah, I mean, among other things, among the fact he's very passive as well.
Yeah, honestly, looking at it from afar, maybe I thought it was worse than it is. Like, this is... Don't get me wrong, this is an awful position for black. I think white will avoid black activating the bishop. You will go like bishop e5, rook a1, and so on, or you can just go bishop e7 and, you know, as a lower rated player, understandably try and trade and give away your advantage. We can go to the game Lodici-Niemann, maybe.
Let's move over. Abdusatorov fighting hard, up on time. But this one, wow, much more complex, as white plays e5, relying on some forks at the end of the road. Knight takes c6 if there's a bunch of exchanges on e5. Looks like Hans Niemann's in big trouble.
Yeah, there was knight e5, and you could take everything knight c6, but at least then you get some material off the board. I don't know, but here it kind of looks like yeah, white is of course completely winning, but I'm kind of intrigued to see what will happen, because it's not one of those positions where you just win without counterplay. And to be fair, Niemann is really good at this. he's good at resisting in lost positions by kind of desperately trying to create counterplay, which is part of his style, that he just always wants complications. And sometimes when you have losing positions, it can be a good strategy to do that, to confuse your opponents, because then you can sometimes turn lost games to wins and not only draws.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think now? Should white jump in with the knight to c6, put it on b5? How would you go about trying to convert this advantage now with white?
Well, I would say that both strategies are very promising, but again, neither of them are completely clear. So against either one, black is not losing immediately, and you can see pathways for black to get back into the game. I think the most logical probably is just to put the knight on b3, blockade, try and play f4 and bishop f2 later on. But black will go bishop b7, maybe try and bring the bishop around, and yeah, take it from there. And for now, the double g-pawns are actually kind of useful for black in trying to stop white from getting two connected passers with f5 and so on. So very interesting game.
Yeah.
Okay, who's in?
But doesn't this position for white feel like it's so winning that you're looking for that killer blow, right? You'll be looking, okay, I'm going to grab a5, I want something material, or some checks, or some e6, some kind of forcing direct path to victory. And that might be running through Lodici's mind, when he's only got 1 minute and 20 seconds and it's ticking down.
Yeah, for sure. And Lodici also, in terms of style, he much prefers his pieces going forward than backwards. So I'm not shocked about what he's played here. But to be fair, he's actually gone for kind of a semi-safe continuation here. He's allowed bishop c8, then knight b3. You go back, you go rook a1, so you trade off some pieces and make sure that you're not actually gonna ever run into trouble. But I think in doing that, he's also given Niemann some drawing chances.
Okay, we'll check back in this game in a moment. Let's go back out to the bird's eye view. We'll see if Hans can hold on down a pawn. But what else catches your eye now, Magnus? The game's now deep in time trouble. Most of the players. Ooh, should we?
Let's let me see. So Vidit against Faustino. That honestly, that whole match has looked like two very evenly matched players. And I guess in the first game today, Vidit kind of was playing anti-young people chess, just trying to play without tactics whatsoever. And he did beat Arjen with this line in the European Club Cup 3 years ago, but so far he has found it hard to really even gain an inch against Faustino.
Yeah, I guess the biggest, the most excitement in that match is still ahead. If I can just very quickly take you back to your good friend Arjen, our good friend Arjen. It looks like he's in trouble, Magnus. Unfortunately, he might have just blundered on this last move.
Oh no.
Yeah, let me see. So knight d4. As soon as I was talking about going forwards, he actually went backwards. And Pranav got what you really want in a match situation, which is a comfortable advantage with very few counter chances, but it did look still black was doing all right. But now I guess it's just getting mated. Rook e2, rook h3, and game over. Yeah, it's unfortunate. And this is right in Prag's wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Very tactical for an endgame. How does white answer d2? Looks like you just need one or two more accurate moves.
Yeah, you just take on g6, you bring the rook back to f1, and black doesn't have any threats. So Arjen's gonna have to come back again.
Okay, that's going to be tough for Arjen Tari. He has to go to the f file now, otherwise he gets mated. King h7, rook g7, and rook h4 is going to be checkmate.
Also, Ladici is breaking through, by the way.
Ooh, let's go back to our top boards, and let's see whether we'll get some results in the near future. Let's go back
Has
to
there
Hans
been
Niemann.
anyone? Okay, so I'm just kind of curious. I know it's very, very early days in the competition, but has there anyone that has impressed you a lot? Has there been anyone that you kind of consider a dark horse for this particular event?
It's the World Cup, right? So it's very hard. It's very hard to say. There are a lot of. I mean, this time there isn't a clear favorite playing the event, so it's very hard to. It's very hard to say. Obviously, Vincent has been good recently, but his first game against Kovalyov was very shaky, and he kind of got away with one there a little bit. So, you know, we'll see. It's really early, and if there's an Abbasov of this event remains to be seen, but yeah, usually when you get towards the last few rounds, even if it's not the 1, 2, 3, 4 seed for the semifinals, it's usually mostly like top 15, 20 seeds at least. But we'll see. I find it really exciting when there are some lower seeds still going. So I'm hoping that's gonna last for a little bit.
Yeah, the one thing we know is that the Abbasov of this tournament will not be Abbasov himself, as he left yesterday. But maybe it will be Lorenzo Lodici, who's now 2 pawns up. Magnus, just to show that tactic you mentioned, really cool breakthrough a few moves back. Knight takes c5 here. Beautiful move. And yeah, cannot take this bishop. After d7, rook d3, white just backs up the rook. And this would have been a nice finish. But instead, do you think he's going to win if we catch up with the current position? Do you think he's going to win this one? 2 pawns to the good?
Probably, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just... Maybe the answer would have been different if black had put the bishop on c6. I think then you go trade the rooks on a8, or at least try to, and you're actually really active getting the king in. The bishop is... Well, now you got bishop d5. There really was no reason for... Basically, white has to keep black like a little bit passive. And he's not really managed to do that. And the thing about rook a8 now is that you don't love it. You feel like that bishop endgame might even be lost, but you don't really have a choice. So you kind of have to go for it. And yeah, let's see. I think there's a very serious chance that this game could be drawn now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, opposite color bishop endgame. We'll come out of this one. Nihal Sarin was fighting back. He was actually fine for a while, but it looks like he's back in trouble in an endgame now. He actually had a big attack as black out of the blue. But now Magnus, it looks
that's
like
what happens, you know? Not only is the position it was winning, but it wasn't that easy. And also, Neil is really good at wriggling himself out of bad positions, which often tells you two things. First, he has a lot of experience playing Rapid and Blitz, and he's very, very good at it. And also, he's never been great at openings, which also is a certain way to make sure that you have to get out of some bad positions.
I know that feeling very well.
Okay, but on the board in front of us, Nihal, you mentioned great defender. He's exchanged down, and it's looking rather good for white, with the rook posting up to a7. And yeah, is there any hope?
Yeah. No, there's always a bit of hope. But knight g5 and the rook e2 looks like it might extinguish a lot of that.
Yeah, so impressive. Like you said, Nihal's opponent here, beating Divya very comfortably in round one. Looks like he's going to take the lead in this match as well.
Can we just briefly look at the game Blåberger against Yu Yang Yi?
Yep.
Because this may not be the match that is on most people's radars, but Yu Yang Yi is usually a pretty sure bet in the first few matches in a format like this, because he's really good at grinding out games against lower rated players. So it surprises me that from a fairly innocuous looking position, he has actually drifted into a tremendous amount of trouble, and he's fighting well here, but this is a fairly automatic win as far as I can tell.
Yeah, the black rook has to go passive, right? And then white should just be able to give a check and move forward with the king.
Yeah.
Which way do you go? Probably you want to kick back the black king and go this way.
Yeah, you can even, I think, go king f3, king g4 here. But let's look at Nihal again, though, because I think it's about to conclude.
Oof. Feels like there are some tactics. He gives up his rook, but threatens a checkmate. The white rook anywhere on the g file other than g8 would be mate next move, and getting excited now. His opponent shaking in the chair. Nihal looks resigned. I think he will resign, as you said, Magnus. And
yeah,
one more move, h5, met by a discovered check. He attacks two pieces, but the black knight is hanging as well. Game over.
Game over.
Yeah.
And
big win. Oh, look at him.
oh, he's not happy at all. Can I direct you both to the game between Adams against Chiparinov? Because that is a quite fascinating queen and pawn ending. Mickey has a passed pawn on d6, but is this just going to be fizzling out to a draw? Oh,
Yes.
right, okay. I didn't get that far. I saw it was a queen endgame. Okay. That is what it is.
A few moves ago, it was interesting.
Yes, this was the position I wanted. Yes. Sorry about that, guys.
For English fans, we see Mickey hold the draw. It looks like we're going to get results very shortly on the top few boards. Hans Niemann looks like he's almost...
Yeah, this has been a bit of a mess. But it still should be winning for white, but I'm not sure. Oh boy, he just blundered d6.
Oof. Wow.
Or maybe he gave it up, but I can't imagine why would you do that. I'm guessing there's a lot of nerves on both sides here.
Yeah, he's still got winning chances, but he was probably only looking at rook e4 check, and then the white king moves, and the pawn's defended again.
Yeah, and then it's an automatic win. Now, on the other hand...
Oof. Not so easy. Hans Niemann surviving. Yu Yang Yi apparently surviving as well.
Really?
Crazy stuff
No way.
happening. Yeah. He's blown the win for Felix Blåberger. He let a black pawn through. and got deflected with his rook.
Oh yeah, you could have just gone back with with a king there, since yeah, then you just drive the king away and it's an easy win.
Yeah,
But
let's just quickly jump to show that one. A few moves ago. If we jump
now
to
it's
the
winning again.
Oh, he's winning. King G5 was the big blunder. It should have gone back, like you said. But,
Yeah. Now you can probably I guess the thing is you can cut off the king, an extra file.
Mm-hmm.
I lost a game in classical against Fabiano once, which was quite similar, where I thought it was a draw and then it just gradually wins because your king is never getting back.
Wow. This would be a huge result for Felix Bloberger. Jovanka, you've been following his vlogs of the tournament?
Yeah, he's been in a lot of rook and pawn endgames, so he's getting a lot of experience in this. He defended a really tough ending against Yu Yang Yi, and then yesterday was equally hard with Yu Yang Yi putting the pressure on. So that's why I thought when it came to rapid chess that it would favor Yu Yang Yi if he managed to put the pressure on pretty early. And it does seem that Felix, he's got a lot of support out there, so he's being resourceful as always. And yeah, the problem, as you guys mentioned, is that the Black King is cut off.
Yeah, it's quite nice to cut the king off like across the board rather than by file. Like cut it on the 5th rank. The king will never be able to step anywhere along this rank. We see some checks. King F7 now, I'm assuming.
Yep.
There we go. He's going to try and hit the white rook.
You could just put the rook pretty much anywhere on the 5th rank.
Yeah. Not E5 or D5, but anywhere else. Maybe not H5. I don't know.
No, but the thing here is, I think, let's say you go to A5, you always want to give black fewer squares to check on. So you want to take the A file, and then I guess like rook B8, H5, King F4. Yeah, exactly. You have to go H6. Now, if black could start giving checks with rook B7 and so on, it would be a draw. But H6, you're basically, you're not only advancing the pawn, but you're also giving yourself a square on H5. And yeah, then you can move the rook to G5 later on and gradually win with rook G7. Quite instructive, actually. So he has gone rook A5, and now he has to go H6. Which he will do.
Yeah.
King G4. Again, very tricky play.
Very tricky. Maybe now rook E5, rook E7 block. Or rook A7.
Rook A7, King G5, King G7. Nice technique.
Oh, beautiful. No checks. Can't check that white king anymore.
Rook A7 and rook E5. In order to go to E7 later on, were the only two moves that went.
Oof. Yeah, and he found them. Felix Bloberger taking the lead. Very impressive.
And then, yeah, King G5, then King G7 is the only move to win, but that was obviously his plan, so he's going to find that.
There we go. Straight run through now. He's going to make a new queen.
That's the resignation. That's going to be a big second game, because Yu Yang he's somebody I definitely expect to advance a few rounds, and he's a tough out for anybody.
And in the meantime, the board is frozen, so let's ignore the board here, the virtual board at least, but the physical board, it looks like white has a rook on F6, or is that pawns and a bishop? Something's next to the white king.
Yeah. Looks like pawns and a bishop.
It's pawns. Pawns and a bishop. Pawns on F6 and H6,
and then
a bishop on E3.
H7 and then F7. Why doesn't that win?
Does it win? He does play it.
He plays it very excitedly.
So there's
Bishop,
no
rook g3, bishop g5.
there's no stalemates.
There's no stalemates.
Apparently, it was drawn earlier on.
Can
Wow.
Oh, and
Study
then
like
something went wrong. This is a nice finish, though.
yeah.
To an absolutely wild game.
Oh. Crazy. Hans Niemann looks to the skies, offers his hand in resignation. Lodici takes the lead. Wow, study-like finish there. That was a very, very important win. He needed to get that. Like, if he'd blown the advantage, it feels like Hans would have been the favorite in the next game.
I think he's the favorite regardless, but this is certainly the most interesting situation that you can have. Like, often in football, if the underdog takes the lead, that makes the game more interesting. And here as well, I'm sure we're gonna see some comebacks, but we got some big players. We got Nihal, we got Niemann, and we got Yu Yang Yi as well as huge favorites, trying to strike back. Then you have Pragg playing black in the second game without having won the first one. So I mean, I've played so many of these mini matches, and I always like having white in the first game, but I don't like having white in the first game if I don't manage to win the first game, right? Then you're all of a sudden in a difficult spot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and still one game going on, and it's between Martinez and Ivic, and it's Rook and Bishop against Rook, that old chestnut. Now, in this particular situation with the clock ticking down, like, what percentage would you give for the Rook and Bishop to win?
You know, this is just like watching some kind of Title Tuesday tournament. You have a bunch of games, and then at the very end, you will inevitably in every single round have people playing Rook and Bishop against Bishop. Rook and Bishop against Rook, and additionally you have Jose Martinez, who is one of the most decorated Title Tuesday players in recent years. So that's kind of, he even almost won it a couple of days ago before this match went to tiebreaks. So no, to answer your question, quite slim. Looks like Ivic knows what he's doing, but let's see how many moves there's been.
Yeah.
There's been a ton of moves. This is at this point I would say less than 10%. There's always a chance to win Rook against Bishop, but there's been so many moves and very little progress. So I think I don't see anything crazy happening here, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm. And who do you feel is the favorite in this match? Kind of assuming that this is a draw, do you think it's going to be Jose Martinez in the quicker time formats, or will Ivic be able to replicate one of his previous World Cup runs where he went quite far?
Yeah, 2021, he hasn't quite had the career since then that many maybe thought. It's hard to say. I mean, we got Ivic playing white in the next games, and Martinez's openings are a bit shaky, so it's hard to say. Very even, probably slight edge to Martinez, which is incidentally reflected in the ratings as well. So not a very controversial opinion.
You're so harsh about openings, Magnus. Like, you keep saying these players' openings are shaky, and then I look at them, I'm like, they're way better than mine. Like, what's what's going on there? Okay, last few moves of this game. We're expecting 7 more moves before the 50 move rule kicks in, so it's just about whether Ivic claims it or whether the arbiters step in when it gets to 75 moves without progress.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also think he has defended this really well, so I think he will be calm enough in a potential situation where he actually gets the lost position to think, not to panic, but to think, well, I gotta I gotta try and claim. But now he set up the Cochrane defense again, which he has already shown, as far as I can see, at least once in this game. So yeah, this is 100% fizzling out. Now he shows the second reg defense as well, which is pretty much what you need to know.
Yeah, the only kind of the only dilemma was where to go with the king earlier. If he'd gone to f1 and allowed the white king to go to f3, it would have been a lost position due to checkmate threats. But you just got to go the opposite way to the white king. Got to wait till it commits.
Yeah, you wait with the rook on e7, e8, and then you wait for the commitment, and then you go back.
Yeah, I think also earlier on it was quite important that the black king stepped to e1 as well, as opposed to going to f1 and d1, because that would have allowed the white king to shadow with king d3 and king f3. You know, with some
D1
kind
is,
of d1 is safe.
okay.
Yeah.
D1 is safe, yeah.
The whole idea
F1 is also safe, but that's probably only due to now king e1. It's still a draw, I think, but it's mostly because there aren't enough moves left.
And to catch up, we have this position and one move before the 50 move rule. If he claims now, we can call the arbiters in. They'll probably deny the claim, and then he can claim one move later.
But you know, they're not notating. And this is the problem. They have no idea how many moves have been played. And it's only when the players have past like move 75 moves without that pawn capture or pawn advance or an exchange, then that's when the arbiter has to step in. But you can always check with the arbiter. It's always a good idea to see how many moves are left.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of people out there who are quite keen on Vidit claiming as soon as possible. But it seems for the moment he's just chilling, defending this endgame. Like, this seems to be his idea of fun, and to be honest, I don't blame him.
There's a kind of special pleasure to just sitting there, making everyone wait, doing it on your own terms, right? Not needing to claim the draw, showing you can defend forever.
Yeah, there's I don't know about you guys, but for me, there's still always this slight sense of accomplishment. Defending rook and bishop against rook, and obviously, if you lose, you feel the opposite of that.
And,
so
I guess
yeah, you can go rook b7 and claim. That would be.
You stop the clock and you tell the arbiter, my next move is rook b7.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is going to be a draw. This gives us time, Magnus, to ask about your predictions in general. I guess it's still super early in the event. Okay, it looks like he's claiming as well in the background. But first of all, how shocked are you that Jan Nepomniachtchi and Wesley So have exited the competition?
Well, in terms of Nepomniachtchi has not been in the very best form, and he did lose against a very young Wei Yi back in 2013 in the first round. So yeah, it certainly has happened to him in the past. So I'm not. It's a surprise, but it's not a shock. Wesley, yeah, that's definitely a shock for him to lose. You would expect there to be a reasonable chance that his match goes into tiebreak. Like, he did all right with white. He put a lot of pressure on. He got some chances, but didn't convert them. But for him to lose that game as black is quite yeah, that's very unexpected and verging on, as you said, shocking.
Yeah. And that situation yesterday, I mean, the final position when Wesley resigned in that drawn position, to my eyes, it was quite understandable because it did look like the position was hopeless. What was your take on that?
yeah, I was following the game quite intently towards the end, and I didn't get it at first. Like, why is the engine showing zeros? And then when I got it, I was thinking, wow, this is incredible. And there's also the fact that Wesley went B4 instead of BA4. You guys probably talked about it, but after BA4, White can win by giving up the bishop and win the pawn endgame, I think. So he went B4, which is somewhat a somewhat counterintuitive decision to make. So I was thinking, like, wow, he's found it, and this is, like, if this is not divine intervention in chess, I don't know what is. And then it turns out he hadn't found it after all, which was was unfortunate for him, and unfortunate for the tournament as well, since he definitely could have gotten far. And here you see, by the way, I think Ivic was a little bit worried now after King F4. Martinez has tricked him a little bit. So now he will get to an unfamiliar setup. So he does the only correct thing. He claims the draw.
Yeah, he could have left it a few more moves, just about to get checkmated and then claim it. But there we go, the final result of the round. And John, it's been a marathon one, the first tiebreak game here, as we saw Rook and Bishop versus Rook to end it.
It absolutely has. It does look like the players are going to be agreeing a draw. If not now, then at least shortly. This is the second time the arbiters have been summoned to the board. We've had a really fun, action-packed first game of tiebreaks. Magnus, maybe to get your opinion on more 2,700 players losing, so that's Hans, Yu Yang Yi, and Nihal Sarin, than one. It's Mehmedjarov and Sevian who managed to win their first games, but we have a real fight on our hands here in game number 2.
We certainly do, and this is just, again, what really makes the first couple of rounds of the World Cup a lot of fun. Like, obviously, the ratings are there for a reason, and the players, like, they're objectively better players, but to prove it in a couple of nervy games, you know, it's not always that easy. Personally, I usually felt good about playing these tiebreaks. I felt like even if I draw the first couple of games in the tiebreak, like, I should be able to get through in the end. But I know that, you know, as soon as you start feeling a bit shaky, then it's very, very difficult. And striking back is never easy, regardless of how much you outrate your opponents on paper.
Well, striking back is what a couple of them are going to have to do right now. The players are steeling their nerves for game number 2 as they sit down at their boards and get ready. We're going to take a very brief break from the broadcast, folks, and when we come back, it's the second game of tiebreaks here at the FIDE World Cup. Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup live from Goa. The players are sat at their boards getting ready for game number 2. And we have a tantalizing list of players that now have to win on demand in our second game. Lots of decisive results, lots of tension on the chessboard. David, it's going to be borderline impossible to figure out where to go first. I have a feeling this is going to be really, really quick fire.
Exactly. We'll have to follow the bar. We'll have to follow the openings. There's normally a few oddball openings, a few surprises along the way, quite early on. So yeah, I trust Magnus to lead us in the direction of some fun games in this round.
It's a lot of responsibility, David.
I missed it in Decisive, so it's I just need a helping hand or two.
I mean, we need the moves on the board, right? But we should be getting those in the next couple of minutes. I guess the question I would have is who's going to be playing something that is particularly wild, sort of dug out from the depths of preparation from some long bygone tournament where we're going to see absolute fireworks in the first 10 moves. Jovi, do you have a prediction for where we think we're seeing things explode first?
I think Nihal Sarin is going to be playing very aggressively. I think he's going to be wanting revenge and to equalize the match. So, and you know, some players, they really have to. They just have to set fire to the rain, as Adele says, and just play some fantastic chess. And we are going to be there and we're going to be enjoying the ride. So going to our bird's eye view, well, we can see that Nihal has opened with some kind of English C4 B3 setup. Just saving the fireworks for later. Whereas I'm also really interested in the Pragg game against Kuibakarov because Pragg, with the white pieces, he'll be wanting to finish the match now. He wants to secure that win.
And I must apologize, by the way, for saying earlier that Pragg was playing white in the first game. To me, somehow the setup, it looked like that was happening, but obviously he was not. So he is in a much better spot than I originally misled our dear viewers to believe.
And speaking of Pragg, we'll start here. We probably won't linger too long because not the most dramatic of boards, but Magnus, what do you make of this opening choice? Kind of the anti-Berlin with bishop takes c6 early on. It's going to lead to a long game for Pragg.
Yeah, it is. I think it goes maybe along the lines of better player, fix the structure, and just try and outplay him from there. I think also Kuibakarov is fairly tactically inclined. So in that sense, the choice is understandable. But yeah, we'll see. I'm quite sure that the early a4 bishop e3 is some kind of preparation as well. So let's see what he's got in store.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question for both of you. In this World Cup scenario in game 2, how much time do the players get with their seconds, or there's no time whatsoever with seconds?
I'll throw that question to Magnus because I've never had a second. So.
Yeah, I think it depends on the situations. Like last couple of World Cups, I mean, last time to Azerbaijan, I went on my own, and I guess Peter was working from home, but I don't think I had time in between games to talk with seconds. I also, I actually didn't play a lot of tiebreaks then. I think sometimes you prep and then because of the match situations sometimes it goes out the window a bit and you just decide to improvise. At least that's what's happening. What has happened to me.
I think in general, the players, they come into matches with kind of pre-planned strategies. They know it's hard to predict how much time you get in between, so they kind of have like contingency plans. If things go wrong, I might play this opening. If I'm behind, I might switch it up. If I'm ahead, I might have something solid up my sleeve. I think that's kind of the gist. Just got to rely on your instincts after that. Okay, let's move on to another board in the meantime.
Yep, let's head there. And it's quite fascinating to hear this because I always assume like a second/coach is like the boxing coach there beside you on the arena, giving you some words. Yeah, you can do this. Yeah, they made a mistake. I can tell by your smiles that no, it's not like that at all. Yeah.
I'm just imagining Peter there now with a towel, just giving Magnus a massage between the games. Or not.
Okay.
Let's go into one of these scotches. Magnus, what do you make of this choice by Abdi Sattarov?
I think this is what this is about, is that in the rare cases these days, when you have somebody who does not play for Knight of 6 against the Scotch, then that becomes a lot more of an attractive option. And yeah, Machinov has, I don't know, not been very convincing playing this opening so far. So to me, it just looks like a really nice position for white. I guess you gotta try and go some kind of Queen H6 and F5 to claim a stake in the center. But it looks pretty yucky for black already. Yeah. I'm sure the Scotch was a bit of a surprise because nobody really plays it a lot these days. But he has not responded very well.
Yeah, actually, I've played the World Cup twice, Magnus. People have played the Scotch against me both times, so it is. It seems to be a World Cup like surprise weapon.
But you play Bishop C5, don't you?
I used to, and then I switched because
you switched.
It's too predictable.
Okay. And then people stop playing the Scotch against you, probably.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
that's how it works.
Abdi Sattarov, great position, flexible pawn structure, knight b5 maybe in the air, c7 pawn a bit tender, and the black queen a bit of a target. Okay, let's go back to the bird's eye view, and Magnus, you can choose this time where you feel the action is happening the most, or the most dramatically at least.
Let's look at Pragg's game. Because I think something could happen here that's quite instructive, and I am getting a little bit of engine help, but I will also bring that back to one of the other games. I don't know if this is interesting to people, but to me it is. So the thing here is that, oh, that's cute.
This is John's fault here. John bringing his little baby on the stream. Yeah.
Go on, say hi, John. Who's our new friend? You've stolen Magnus's baby. No.
No.
Go on, Magnus. Teach us about the Berlin.
Yeah. So the point is that in this structure, since black has not castled kingside, and because the pawn structure has been fixed a little bit on the queen side, the engine actually loves the setup of like knight e6, queen d7, p6, moving the bishop, and then eventually castling queenside. And once you see it, it makes a lot of sense. And then later on, you'll have the bishop pair, and you'll be very well prepared for whatever opening there will be on the king side. And Kurbakarov has played queen d7, and I am quite impressed. And I don't think there's a ton Pragg can do over the next few moves to prevent that plan. But I just wanted to connect that with Nihal's game. So if we go quite a few moves ago in that game, there's on the 9th move he played the knight to e2, And instead of this, imagine that white goes. White normally wants to fianchetto the bishop on with g3 and so on. But imagine if white goes d4 first. Instead of this, because yeah, g3 ran into d4 there. Black goes bishop d6. And white goes g3 and then bishop g2, which is a logical plan. Let's now say castles, bishop g2. This is a fairly typical position. It's not really better for white, but it's quite playable, and I've seen people try and make headway here. The thing though is black doesn't actually need to castle. Instead of this, black can go queen e7, and this was shown. I think the first player I saw do this was Matlakov a few years ago, and since other people have followed as well, and black is essentially much better already. And it turns out like white has weakened too many light squares, and you just hide the king over on b8. In some cases, like you can even allow a4, a5. You just go g5. You attack on the king side and on the light squares, and it's just very, very good. So these are just a couple of examples of what the engines have taught us over the last few years. They have challenged more conventional wisdom and taught us to sometimes castle on a different side.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. I can say I've learned something today. I didn't know this castle's queenside idea, despite having played that exact position with white before. So yeah, what do you make of the current position, Magnus, in the Nihal game in this must-win situation?
I would say I think Stamatis has done well going b5 earlier on, since white wants to wait for black to go c5, and then you want to go d4 as white, and give black either hanging pawns on c5 and d5 or an isolated pawn in some way. And by going b5 early on, he has ensured that this idea is not as effective, since once white goes d4, then black can go c4, and you end up with potential connected passers instead. And this means that even though the white position, at least to me, looks incredibly harmonious, all of your pieces are on decent squares, and you've kind of improved them almost to the maximum, there aren't a lot of dynamics in the position. There aren't a lot of pawn breaks. So yes, it looks like a good position trying to win in the sense that every piece is on the board, but where do you go from here? I think black has done a very good job.
Yeah, Connect 4. I keep talking about it, Jovanka. You got it in a different way this time.
In a very nice way as well. But I was going to say, now that everything is kind of settled in the center, isn't this when it's time to play on the wings? So for white, I'm thinking Nihal's in a must-win situation. So maybe we're going to see like h3, g4, g5, and let's go.
Yeah, this is one of the ways he could potentially play, but it is a bit dangerous as well to start to do that, because you do like black space as white, and you can see the move d5, d4 as black as well, potentially cutting the board in half at some point at the expense of giving up a pawn. So for the moment, it doesn't really feel realistic. Maybe knight e5 is somewhat of an idea for white here, to put some pressure on the d5 pawn by sort of softening the knight on f6 that protects that pawn. So I mean, bishop d6 looks like a very nice move for black here, specifically with those ideas that I was talking about earlier on. about maybe some bishop takes f4, d4, and so on, creating play that way while the white queen is in the corner. He has gone a completely different route, which also honestly seems very reasonable. I think that being given a miss by the local engine is incredibly harsh.
And I've got to bring us away and back to the Pragg game, because Pragg has sacked a piece and the eval bar hates it. Let's jump immediately over. Pragnananda, what do you make of this, Magnus? He was so keen to stop black castling that he gave up at night. Quick action replay for everyone. We left it just before this moment. Magnus had highlighted this plan that he was clearly familiar with, Kui Bakarov here. And after e5, given a question mark, f5, Pragg was committed. Knight takes pawn. He lands a check. He gets 2 pawns for it. But do you think this is enough in practical terms? Should we trust the bar?
I think we might have to check if this is actually Arjun in disguise, because this is a wild sacrifice. And not really Pragg's style. On the other hand, you can kind of see scenarios where white can, you can get rook f7, you can get knight e4, rook f1, kind of play it a little bit slowly, but it's hard to believe. Like, purely on the top of my head here, I was starting to look at the move queen to e8, and in order for white not to lose, like, this is what you start looking at more concretely, because in order for white not to lose coordination completely, and also not to trade queens, which would be tantamount to resignation at this point, then you have to make the move rook to f7, self-pinning, and then the question is whether knight to d4 just wins. And apparently it doesn't.
Wins for someone, just not black.
Oh, yeah, and I was thinking bishop g5. My idea was bishop e6, bishop e7, king c8, and I thought black is just winning. But then you got rook f1, actually. So that is not true at all. Yeah, okay, so that means that queen e8 and rook f7, it's not over yet. So in that sense, I can see some justification for this sack. I mean, there are other lines like queen g8 to g6, for instance, looks possible. Like, I'm just trying to look at this completely without the influence of engine, because if you look at the engine here, it becomes a bit of a joke. Like, it just says every line is winning. So I'm trying to think as a human here.
Yeah, this is scary. But
well,
he's played
it is scary. I was thinking, isn't it also perhaps an instinct to just get the king to safety as well? But okay, knight to d4 being played. Let's look at that.
Yeah, there certainly would be, but you feel that white has a bit of counterplay with rook f7, rook f1, knight comes to e4, and maybe to f6. Like, at least my first instinct would be to try and disturb white's coordination as soon as possible.
And
yeah,
we have a featured chat. Magnus, lunch is ready in 25 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ella.
That's perfect. That's enough time to finish this round with us.
Yes.
Spot on.
Depending on when
Excellent
this chat was sent, though.
Oof. Okay, and Magnus, I can tell the attention is switched to lunch, but in the meantime, c5.
No, that's fine.
This makes sense, but the eval bar again sliding each way. Like, we won't look at the moves. I don't think that's so relevant in practical terms, like you said. But if black gets the bishop here and gets like 2 more moves to get king c8, king b8, run away, black is just winning. So
Black is indeed just winning, and that now Queen E8 is a really big move. Again, disturbing White's coordination. If you have to go back to D1, there's just nothing, and Rook F7, and Bishop E6, there's also nothing.
Wow.
So it's just nothing all around, and this could be, I would say, just an incredible game by Kobakarov if he pulls this off.
That is just really nice as well. The fact that the White Queen actually has no squares to move to other than D1 to keep herself safe from an exchange. Queen to E8. That could be the key.
Yeah.
And he plays it. Pragg in big trouble with the finalist last time against you, Magnus, but looks like round 2 might be as far as he gets unless he's able to whip up some magic. And it's the type of position that there might not be any magic, right? If Black survives the next few moves.
Yeah. That's that's true. I don't see it. I'm not saying that Black will definitely win, but you'll just have everything covered by then. So I don't see really a pathway back in the game. I just wanted to show a very nice tactic in one of the games of one of the strongest players who needs a win. It's Yu Yang-yi against Blåberger. So I was actually looking at this game a few moves ago, and I was thinking on move 13. Well, knight e4 looks natural, but maybe then there's bishop e4, and then there's knight e4 and bishop e4. But knight e4 by Black is a huge blunder, which, if you think about the move, it's quite obvious. But the trick is to actually be able to see it. And this is just really cute. And more or less just ends the game immediately. Like knight e5 is just a dead lost position for Black already.
Wow, that is crazy. And the key detail is that now the White bishop defends e4, right? So
you
win back the piece. Yeah. Hit the bishop, hit the pawn. Just be a pawn up.
You will be a pawn up with a better position. So at this level, even in this time control, there's usually no way back from that.
Oof. But he missed it, Yu Yang-yi, and he took on e4, allowing bishop takes e4, the tactic you mentioned. Queens came off, and if we catch up with the current position, quick eval here, Magnus. White's a pawn up, but Black's bishop's super strong.
Yeah, this is a classic case of just dynamic, not even dynamic, just general equality. You probably feel like White has slightly more chances to eventually play for a win with the extra pawn, but essentially it's nothing. Black sets up with f6 and just bosses the light squares, and you can even sometimes trade the rooks.
Yeah, great spot, Magnus, there, which is also great news for Felix, Ivanka.
Yeah, it's great news for Felix fans. And also, I just got to say, it looks like it's going to be an absolutely shocker of a round. You know, if Yu Yang-yi is going to be facing elimination, Pragg with a very, very difficult position, piece down, and it's looking like he's been driven backwards. Could we be also seeing other upsets?
Yeah, it looks likely, right, Magnus?
Yeah, it does. So Pragg has actually managed to sort of break through a bit. We had a bishop f8 siding there. So I guess queen g6, it was not at all necessary, but it's still good. A little bit of a surprising choice to allow what seems like a bit of counterplay, since at least now you gain the control of some squares as White, but essentially it's nothing. But I will say though that I was shocked to see Korbakarov's rating going into this tournament. Like he's 25-30 or something. Like he's a much better player than that.
Mm-hmm. Fully agree. He's showing that today. And just to quickly take us away from ongoing games, let's just show a game that has just finished in dramatic fashion. It is Raunak Sadwani, who is out now of the tournament, resigning after just 17 moves with white. The last move of the sequence, it was a very quick game, of course, was queen takes pawn, and now just knight takes bishop. And I mean, this is just resigns because of a very quick checkmate next move. The rook coming in. Magnus, it started as a reti. I'm going to have to replay this later because it looks like it went very wrong for white very quickly.
Yeah. Not having seen the game at all, the final position is quite comical because it's you're wondering how did you get there? Like there's just no coordination in white's camp whatsoever. But
yeah.
Oh, d4.
Caveman chess.
I love this. Like pure caveman chess, and it's just automatic. Yeah, this is a bit of a shocker, unfortunately. Very nice attack from Hovhannissian, though. Generally a very solid player, but all of these players, if they're, if you, as Steinitz, I guess, said one back in the day, like if you put your finger in my mouth, I will bite. So all of these, all of these players, they know how to attack if they have to, even if it's not necessarily their style. So yeah, nice way to go through.
Mm-hmm.
Nice game there from Hovhannissian. And okay, so Raunak Sadwani is out. And can we just check in on Hans Niemann, who's in a must-win situation against Lorenzo Lodici? It's there on the bottom left. Is Hans going to be able to take this one to tie breaks again? He's in a must-win situation.
I would go with I think very, very slight yes to that question. Since I guess the position is objectively fine for black, but kind of the most tangible you have in this position is the white pawn on b6, right? So you do get the feeling that at some point, sooner or later, that's going to be a big issue for black. I think objectively, black is completely fine, but yeah, I have the feeling that it's more likely to go wrong for black than for white here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, he drops his bishop back. And now it's a question of whether white can just rush in with rook c7 before the door closes. Like bishop d6, it feels like one more move. Then black brings the king. Should be pretty safe. So can white go in now with his rooks?
Yeah, there's
right.
Rook c7, bishop d6, and then rook a7 maybe.
Oof.
One thing that I was thinking of, I was just thinking that the white king could be in trouble in certain situations, with e4, f5, f in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can, but specifically after e4, I guess you can go g4.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I actually didn't like bishop f8. I wanted to do f5. And David knows me. He knows I like to push pawns, and so that's what I was thinking, that maybe that was a nice way to go. But maybe you don't have time now.
Yeah,
it's that sharp of an endgame.
I quite liked your f5, maybe even before playing king to g8, just because then the white bishop after f4 might be forced to block the c file, then white can't enter on the c file, and it kind of just stops the white rooks. But Hans is thinking now. Magnus, I liked your idea, rook c7 followed by rook a7. Apparently still equal on the bar. but that could be a bit scary for black.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's what you have to go for, as you said. Given a few moves, then black has. I mean, there's always potential with the pawn on b6, but then black has more control. So bishop c5 is logical as well. But no, I guess you probably go king f7, and then then rook a7, you go bishop d6 probably, then king e6, and so on. It should be reasonably safe for the moment for black. And the good thing for Lodici is that he is managing his time really well, making sure at least that does not become an obvious factor in his disfavor.
Yeah, so we'll see if Hans can whip up any magic here in the endgame. Long way ahead. We have to go back to Pragg, though, who's in deep trouble now. And looks like it might be his final few moves of the tournament. He's pushed his pawn to c3, attacking the black knight, but it's just a piece up for black.
Yeah, it's a big moment, though. Knight c6, rook e6. Yeah, doesn't seem to work, but there's something to think about at least.
Yeah. Which way would you go with the knight? What's the kind of path of least resistance?
I'd honestly be looking at knight f5 here, just to find a little bit more of a tactical solution, and because knight c6, you kind of, I don't know, you're kind of losing the initiative a little bit. You're allowing some queen of. It doesn't really seem to work, but I wouldn't feel great about it.
Yeah.
I mean, for instance, rook e6 and then d4 versus queen c4 as well.
That's tricky. That's very tricky. That's something Pragg might play, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Threatening this. Some knight forks in the air. Wow, that's... Yeah, I would blunder here for sure, Magnus.
Could you be sly about it and go d4 first and use that idea?
Oh, and I guess then bishop d5.
Okay.
Or maybe not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pragg needs...
wins.
Yeah. He needs to land something. He's got 2 minutes. He needs to somehow trick his opponent, who has way more time. And yeah, d4 is a bit sneaky, but like rook takes c6 telegraphs everything. It's so direct. It's so concrete. I don't think he'll be successful with that attempt. Like, it's just one check when the king goes back.
By the way, can we just look very quickly at the game Niemann Lodici? So I would say rook d7 on the last move. That was a bit of a nervy move, and rook d1 is a very logical reply. And now I was thinking, and the engine confirms that it's the easiest way. That the kind of the simplest way for black here is just to go rook to d8, rook d7 to d8.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say that looks wrong, but there we go.
And this is a kind of move that's very easy to miss. It's a bit of a hidden move since you move the rook again, and it's not, and you like automatically want to double rooks. But once you see it, it just becomes clear that black is now holding everything, and he should be fine still.
He went rook f7.
Rook f7 is awful. Which, this is kind of normal, though, that the better player in these situations, they usually get some chances. And h5 probably weakens his structure more than anything else. So he's definitely lost the plot, and this is what I was talking about earlier, kinds of situations where the pawn on b6 really is the most tangible factor that you have in the position, and that's not going away, and white can more or less go about this fairly slowly, since now he has a positional advantage.
And we'll check back in on this game a bit later. If we just go out to the bird's eye view, I'll mention that Shakurov Mamedyarov is totally winning. He's about to move through very convincingly. He's 3 pawns to the good. On the bottom row, maybe just to check in there, Faustino Oro against Vidit, Magnus. It looks like Vidit with some positional pressure. I'm just curious how much you think that is, and whether it's realistic that he might be able to kind of create something later.
Not really. I mean, maybe later, but not at the moment. I feel like white is completely fine. White has a nice center and an active king, and I feel like that should probably counteract, compensate for the very slight pawn weaknesses in this cap. So I don't feel like white is worse at all, and I probably would feel in this position, I would feel, I mean, I would be playing for a win here as white. Not necessarily with any justification, but I would not feel that I'm worse here.
Okay, so still some twists and turns ahead. Faustino's down at 1 minute. Yeah, well, let's keep jumping around just to update everyone before the time scrambles. And it looks like Yu Yang Yi is 2 pawns up. That is the on the bottom row, the second board from the left. He's now 2 pawns to the good against Felix Bloberger, so probably striking back. And elsewhere, Nihal Serene looks like he's doing quite well. Piece up on his board.
Nihal surviving, I think, because it looked at one point like he might be in some trouble, but yeah, he is surviving. Also, things are looking really good for the American Grandmaster Sam Sevian, who has a big advantage against Singaporean Grandmaster Ting Jin Yao. And where should we go next? Maybe can we look at maybe Abdusatorov against Makhniev? Then the top middle, because Nodirbek, you feel like he's been getting those good positions, but he just hasn't managed to find an effective way just to put his opponent away.
Yeah, Makhniev has done a really good job here fighting back. He's been positionally worse pretty much the whole game, but he's managed to blockade the white pawns in a different way. And there was one moment where Abdusatorov 100% should have gone for g4, trying to get his kingside pawns going. But now, yeah, there was a bishop e4 sighting there, which was quite surprising. But still, he's managed to simplify the game a bit, so that at least he has drawing chances, even though I don't know why he just gave up a pawn.
Maybe he miscalculated. He thought he could take everything on e5, but white at the very end of the variation is not getting checkmated on the back rank, since the white bishop can swoop back to g1. Oh, wait, he has blundered it. Has he?
No.
Something. Bishop on a7 is hanging.
I guess queen c4 wins.
Oof.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, wait, that's mate, though. Wait, queen takes h2 is mate.
Oh.
We should
Or you can go queen h4, the other way.
No. Wait a sec. You take everything, and then bishop c5. Isn't that at least that doesn't blunder mate in one, so it's a better suggestion.
Oh, wow. Let's just show this on the board. Queen takes queen. Let's say black takes everything off. It looks dead drawn. The white bishop is hit, but bishop c5 is the sting in the tail. And he finds it. This is the live position.
He doesn't miss this stuff.
Oh.
And now this is This is over, and he's gonna go through.
Wow, that is so cruel on Dennis here. There's no way to defend your bishop. Like, you can't move it. Checkmate on E8.
Always give your king an escape square, kids.
White didn't do that, but white wins. Yeah, it's such small margins. Okay, 5 G4.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, we all missed mate in 1 in the
Seconds,
feature
yeah.
chat.
Oh,
Yeah, we all did.
By the
miss
way,
mate in one.
can we have a look at? Again, I'm looking at this without an engine, but the last couple of moves in Faustino against Vidit were quite surprising.
Mm-hmm. Jump back there.
Yeah, engine says the same. This was a big chance for Faustino.
Wow. Take and run, yeah? Take and go in.
Yeah, just take King D4. I am shocked that he has not done this. This is something you do without thinking.
Yeah.
And this is why you have the active king, right?
This is the dream.
So if there was already a black rook on the D file, you obviously don't want to do this. But now, yeah, the king runs. White is probably the one who's going to get a pass pawn on the queen side now, and this is incredibly dangerous. Imagine if that white a pawn starts running, even if you lose the whole king side as white, then that pawn with support of an active king, a rook that probably hasn't moved once in its life yet, but is perfectly positioned, and a bishop, then yeah, so this was a huge miss by Faustino, and yeah, a pretty significant positional mistake there, which you would expect occasionally from somebody at 12 years old, even if he's very, very good. And now Vidit does have the kind of initiative that you were talking about earlier on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is what I did fear from afar, but yeah, he got his chances, Faustino. Now a bit of suffering ahead. It looks like Vidit is getting the job done, potentially.
Honestly, though, f6 is an absolute shocker of a move from Vidit. Like, that is absolutely wild. That a player of that level would make such a positional mistake.
Guys, can I direct us back? Because it looks like Vidit's in control, but there's also, I'm just judging from the evaluation bar, Pragg, judging from the evaluation bar, may not be losing his game against Koi Bakorov.
Oh, wow. That is a wild turn of events. Knight f7 looks so natural, but he has missed a couple of key ideas here. For instance, King h8 after Queen g3 looks like it's completely winning, but then Knight e7, and actually Black is losing because you cannot prevent mate on both g8 and e5. So yeah, you have to go to f8, and then it's a repetition. Pragg absolutely gets out of jail here, and the shocking part is that Kobakarov did everything correct, and then he failed not even at the last hurdle, but at the moment where there didn't seem to be a hurdle anymore.
Oh, and shaking his head there, Kobakarov down to seconds. He just has to agree a draw. No way to escape the pendulum of the white queen, hitting b8, g3. That is heartbreaking. He could have played on just a piece up, similar to the Wesley So situation yesterday, piece for pawns and handshake. Pragg gets out of jail and lives to fight another round. Potentially, he goes on to the next set of tiebreaks.
Yeah, and how do you recover from that one if you're Timur Koibakorov, right? You're so close to moving on to round 3, knocking out Pragg, and then now it's even and you're back to square one.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
This is tough. Yeah, very tough. You're asking how, and the most likely scenario is, unfortunately, that you don't.
Yeah. And someone else who's on the verge of elimination is Hans Niemann. He has to win if he wants to just level the match and take it to tie breaks. And there we're seeing the bottom left that is a rook and pawn endgame. And doesn't
not
seem
over
to be
yet.
any problems. Not over yet. Okay.
White has nothing to lose, so he'll make a mad dash towards the queen side, support the pawn, and hope for the best.
Okay, this is a pure race now. Black, in the meantime, will try and go after some other pawns. This game is going to go on for a while, as Magnus says. So let's go to Faustino Oro against Vidit, where things have turned drastically against the youngster, and it's all about the A pawn, the bishop dominating the board, the rook super active, white's knight and rook both passive. Faustino can barely move anything. He pushes a pawn. Each 3 is dropping at the very minimum.
It's a shame though, because this is the sole weak moment that Faustino's had in the whole match so far. But yeah, sometimes that's enough, and Vidit in the last 10 moves or so has been able to show the difference in level that there still is. Maybe not for long.
Yeah, definitely not for long. He gives a check.
Oh, by the way, Stamatis is back in the game.
Oof. Okay, we'll jump there in a second.
This is going to be the killer blow, right? Rook b1.
Poor Faustino. He'll be back. He'll be stronger. He's just 12 still, and bishop to b3, removing the knight will spell the end. Head in hands, 10 seconds. One more move. Bishop to b3.
He's going to take his time.
Okay. Looks over. White is totally immobilized here. Yeah, pieces stuck.
Yeah. The Black King is going to walk and take the pawns. Resignation! And with that, Vidit moves on to round 3. And we say goodbye to our youngest competitor of the tournament, International Master Faustino Oro. But what a champ. What a fight it has been from the 12-year-old. And in the end, just 1 weak move. And that was enough for Vidit to take the point and take the match. So let's go to our bird's eye view and check out what's happening, because Magnus, you mentioned that Stamatis is back in it. It looked like he was just simply a piece down, but wow, not easy.
No, not easy at all. I mean, realistically, the only chance you have here is to somehow win rook and knight against rook, which is even easier, or much easier to defend than rook and bishop against rook. So I will say though that now Lodici has done apparently everything kind of correctly. He's activated his king. He's moved his pawns, and now this is a dead draw.
Yeah, let's try and get Hans up on the camera to see how he's reacting. It looks like he had some chances, but wasn't able to make the most of them. Lodici, there we go, looks super locked in. And are there any traps here? Do you have to be accurate
at all? Yes, there actually is. Actually is a trap. King f2. That still draws.
Yeah, that's the most natural move, I would say. Just to get out the most
natural move, but then you go rook a5.
Oh gosh, yeah, and there's going to be a check, and then
there's going to be So he goes back king f4, which is perfectly sufficient.
Yeah, probably.
Then I think he has lost. He does lose a tempo, but it seems to me that he is in time still. But it's going to be by one tempo, I think.
Yeah.
So rook a8 now, rook b7, king b7, e2, rook e8, and then king g3 would have been the only way to draw. Actually giving up the e2 pawn.
We'll probably see that unfold. Like
Because in the other line, you would have had the same trick. Like, I think you can, if the king goes to f3, then you can go rook to e5, and then king f2 runs into rook f5 check, and you get the same problem with that pawn on g5 hanging, which is a bit of a cruel trap.
Moment of truth. And just
king g3 immediately also draws, by the way.
King g3 looks natural as well.
Just very quickly. He's not convinced. But if he manages to calm down, he kind of has to find it. Since you do realize that this very same trick. So the only reason why you would go king f4 earlier is that you have seen the trick with rook a5. So so he clearly sees it here as well, and that means that he has to find king g3 in order to hold the game. But he doesn't look convinced at the moment.
Yeah, e2 is the move you calculate first. Rook e8, king f3. Oh, it's so tempting. I could see this happening.
Oh, by the way, also king g3, rook g8. You have to go king h4.
Yeah, I was going to say not easy. In moment of truth, would he play king g3? Only drawing move. Only move now.
He goes
He
for
does.
Yeah, that's what I said. Once you realize that king f3, king f3, rook e5 loses, then you have no choice. So even if you're not 100% convinced that it draws, you have to go for it. And indeed, it is a draw.
Yeah, so close for Hans Niemann, but his king's just too
Very
far
close
away.
there. He made a great try there towards the end. Like, he managed to get something out of almost nothing. But now this. The only move that loses here is king to h4. Every other legal move is a draw. Since if you go king g4, you can go king f4 next and start shouldering away the white king, as it's called. But king h2 is the obvious move, and that is a pretty standard draw.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, it was a draw. It was a draw between Stamatis, Kukulis, and Nihasarin, which means that draw knocks out Sarin from the competition, and it is Kukulis who advances to round 3. King g2.
Wow. 2700s are dropping like flies. King g2 played. Nihasarin out. Hans Niemann maybe making his last few moves. This is shouldering that you mentioned, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, king g2 was a bit of a nonsensical move, since the idea of shouldering, like after rook e4, yes, you do it, but after, let's say king c6, actually king f2 draws, but king g4, king c6, king d5, g4, king d5. That worked.
Hans making
made a move with 1
second. Seconds. Yeah. See the reaction.
Now what you do as black is that you go king f2, king e4, g2, rook a2, and you go king g3 check. You don't want to be in this situation where you play rook against knight, and that's gonna be it.
Yeah, he'll find that. It's a process of elimination.
100%.
Yeah. Hans, if his king was able to get to f4, he would have been able to force the rook versus knight. But, not
And
now.
even that's a draw. I've
that's
had
a
it
draw.
myself when I had the rook. Yeah, like somehow rook knight has to be in the corner. King g3 and oh, the
G3 is
emotions.
Yeah.
And yeah, not much to do. It's going to be king versus king to end this bout.
Yeah.
And handshake, Hans Niemann is eliminated from round 2. Congratulations to Lorenzo Lodici. But we still have some games in action here in the second tiebreak.
We're probably going to end up with Aryan against Buddy Pranav in the last game. What's funny is that we have Deak against Suleimanli with the rook, and I think just because it's kind of fun and you never ever get this, you kind of want to try and win it as black, but being in this situation when you only need a draw is not bad. So then the only semi-interesting game we have left at all is Aryan against Pranav. Aryan desperately needs to win, but it looks unlikely.
Oh, that's going to be a long grind ahead. Looks like Niels Grandelius also triumphing against Bakro.
Niels Grandelius gets the win at the end.
Grinding it out, Niels there. And this is the game you were talking about, Magnus. How do you estimate the winning chances? 4 versus 3, queen endgame. No pass pawns, though.
Tough. It's really tough. F4, I guess, is the only idea here, but then queen d3, and you're essentially in Zugzwang. So, yeah, I don't really see it. Aryan has gone for f4, but there's just not a lot here. Queen d3. Even queen h1 check and then queen e4 keeps control, but queen d3 kind of forces it a bit. White is completely stuck, and
yeah,
You can't do something funny like f5 and try to play with a pass pawn on d4. I mean, you have to break black spine somehow.
Not really, though, because if f5, e5, g5, queen f5, then you're running into queen checks immediately. So queen g2, for instance, queen g5 is just a draw on the spot.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think we're seeing the last few moments in the World Cup for Aryan. Queen g1, but now it's not a way to win. Queen f3. Queen e4.
Magnus, how do you always get your queens to the center of the board? How do you always get your queens to dominate in these endgames? I see it happen like time and time again. I just don't understand how you do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even want to give away all my secrets either. But what I want to do is get some lunch. So I assume this game is pretty much over. It's been a lot of fun, and I will follow the games very intently as a spectator from here on.
Yeah, thank you, Magnus, for joining and sharing all your words of wisdom.
Thank you very much, Magnus. No, it was brilliant to hear his insights, especially those like small nuggets of information, such as about the dark square bishops and light square bishops being for defensive or positional players, and there's like small things about people, just sentences, throwaway lines that tell you actually a lot of information. And here for Pranav, he's just gone h5. You're not going to trade off queens, so what you're going to be looking at instead is another long queen and pawn endgame where black is he's taking he's worked out the king can come to e4 and that's it is going to be goodbye to Arian Tari. And
Yeah.
with that, so ends Norway hopes.
Yeah, Johann Sebastian Christensen losing yesterday, or getting eliminated yesterday. Ariane, the last hope standing for Norway. Yeah, nice to see Magnus supporting his countrymen, but unfortunately it will not pay off here. Home advantage will count. White couldn't really have gone forward for the black pawns, since the black king was nearer the white pawns. That would have actually allowed black to potentially win. So Ariane now has to just agree to the draw. He gives up a pawn, or at least tries. And we'll see the handshake any moment. I'm expecting the black king to go back. Ariane will go down a pawn, but in a theoretically drawn endgame. And what a round it's been, Jovanka. Like, we've seen some favorites fall, some 2700s leave the competition. But yeah, some, like Pragg, clinging on by their fingernails.
I know, I was going to say, Pragg was really dancing there, you know, really teetering on the brink, and he managed to save it. And well, now it's going to be on Kubakorov as to whether he can actually just get into the right frame of mind to play the next set of tie breaks. And on our cameras, Arian Tari slumped there as he realizes his World Cup dreams are over. And boy, what a run it would have been, right? Because he would have gone into round 3 if he'd gotten past Pranav, and he would have faced Stremovicius. But we say goodbye to Arian Tari, worthy competitor, and it is Pranav who actually continues and advances into round 3. And we have a list of results, and I'm trying to figure out quickly, like, who's in the competition, who's left, who will advance. And I'm not seeing absolutely everything, so I'm gonna bring on John, and John can take us through the critical moments.
That is terrifying. We're going to bring on John because he can see absolutely everything. Literally minutes after Magnus was on the broadcast, I'm actually feeling like the middle of my spine crack under the pressure that has just been applied to it. But no, Jovi, I completely agree with you that it's been a fantastic second round of tie breaks here. Look, ultimately, we had 27 boards contesting the tie breaks at the start of today. Going into the second round of tie breaks, we have 10. We asked for blood and we got it. Some top seeds out, ridiculous number of decisive results. David, this has just been so unbelievably exciting. What a fantastic way to start the day off.
Exactly. It's been a lot of fun. Magnus being here was a bonus, but the games, that's been the real highlight. And I must say, I'm just so glad I'm not playing. I've been there, getting knocked out in the second round in tie breaks. That's I've been there, I've done that. It's time to watch the games, enjoy the games, and it's so much more fun being on this side of things.
Exactly. It's like England and penalties, right? You just want to sit back on the sofa and enjoy it instead of having to be there. Jovi, so much action to talk through, but maybe if I can get your highlights across both rounds as a whole, what you thought of this first set of tie breaks.
Yeah, well, two immediate responses that I have is just simply that we see Hans Niemann and Nihal Sarin, two potential heavyweights. They've left the competition, and that for me was a surprise. I was expecting them to get a lot further down the line, and Pragnanda and his miraculous escape. Wow. I mean, that was absolutely sensational. But, well, we can't look back. We have to look forward. And now we have a set of 10 plus 10-second tie breaks ahead of us.
I think that's a great way to put it. I cannot believe, but obviously it's reality, Pragg and him finding the resource to make it through. And now he gets a second chance. You don't really want to be giving players like Pragg a second chance. I feel like he's going to be grasping the opportunity with both hands. Huge thank you as well to Magnus Carlsen for joining us on the broadcast. It was an absolute pleasure to have a chat with him and hear his thoughts on the games. But for now, before the next round of tie breaks begin, we're going to go to a brief break and have ourselves a little bit of a breath of fresh air. Just before we do that, though, don't forget, We are entering holiday season. It's past bonfire night, so I no longer feel morally obliged to remind people of that. It's okay. We are in the holiday season, and ChessUp's annual sale starts now. And you can save $100, which is their biggest discount of the season, with the promo code CHESS. And that would work for you all the way up until the 1st of December. And this is a physical and electronic board, which syncs directly to your chess.com rated games that you can then save and analyze. So it's got built-in Wi-Fi, a touch screen, and it's even got touch-sensitive pieces. So it doesn't matter what your chess level is, it would work for you. Use !ChessUp in the chat to unlock $100 off until the 1st of December, remember, which is going to be their lowest price of the holiday season. For now, though, quick break as we head back into the playing hall after a very, very tense first couple of games in today's tie breaks. We have 10 more boards going to 10 plus 10 in just a little bit.
You're a grandmaster and I'm a retired IM. So I'm gonna actually use this board to have the advantage. If I'm touching a piece, it's gonna show me whether it's a good move, a bad move, or a decent move.
Okay.
What if I touch this? Oh, taking is not a good idea. So what's a good idea?
It's ridiculous.
That's it.
It's ridiculous.
I know it.
A lot of people fall for that.
I know you want to flag me, but I'm just like, I'm gonna go sometimes with my intuition, sometimes with the magic of this board.
I think we need to try to bring the pieces back.
No way, Aman! Take that!
There's just no way this works.
I calculated it till the end.
I mean, I have to, out of respect for the move.
I got it. It's not a good move to take it. Is it Queen H6? It's Queen H6 first. Of course I knew it.
What? I don't know how I stop this. I got nothing here. I can't even move. Anna.
Thank you, Mom.
Good game.
What do you mean, good game?
Good game.
It's the best game of my life.
You are actually now 1-0 against me lifetime.
Yes. Does that make me a grandmaster?
Can you recommend us a series or a movie that you love?
Yeah, Peaky Blinders series.
I like Mission Impossible.
One of my favorite movies, probably Inception. Probably everybody has already watched it, but if you haven't, you definitely have to.
Everyone should see Lord of the Rings at least once.
I had quite a fun watching Better Call Saul.
Yeah, I guess RRR for people, I think a lot of people are enjoying.
Your favorite song these days?
Jay-Z or something is good.
Before the game, I often listen to AC/DC, like Thunderstruck.
Some Turkish, I don't know, some Turkish one.
So they're an Irish band. Yeah, again, nothing is coming to my mind. Yeah.
Bollywood, Hindi music. Otherwise, I like music from chess-based India reels.
If you could instantly learn any language, which one would it be?
The most useful would be, like perfect English, of course, but actually maybe Chinese would be cool. No?
I'm torn between Georgian, Nepali as well, but Nepali, it will just make me feel better that I speak my father's language, so yeah, Nepali probably.
Arabic.
Spanish is the right answer.
Spanish.
I say Sanskrit.
If you don't like this game from Tata Steel 2024, then you simply don't like chess. It begins with the English opening, where black goes for e4 followed by c6. And here, Abdusattorov is already going for a gambit on move 4. He's opening prep, watching action movies for inspiration. The idea is that after knight takes e4, black gets a lot of counterplay. The knight on g3, let's just say, is like a tourist in a bad neighborhood. Instead, the game continued with queen a4, and after a couple of moves, white is trying to place a bishop on d6, making life miserable for black. Abdusattorov, who fears nothing, decides to sacrifice the exchange, because those perky dark squares on white side are like an all-you-can-eat buffet for black's pieces. Parham does not grab the exchange and then plays knight f2. Rook e8, and Max Outlaw, who's not afraid of chaos, plays h4. Black breaks with b6, and after this couple of moves, white misses a chance to gain an advantage with queen to a3. After this sequence, guess what? The queen is trapped. Stockfish advice, resign and grab some popcorn. In the game, queen c2 was played, and after queen a2, bishop c5, black sacrifices a piece, but white's b2 pawn is suffering a heart attack. After knight d5, black's threatening the devastating bishop to c3. But wait, rook a3 is coming. And after rook e3, this is like a bomb dropped on the board. If white captures everything, then the a6 bishop will finish the job. In the game, knight fe4 was played, and white's position collapses faster than a house of cards. h5 was a subtle move using the pin, and after few moves, white decides to resign.
Aman, you're a grandmaster and I'm a retired IM. So I'm gonna actually use this board to have the advantage. If I'm touching a piece, it's gonna show me whether it's a good move.
Welcome back, everybody, to the FIDE World Cup. We just saw an exhilarating couple of games where at the 15+10 time control, 17 boards were knocked out or advanced to the next round. We are now going down to 10+10, where only 10 boards are remaining. But before we hop into those games, we managed to just about squeeze in a quick word with Vidit after his absolutely amazing couple of games. Let's hear what he had to say.
So I prefer this, and now, I mean, now that the tournament has reached a certain stage, I don't feel the media pressure or the other pressure of being in India, so that's fine.
Thank you so much. And a few words for your opponent.
Yeah.
Few words for your opponent. Like, what do you think? He's just so young, and what do you think about his future? Like, will he be?
He's extremely talented, and I can't believe he's just 12 years old. Because the play he shows, he has a lot of maturity in his game, and no wonder he's prodigy and probably the biggest talent to come from that continent. So I think there's a very bright future for him.
Thank you very much.
And scenes as he left the playing hall as well. I have to say, the security team are looking solid. What a great looking bunch of chaps there. Stopping to take photos, grabbing autographs here, there and everywhere. Absolutely mobbed as they leave the playing hall. The atmosphere there is fantastic. And there are so many chess fans in and around the venue hoping to catch a glimpse of their favorite players. But now we have the pieces set up and ready to go. The time has been reduced once more. We still have the 10-second increment, but instead of 15 minutes to start us off, it is now 10. So Jovi, the stakes are even higher now as we get started on game 3 of our tiebreaks.
And we have also storylines in the background. We have emotions, we have pressure. Every single thing, everything is riding on these games, and there on our cameras we saw Nikita Vichikov representing England, Yu Yang Yi with the black pieces against Felix Blauberger, and another Englishman, Michael Adams, legend of the game. He's got the black pieces against Ivan Cheparinov, someone who's incredibly well prepared. I think Mickey has been on solid form. Quite a few draws. I think there's been no decisive game so far in this particular match, just 4 draws.
Yeah, Ivan Cheparinov, in recent times, the Grand Swiss being one example, he's proved rock solid, making a lot of draws. He likes to kind of minimize risk as much as possible. And Mickey, especially with black, I think happy to keep things solid as well. So they've been just neutralizing each other, cancelling each other out. We'll check in on how they're getting on a bit later. At some point, someone has to take a risk and try to win. And we see Ivic and Martinez as well after 2 really long tiebreak games so far today. Some of the last to finish in both of those encounters. Whose stamina will last? Daniel Dubov, another very solid player these days, against Zhai Binqi. And yeah, I mean, it's just so many strong grandmasters still in action, still hard to make predictions despite the rating disparities. Just judging on what we've seen, Ivanka, all bets off.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy whatsoever. And as our players get ready, they're waiting for that announcement. The nerves are going to be there for Timur Kubakorov. Well, he's going to be upset because he squandered a near winning position and allowed a miraculous perpetual check from Pragg. He has to throw away those ghosts, and he has to now just get to this game thinking with the black pieces how he's going to approach Pragg. I suspect Pragg was going to try something else, David. E4 wasn't necessarily a success, didn't have too much time to prepare in between the rounds. I think it's now time to implement plan B. What do you think? Should Pragg shake it up, or will he be doing exactly the same?
Yeah, I think no matter the opening, Pragg shouldn't really go into these tactical battles. There's no need to. His opponent's strengths, as Magnus pointed out, are tactics. Pragg is such a good positional player. Pragg went he threw his whole house, he threw the whole kitchen sink, everything at his opponent, but yeah, it's unnecessary. I think just a quieter game where Pragg can use his experience, his understanding, probably is more advisable. As you said, Kubakorov very well prepared in that Berlin, so I would be surprised to see it again. But even if he does repeat, maybe not sacrificing a piece, maybe not committing and gambling that early on. As we wait for the games to start, these are always the most nervy few moments of the day, just before the clocks begin.
Yeah, we saw when the day started that Vidit was actually meditating. He was using those moments just to calm down. This is something that Gukesh does. I've seen a lot of the Indian young talent do this as well. They just visualize what is going to happen. They plan out how they're going to be playing the game, and they try to anticipate what their opponents are going to do. And as we await the start of this set of tie breaks, well, let's remind ourselves who is playing. So we started off with 27. We're now down to 10. And big names: Pragg, Dubov, Shant Sargsyan, Rasmus Svana, and a lot of players that we've all heard of.
Yeah, and yeah, very tight on paper. Lots of players who are actually similarly rated. Not too much between them right now. I think Yu Yang Yi, just the way he won the previous game, probably a favorite against Felix Bloberger now, winning on demand in a very, very level-looking endgame. And yeah, Pragg probably a favorite too. I want to see more from Daniel Dubov. I've got to say, he's been playing very kind of risk-averse chess, very timid stuff, just pretty much trying to force a draw from the openings, which is which is a surprise to me for such a talented player. It feels like he's playing within himself. Maybe he's just waiting for those Blitz games, those Armageddon games, before unleashing the full force of Dubov. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see whether he can find that energy.
Well, his opponent, Jinshi Bai, it's a interesting one. I mean, he's very well known, but I've heard of him because he was the other player in the game where Ding Liren played this fantastic Immortal, you know, where he sacrificed a queen and it was absolutely stunning attack. His opponent was Jinshi Bai, but otherwise, he's a little bit of an unknown.
Yeah, I've played him myself. Very, very principled player. I think maybe less kind of dynamic than some of the other top Chinese grandmasters. More positionally focused, more strategic, very well-honed opening repertoire. So I can understand why Dubov's had trouble kind of breaking him down, landing opening surprises. But yeah, he is facing one of the most talented kind of speed players in the world. Dubov, of course, a former world rapid champion. So if Dubov's able to bring his top form, it's going to be hard. But we'll see. We'll check in on these games a bit later. Looks like there are some delays. Nice to see two English players. Jovanka still trying to make their way further in the competition, trying to make it to round 3. What do you make of Nikita Vitugov and Michael Adams and their chances?
It's great. Mickey, I think one of the older players in the competition, so it's great to see that he's still there. He seems to just keep on playing fantastic chess, and that's actually something wonderful to see, because how old is Mickey? Mickey's 53 years of...
Yeah, he's turning 54. I think he's turning 54 during this tournament if he can make it far enough. His birthday is in 11 days. Born in 71.
Oh. Yeah. But it's great to see that he maintains his level. You know, he's like a, you know, steady chess player. Hasn't dropped a whole load of rating, just keeps maintaining his elite status. And Mickey is, of course, like a legend of English chess. You know, we all grew up watching his games, admiring how he plays chess. We all cheered for him when he came so close to becoming world champion, but that was not to be. But maybe he'll have another run at it if he manages to get past Ivan Cheparinov.
Yeah, exactly. He's a great knockout player, Mickey, because he is so solid. And yeah, in 2004 in the FIDE World Championship, losing to Kazimjanov just in the final. He used to be called Tricky Mickey. These days, I don't think that title does him justice. 9-time British champion. He's like a fine wine, right? Just gets better with age. And I wonder the dynamics here. Mickey's got such a set opening repertoire. Maybe that's the one thing that hinders him in this modern age. It's so fixed. He rarely diverts from the openings he knows and trusts. Maybe makes him a bit more predictable. But also that deep understanding has helped him on so many occasions.
Yeah, and he's playing against someone, Ivan Cheparinov, who has been the second of many a top player. He was the second of Alireza Firouzja in Norway Chess in 2024, and also worked with a lot of top players as well. So Ivan Cheparinov, well known for his knowledge, and he was also a long-time second of Topalov.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're very, very close friends. He was the driving force of Topalov's team for a few years, I believe, his countryman. And Cheparinov, if he gets on the front foot, he's a hard one to stop. But we'll see how that game goes. Pragg, meanwhile, pacing back and forth. That must be intimidating for Kuibakorov. Taking his seat. Is that the signal? Are we going to get underway any moment? Handshake, and we're off, Jovanka. It's the 10-minute games now.
Yes, and this time, let's go. And just like that, the players are off their marks, and we're seeing a whole load of moves appear on our screens. Maybe we check in on the top left, Pragg Kuibakorov, because that one hasn't been a Lopez. It's been an Italian game from Pragg.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is nowadays the most debated opening in world chess. It's kind of it's taken over, at least at the top levels. It's taken over the Sicilian defense. It's taken over the Queen's Gambit. It's like it's the basis for which everyone forms their opening repertoire with white, seemingly, and with black. If you play e5, if you want to be super solid, then unfortunately you have to go into these waters. The Italian game, especially the slower Italians nowadays with d3. And lots of maneuvering ahead. So many different ways to kind of try and bamboozle your opponent with move orders. White often fights for the center. Black often allows that to happen, but gets ready to do stuff either on the king side. You can play h6 just to stop the white bishop coming out. Or you allow that pin and things get extra complicated. More positional approach from Pragg, just bringing out his knight here.
And bishop to g5 is, I think, one of the wildest lines there is in this particular variation. So I can see why that was promptly removed as an option. And we're seeing castles. Okay, now this is like super flexible position. You know, white has the pick of moves, and we're seeing h3. But I was going to say, you know, white can go a4. I've seen knight c4. I've seen like h3, rook e1, knight f1. I've seen white try to play for d3, d4 at the right time. Again, it just feels like it's a situation where both sides just choose their plans and then they go for that one.
Yeah, and we'll definitely ignore that question mark. That is way too harsh for what is, I believe, the main line. And bishop c2 will also ignore, because something's gone wrong with the matrix there. White can, of course, maintain equality by taking the bishop. I think that's maybe one of the most likely moves. Bishop a4 as well, I've seen before. Yeah, so, the computer not approving of the Italian, seemingly.
I like that. Bishop e6 question mark. Well, Okay. Well, I guess the engine was preferring that you go rook e8 and you do that kind of approach. But yeah, bishop e6, bishop c2 actually incidentally played. But yeah, it was possible also to just maintain that tension there. And okay, now on these questions, I always wondered when I was playing e4, e5 myself, is about black playing d5. It always felt like it was a comfortable position for black. Black gets that extra space, and white is the one who is trying to resolve things in the center, you know, taking on d5 or you know, and just, yeah, just I always found it very difficult to handle.
Yeah, it's tough. The reason white normally has a small advantage in these positions is because, or at least the reason it's easier to play is because the black knight on c6 is a bit stuck. Like, it can never move forward. The white pawn on c3 does a great job, and it's always, as soon as d5 happens, it's always tied down on c6, where it has to defend e5. It can become a target for the white bishop later. It's always tough. Normally, the black knight wants to maneuver around to g6, where it's much more stable and gets out of the way of its own pawns. Yeah, d5, I'm not a big expert, Jovanka, despite having studied these positions for probably hundreds of hours at this point. I still get confused with move orders, but I think the idea is you don't play it too soon, unless you can definitely you have an answer to this knight e4 move, which is pretty much guaranteed to happen in the next few turns. You also need to be able to protect the e5 pawn, so high responsibility move by Bakharov. He didn't want to wait around. Rook e8 would have been fine. d5 instead, and he's got to have an idea now to guard his pawn from the rook, maybe the white knight as well.
Well, we've seen that that's why bishop to d5 was played by black, just to control the e4 square. But we have seen Kubakorov that he's been incredibly well prepared. I mean, he impressed Magnus, he impressed all of us with his earlier game, where he found this idea of queen to d7 and getting potentially ready to castle the king queen side. So that was a different position altogether, but it does very well seem that he's done the hard work in preparing for this event.
Yeah, and Pragg keeps going for e4, keeps getting neutralized. Can he create something here? Knight to e4 probably just will be met by a capture, and we'll go back to a symmetrical structure. Let's go out to the bird's eye view, because I think I tempted Dubov into playing more Dubov-style chess. He sacrificed a piece on this last move with a really brilliant idea, and I think that's the game we should jump into. Shant Sargsyan, meanwhile, with an advantage. That's on the bottom left, but less dramatic circumstances. Daniil Dubov going back to his own style. Let's jump into that game.
Let's head there, because there you can see it has actually the engine's stamp of approval. The last move being played was bishop to h4, not bothering to move the knight that was under attack. And that was probably what Jinshi was actually banking on, that white would just simply move the knight. But now we've got to see, like, you can't take the knight on f3 because the knight on h5 has got no squares.
Yeah, it's got no squares, and that is a big problem. You could potentially consider giving this knight up, just to try and take this pawn in the center, but this doesn't feel great. The white queen is hit, but she will save herself with a check, hitting the knight now. Or maybe the bishop will actually save itself with a check, and the black king will be forced to lose castling rights, and this is very, very bad news. So very timely. What else, Jovanka?
Yeah, no, I was going to say, no, that knight is untouchable, and you just have to go, oh dear, that didn't quite work to plan. And I suspect that you got to get your queen out of the way so that you can go f5. I'm just worried about this knight on h5, and I think I think there's good reason to be concerned about that piece. It's got no squares.
Yeah, and the reason white's last move was so brilliant is because, like you said, the pin stops f5, but also now the black knight on h5 cannot take on g3, so it's actually a target like queen, let's say the queen moves, queen d6 or something. The white knight will just retreat, hitting the pawn, and after f5, h3 just looks really devastating. And the black knight now really regrets its journey to the edge of the board. I think big mistake, just to point out, by Jinshi here. He should have taken the bishop first before g4 just to eliminate this option, and then it would have been a very normal position. But move orders matter in chess, and brilliant move from Daniel Dubov. That's the Dubov we know.
Yeah. And I'm sure he didn't hesitate either playing that move, bishop to h4. And this looks like it's a situation where there's no way back now for black. Because as you pointed out, your h3 ideas, knight d2, everything is hanging. And I was just trying to radically get in f5, but is there a better way to try to save this? Because I feel like black is already in repair mode.
Yeah, and since we don't have Magnus with us, I'll ask the second best chess entity out there. That is Stockfish. And wow, apparently it says you're right. There's no way back. You just have to bite the bullet. You just have to take this knight and play this knight f4 move and not actually take this pawn, allowing some nasty checks. Just get castled as black and just admit that you're a pawn down. But on the bright side, white does have a weakness in the center. So if black can ever get f5 in, maybe some counterplay. But looks far-fetched to my eyes, Jovanka. Still a big advantage for white.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks great for white. And shall we take a pause from this one and go and check out our bird's eye view? Because there's a lot of action, and I'm just looking at the evaluation bar. Things look relatively stable in the game between Blauberger against Yu Yangyi. We've moved away from e4, e5s that we saw in the classical. Instead, we're seeing d4 being played, and I don't see that there's any problem for Yu Yangyi with a knight appearing there on the e4 square.
Yeah, he's playing the reverse Caro-Kann, Jovanka. He's played the Queen's Gambit declined, which was the exchange variation. Now he's trying to play this move bishop to f4. To try and trade off those dark squared bishops. He's playing Caro-Kann ideas just with colors reversed, which is an interesting concept. And we'll see. Okay, no, instead the bishop's not moving yet. The knight's traded off. Yeah, it feels like Yu Yangyi, like Magnus said, he's so good at these rapid formats. He specializes in beating lower rated opponents. I think now he got a second life. He's going to be the big favorite. This has been a great opening for black. I'm really worried about this white bishop as well, getting trapped potentially.
Yes, I'm also worried for that bishop. But okay, so it's looking nice, very nice for Yu Yangyi. Can we zoom out? Because my attention has been caught elsewhere, David. And you probably can guess where I want to go. I want to go to bottom right. Because if the evaluation bar is not lying to us, it's saying that Mickey, playing with the black pieces against Ivan Cheparinov, the grandmaster from Bulgaria, has a really, really good position.
Wow, something's really gone wrong for Cheparinov in the last few moves. Just quick action replay of the last 4 turns each. Rook t8. This just looked like a normal Spanish. Like white has a slightly better structure. E4 pawn is a target, but at least not isolated. Black d6 pawn isolated. Normally here, the move b3, I think, is the theoretical move just to stop the black knight coming in. Wasn't played. Bishop to f4 instead. Question mark. Probably that's why. The black knight does jump in. b3, knight e5. And I'm not sure why he needed to rush here. Maybe he was scared of the black pawn coming to d5, exploding the position. But knight to f3, Jovanka. This looks crazy. Knight f3, allowing a capture. And the white queen can't retake because the bishop is hanging. So he had to shatter his own pawns, and Mickey's now just going to put a knight in, bring his queen out. Looks fantastic for black.
Yeah. No, maybe he just forgot that this bishop was hanging on c2, and who knows. I mean, these type of high-pressure scenarios, they can make fools of us all, and just trick us into hallucinating anything. So I really like your plan for Mickey, just to go queen to h4, target those weaknesses. And yeah, the rook is also very nicely placed on c8. And it is a dream start if Mickey wins this one with the black pieces, because he's also one of those players, he's so stable and secure that it's very difficult to beat him if you're playing black. His opening repertoire for white is just absolutely impenetrable.
Yeah, I was once sitting around a dinner table at the with the English team, and they were joking that Mickey should get all the whites because he loses once in a decade with white. So maybe that'll happen today. But yeah, Shaporinov doesn't want to get in a situation where he has to win on demand with black. Like even the likes of Magnus, I think, have struggled in the past taking down Mickey when Mickey has white. So key game here. Great start for him. Like you said, we'll come back when more concrete stuff's been happening. But in the meantime, black with a big strategic advantage. Weak white king. As we see bars are getting excited elsewhere. Jovanka,
Yeah.
Pragg's position looks crazy.
I'm getting. Yeah, this is the one I wanted to go to. So let's head there because high stakes. Pragg. I mean, on first impression, I mean, the evaluation bar is telling us that Pragg is in full control, but with a black knight sitting there sniffing around on G3 and with E4 in the air, it does feel like black has a lot of initiative.
Yeah, and let's quickly recap the last few moves because this move was given a question mark. We last left it just 5 moves ago. We saw the rooks centralize. We saw the white queen step forward. The black knight, this is how it came forward, trying to hit the white queen. And now, after queen to f6, the knight moving, knight g3, untouchable due to the pin. The queen stepped back, e4. Now the black queen stepped back, given a question mark. Apparently it should just slide. I'm very surprised it went the whole way home because that's the rook square. That's the one the a8 rook wants to use. But queen d8, d takes e4, and here tactics in the air. Bishop takes e4, and apparently now bishop to f4 only move to give white an advantage. I think that's findable, Jovanka. I think that's one of the most natural moves, maybe.
Mm-hmm. It's a bit of a kind of weird one, right? Because so many captures are possible. Like there's queen takes queen, there's bishop takes e4, and yeah, bishop to f4 makes a lot of sense because it's a developing move and it's also targeting. He doesn't see it. He goes for bishop to e3, and with that, according to the evaluation bar, the advantage slides away. So I can see why when you revealed it that it was very logical, but I can also understand Pragg's like fear of this bishop on c5 bearing down against his king.
Yeah, totally understandable move. I think those two were the most natural. Like bishop e3 is a bit safer. I think maybe just judging by the previous game where Pragg was on the brink of elimination, he wants to play it a bit safer here. It's definitely Kuibakorov who's been doing the running tactically, but bishop f4 was better because after this queen exchange that's about to happen, there would have been a loose pawn on c7, and black didn't have any big tricks. So Pragg now has had to allow the queen exchange. He had to bring his bishop back to save it. A bit of an awkward square, but now after the white knight or rook recaptures, the black knight will save itself, and this looks very level. I'm surprised he went back that way. I've got to say, knight f5 looks way more natural, but yeah, looks symmetrical, and not much going on now, Jovanka, after those fireworks.
I agree, but somehow this feels like a Pragg type of position. I can see like Pragg doing Pragg things, putting his rooks in the center, and then just harassing this bishop on e4, maybe posting up the bishop on a4, you know, just maneuvering a little bit and trying to I say it and it appears knight to d2, and yeah, what next from Pragg? But it is ultimately very level, so let's keep an eye on this game and go back to our evaluation, not evaluation bar. Of course, we're going to check that out with the bird's eye view. Let's head there and see where there's fireworks and where to go. I also see the evaluation bar is completely in white's favor in the game between Sargsyan against Corey, and also Daniel Dubov looks like completely winning in his game against by Jinsey on top right. I'm going to leave it to you, David, to pick.
Yeah, let's jump into one of those first ones you mentioned, Shant Sargsyan against Jorge Corey. And that one is something that Magnus talked about earlier, the opposite side castling. White's king. I remember when I first started chess, I learned about castling. I thought the king castled to b1 and the rook hops over to c1, just because that's what happens on the other flank. But no, white castled and then took a time out to go king b1, back to c1. And I think it's just bad here, Jovanka, like long term for black. Like the king, so bad on f8, the rook on h8, even worse. We see a breakthrough trade, and Sargsyan. By the way, if anyone wants an opening repertoire with white and with black, he is so strong in the opening. And it looks like he's taking advantage here. Corey is super talented. He's won Olympic gold medals individually, but his openings aren't the best. So it looks like he's in a bit of trouble now.
Yep. Yes. Well, this is one of the trademarks, I think, of the Peruvian players. The openings, I think that's their weakest point, but they're very natural players. They're able to just put their pieces in fantastic squares. It's like a kind of, it's like an orchestra of harmony. That's the way I would describe it, you know, and it's very much modeled on the style of their once legendary player, Julio Granda Zuniga. And that's the way that he played. And I think a lot of players, when you have a legend like that in your game, you kind of follow their style. That's what you try to mimic. But yeah, it is looking crushing for white in this position. Shall we move on? We already have a result. It was a draw between Narayanan and Vichigov. That looked very, very level. I think those two are in just deadlock, drawing every single game. But it's also looking great there on bottom right for Michael Adams, as he's on the verge of crashing through against Ivan Cheparinov with the black pieces as well. And shall we go to check in on Kartkian, maybe against Idani? The second left on the bottom.
Yeah, let's do it. And yeah, I'm not surprised. Nikita Vichigov loves a draw. Very solid. He'll be trying to win with white in the next one. Here, another Indian player. I'm just doing a quick count. I think black is just a pawn up. Black has 7, white has 6. That's probably why black is better. Also, big targets. The c4 pawn is backward. The black knight can always come back and sit on e5. Something's gone wrong for Kartikeyan here, but still a long, long way ahead. White's compensation, I guess, Jovanka, lies in maybe a minority attack, pawn to a5 to soften black up, but also potential of the bishop.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. It's still a lot to play for, and as the clocks start ticking down, it's going to be big questions. You know, can white generate some play on the queen side just to offset this weakness that he has of c4 and this bishop on h3, which is going to be an entirely passive piece? I mean, can it be a good defender? That's exactly what's going to be on Murali's mind as he plays to save this game. It's a bit of a nightmare situation, right, David, if you lose with white in the first game, because you're just handing the not only are you giving your opponent a point advantage, but literally they can determine the nature of the game afterwards when they play with white. And a lot of people have done a lot of work on their white repertoires, like made it super solid, or, you know, given themselves like a slight edge here and there. Whereas for black, you are normally using the energy to kind of equalize. So for Puya Idani, it's looking good. Now we're seeing a trade. I didn't like this bishop takes knight, David, but I guess he just felt obliged to do that because of the pressure on f2.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like bishop d4 was a scary idea. That knight, hard to get rid of it without weakening your position. So he does it by force. Maybe the white bishop wasn't actually so great potential wise. But yeah, we'll see black recapture. Actually, either one makes sense here. You open files, open squares, no matter which direction you go. He actually tries to get his queen into the game. Very logical. g5 maybe in the near future. We'll come back to this game. It looks like Michael Adams should have a winning advantage now, as we see the players there. Maybe we just very quickly pop in back to the Adams game, just to talk about the next stage, because it's 2 bishops versus a rook. Big material advantage, Jovanka.
Yeah, it is a big material advantage, but I tell you one thing. The white rook is a bit of a nuisance, and unfortunately it's stopping the bishop on c8 from going to where it wants to. It kind of wants to go all the way to b5. Yeah, I wanted to put it on d7, but there's a rook on d8 stopping that. And yeah, you have to snake your way to the square, but once you do that, then then it's just a matter of just bringing the king over and stabilizing the king side so everything is nicely protected. I can see Ivan like dragging on this game for a long time.
Yep. We won't stay here the whole time. Oh, I'm very surprised Mickey's given up the A pawn. I guess he likes his coordination, Michael Adams. He's going to try and fix the white H3 pawn. He's going to put it. He's going to push his pawns forward either to G5 or he's going to push his pawn to H4 and tie down the white king forever. There we go. Logical strategy. Yeah, he's all about the positional play, Mickey. But at least now it's level material, kind of. Rook and pawn versus two bishops. So we'll see how this progresses later. Action, meanwhile, it looks like Dubov very close to winning his game.
Yeah, this is a definition of promising. Well, those double pawns do not make a fine impression. Queen takes f5 in the air. So you have to, first of all, as black, you have to be moving the knight. The knight's on fire. And actually, you don't need to move the knight. I mean, I'm trying, it's white to play, so you don't actually move the knight because of pawn takes knight is going to be met by rook takes queen. So there's that basic point. But you can take the pawn on f5, that means. And that's exactly what Dubov has done. And the problem is, it's just that not only does black's king safety just completely smell, I was just going to say also the piece activity is a problem as well. The bishop on g7 not participating in the game. I mean, if you could just somehow go g6, and I know the queen is in the eye line of the bishop on h4, but if you could somehow correct the pawn structure, that would be something. But there's just a lot of pressure, and now it's even tempting to kind of line up the queen and the rook so that you get ready to infiltrate on the e7 square.
Yeah, it's coming. It feels like the hammer blow is there in the air. Whether it's kind of teaming up the two rooks, doubling up there. I like your queen, queen e2, queen e3. Just bring the rook up to the 7th rank before calculating further. Dubov as well. He's so quick. Like rapid, I think, is the sweet spot for him. Blitz, he's great, fantastic instincts, but rapid, he's so fast that he gets a big material bank, big time bank ahead of his opponents. Often he's up at 6-7 minutes. They're down at 5 seconds. Here he's got 4 and a bit minutes. Should be more than enough to win this extra pawn position. Let's go over to Rasmus Svana, who is facing Ralph Mamedov. And wow, actually, just before we do that, Dubov giving up his rook. That's, I was going to say wildly unnecessary, but the idea is bishop takes rook, which wasn't played. We would have seen a check, another check, and I'm guessing another check, and the king will not be able to protect its queen and rook any longer. GG. That's nice.
Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. Why play the long game when you can get things settled ASAP? A very nice shot there from Dubov. Nothing much to do. And as you mentioned, Dubov sitting very nicely, both on terms of the position and also in terms of the clock, with a massive time advantage. As David's indicated, black did not capture the rook, rook g8, and black is now being forced to go on the passive. This is bad news. Okay, let's go to Pragg. Oi, David. Wow, wow, wow. Drama. Look at this. The evaluation bar is all the way in favor of Kubakorov, who is on the verge of scoring a sensational win with the black pieces. Wow.
Again. He's done it again, and it was a blunder just before we came in. Pragg blundered the exchange, rook for knight. And we'll do a quick action replay in a moment, but b3 desperation. Kubakorov could trade off and win another pawn, but he could also play a3. That looks like a queen. It looks like you're just moves away from promoting that pawn. There we go. Pragg, just something's wrong today. Something's been up, like tactically not as alert as normal. And yeah, what the fork is being said in chat. We'll go back and replay how he lost that material, but there we go. Pawn drops. Resignation. Pragg losing with white in a must-win situation next game. Living life on the edge, Pragg. Timur Kubakorov, meanwhile, just on fire.
Absolutely on fire. You know, he's come to this event incredibly well prepared. He's tough as nails here. And he's showing us, you know, he had a devastating second game in the first tie breaks where he squandered a win. And with the black pieces, he was completely unfazed and he took advantage of Pragnanda's blunder. David, can you quickly show us what was the blunder?
Yeah, it was in this position. We left it just a few moves before. Looks level, symmetrical pawn structure. If white just plays a non-committal move, for example, retreating the knight back to g4, hitting a pawn, it's just dead level. But Pragg thought he could pounce. He thought he could seize his moment and get greedy here. He took this pawn on b7, double question mark, because after this move, pinning the white knight, there's nothing to be done. White loses material. He tried to save the knight, retreated it. But what he might have missed at the end of the line after a trade was this move. Knight into e2, check. It's a fork. When the king moves, the knight simply takes the rook. And this is the position we joined at. Rook for knight advantage. And Pragg didn't survive for more than a few moves after this. It's, yeah, crazy fork there to blunder. And Pragg now losing with white. We talked about how dangerous that is in a match situation.
Right. Very uncharacteristic blunder there from Pragg, who's usually so good at calculation and so good with feeling these type of small tactics. And that leaves us with these games on our scoreboard and our bird's eye view. And oh, we're looking at a decisive round already, because Dubov, we expected he's putting in the bag. But look at the game between Sargsyan and Corey. It seems like Corey is fighting back from what was a very bad opening, whereas Katakian has also managed to make a fight as well, as he seems to be surviving in a rook and bishop endgame.
Wow. Yeah, Corey, again, living life dangerously, dead lost out of the opening, but that's the Peruvian school of chess. Sometimes it's just about survival and use that strategic feel a bit later. Yu Yang Yi on the top row in the middle there looked like he had a big advantage, but Felix Bloberger fighting back really, really well. Panic on Yu Yang Yi's face as he's down to, his opponent's just down to a few seconds there. It looks like Velimir Ivic is about to win against Jose Martinez. Meanwhile, and okay, Dubov does take the win as we predicted. He was 2 pawns up when we left that there. Maybe we do go to the Ivic against Jose Martinez game, because we've just seen a brilliant move, a rook sacrifice from him. It's just a capture of a pawn. There was a pawn on f3, but now queen takes rook. Not possible, untouchable, due to another fork, this time a royal family fork, with knight to e6 check. So rook f7 played instead. But Jovanka, white has so much compensation for the exchange sacrifice here.
Yeah, and I'm gonna point to the Black King. The safety of that monarch is one of the reasons why this is so good for white. And white's king in comparison, thank you for the emoji there, but white's king, I mean, looks like it's potentially exposed, but it does have a happy square on c2 or b1, and this is why we're seeing Jose Martinez. He's just going for the rules of defense. When you're in trouble, exchange of those pieces and try to swap off into an endgame where your king will be less under fire. And maybe with the time ticking down, the players both only on 11 seconds, this is the kind of position that could easily turn.
Yeah, definitely, especially with pieces being traded. And you said the word turn. Suddenly, a question mark move appears. He traded off a really active rook for a defensive rook. And now only move to keep the advantage is now king to b1, but he doesn't find it. Oh, he's allowed some checks. Why would you allow a queen check round the back? The move played, a pawn drops with another check. It's at least a draw now for Martinez.
Yes, you can see that from the raise of the eyebrows. He just completely forgot about his back rank. He forgot about king safety. He forgot about what his opponent wanted to do. And he goes up with a king. That's brave. Gutsy chess back. Okay, the king is going to step back. And 14 seconds. Are we going to see repetition?
Martinez leans back. He should be very happy with the draw. Very, very happy. The problem is if you don't mate...
time.
Yeah, if you don't mate white or take the draw now, white will take on d5. There's checks. I think he should bail out. I think it's time.
Yeah, a shake of his head. And I think it was good what Jose Martinez did. Before agreeing to a perpetual, he just took a step back, had some time on the clock, and worked out that that was the way to proceed. And a draw between these two, and what an eventful game. The two smiling. Jose Martinez, he knows he got away with it. Well, let's go to our bird's eye view and check out the other games. And Yu Yang-yi is doing the business converting, whereas Ivan Cheparinov, he extends his hand in resignation. Michael Adams wins the first game, which puts him in a very good situation when he plays the next game with the white pieces.
Wow, brilliant final position, by the way. It looks like nothing was happening. It was still level material there, Adams, but he trapped White's rook with his two bishops. A really fantastic way to end this game. Check this out. The white rook has nowhere to go. It's stuck. It's about to get hit. If it tries to move forward, it gets kicked back where it came from by the black king. And the idea is this move to trap the rook on the edge of the board. Just domination from Adams. Look at the white king not participating in the game. And that's why he's called the spider. He span his web. And it was the white rook that got trapped.
Very artistic. Let's go to our bird's eye view, because I can see 3 games now in progress. And Blauberger, wow. Blauberger has proven that he's an incredible resourceful defender, managing to find all kinds of defenses. And it looks like he's going to do it again. He's going to save the point just with a perpetual check.
Yeah, and Yu Yang-yi retracting his hand there, super nervous. He's down to 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Oh, he's got to move. Where is that rook? It's halfway between 2 squares. It looks like it's on G6, and now a draw is forced if he wants it. Blauberger, he can keep checking. Maybe the black king can try and sneak away, hide behind its rook, but the king will be so badly placed there. That will be playing for a loss, if anything. I think this is going to fizzle out. It's going to be rook's taking all the pawns, or it's just going to be a perpetual check, and Blauberger is the one to play on. Rook trade, brings his rook back.
Yeah. He wants to go for the deep pawn. And Blauberger, some calm nerves there, going for the potential win. But was this a good idea? Rook h5, a nice setup.
Yeah. And now both kings are passive. They cancel each other out, so it should be a draw. Still no passed pawns for white. We'll see Yu Yang-yi bring his rook across. Everything's now going to get traded, and this game is going to end peacefully. And that will leave us with just one, which is going to go on for a while. Let's focus here. Blauberger is going to bring his rook back. Next move. First is king. And yeah, we'll see a handshake here soon. This is going to feel like a second life, Jovanka. It's a reprieve for Blauberger.
Yeah, and it keeps finding these saves as well. Yu Yang-yi must be feeling especially frustrated, because so many times in this match, Yu Yang-yi has left these winning opportunities on the table. And you can feel the frustration from here. Yu Yang-yi is like, what can I do to actually win against this guy? And it's going to be a drawn king and pawn endgame. You have to disregard what the evaluation bar was saying there. We're just having some fun with us. It's all about the defending king getting the opposition, and there will come a point right when there is no headway to be made. It'll be stalemate. So that means we have one game going on, or do we have more?
Looks like just the one. It's this clash we mentioned earlier. Puya Idani is trying to grind out a endgame, bishop and 3 pawns against bishop and 2, but yeah, this one is a famous draw. When I recorded my Grind Like a Grandmaster course with Magnus Carlsen, he was actually the one, I had never thought of it before, but he was like, actually 3 pawns versus 2 pawns, it's good to have bishops of the same color. And I was like, wait, why? Because surely you can try and bully the opponent, try and trade them off. He said, yeah, essentially you can just hold things easily. You can just put a king on a light square. It can never get kicked away, ever. So, yeah, we'll see this game fizzle out. And White can just dance around with the bishop forever.
And they've got a lot of time in comparison to the other games where we've seen with just seconds left. They've built up the time to over 1 minute each. And well, the question remains to be seen, have they seen your course? Have they watched and listened to that little nugget of advice that said, put the king on the light square. It can never, ever be chased out of there. And that is exactly what Karthikeyan is doing. King is on E2, bishop on D2, and then just wait.
It's a safe bet that they haven't seen the course, but at this point, I don't think they need to. He can probably work it out by pure calculation here. White can just wait, and F4 is the only real breakthrough Black can try. And okay, he doesn't go for it yet. He's going to play on forever. But just to point out, if Black goes F4, then one idea in this position is to play the move F3 check, and it's the same concept. The white king sits on a light square, can never get booted off there, and the white bishop, as long as it doesn't get traded off, will just run around the board and evade any trades, evade capture, and this would be a dead draw. So this is probably how the game's going to end, although they've played a few moves since.
Yes, and I like the fact that white is not actually doing anything to disturb the balance, you know, not making any moves like F3, nothing of the sort. Everything is staying as is, and that is actually something that's is very useful for a lot of us to learn, because I'm sure a lot of us out there would be going, oh, let's go F3, you know, let's trade a set of pawns, let's kind of get that step closer to the draw. But in actual fact, all you need to do is the art of doing nothing. And it's very, very instructive moment. Perhaps frustrating for Puya Idani, who had such a nice position, you know, would have been a dream for him if he'd won with the black pieces.
Yeah, big opportunity there as Puya Idani tries to grind out this victory, but cutting away just for a second, one of the players of the day, John, well, there have been many upsets today, but one of the players of the day, I believe, has spoken to us.
Yes, indeed. It's really exciting. We managed, Rakesh has managed to get an interview with Lorenzo Lodici as he was leaving the playing hall earlier. So let's go ahead and hear what he shared with us.
Chess.com is with Grandmaster Lorenzo Lodici. Congratulations, the biggest upset of the day. What were your thoughts on the game?
Thank you. Very happy overall, of course, about the result and about how I played also. But okay, I felt good today. Okay, not when I woke up, but during the day, I kind of got the feeling it was going to be a good day and felt the pressure, but I just kept a good advantage on the clock, actually in both games, and that was kind of it. He felt the pressure much more than me, and that was kind of what did the trick, because first game went very smoothly as a win, which can happen when you have some good idea in the opening, and then second game some suffering, but I mean up on the clock and some defense worked perfectly. I have to say happy. Yeah,
the rook versus pawn was crazy.
Yeah. There, okay, I don't know, I still don't know how it was, but okay, it was a draw in the end, so let's say it was a draw, yeah.
And we have some good news to share that Magnus Carlsen was watching your game and he was super impressed with you. And he sends his congratulations as well. Your thoughts on...
Thank you. Yeah, really thank you. I don't know why or where he was watching, but thank you. Yeah, I mean, really. Okay, it means a lot. I mean, of course. I will keep trying to play this well then. Who knows?
And it's the first World Cup and you're in India. Your thoughts on the hotel, everything, the food?
Yeah, happy, actually, definitely happy. Came here before for the Olympiad, but okay, I mean, it was different event, and I mean, you're with the team, so like it's a little bit different experience. But about hotel and playing hall, I'm happy of the job that they did. Some small things like control ran very smoothly, so I mean, you have no problems getting in, and okay, I like Indian food, it is clear. So I'm
Is there a favorite Indian dish?
Okay, I mean, I really like chana masala.
Okay.
So I mean, and I like pretty much all the dishes with chickpeas. So I eat all the dals and all these kind of things, and I really like them. Then okay, But I kind of like everything. I mean, we went to the vegetarian restaurant the other day here, and impressed because I'm not used to eat vegetarian, but it was really good. No, I mean, great to stay here, and yeah, conditions are of course good for me. Yeah.
And you have a very strong international master as well here with you.
Yeah.
Can you tell us more? And is there someone else helping you as well?
Kind of. I mean, I have my friend Nico Zwiers, international master from Netherlands, helping me from home a little bit. But okay, I mean, that's kind of just some quick thoughts because we were working together, but now we kind of stopped. And okay, yes, I have my girlfriend here helping, which is kind of best possible thing you can have just to be good, and also with openings and everything. I mean, because if you have some amazing chess player like she is, really happy.
Congratulations, good luck, and grazie mille.
No, thank you. You're welcome.
And that is the closing moments of Ladici winning against Hans Niemann, knocking him out of the World Cup. An absolutely incredible set of games by both players, to be fair. Hans gave us some great moments, but this event was not his. So Lorenzo Ladici then able to secure his berth in the next round as we get back now to Puya and Murali still continuing to fight. This is the last game still going before we move on to the next round of tiebreaks.
Yeah, and incidentally, there doesn't seem to be so much progress because White now is level material. Black had enough of playing with one extra pawn and thought, I can't make any headway here without making those trades. So let's just give up a pawn and force the White king to a dark square. But as the evaluation bar tells us, things are pretty much even.
Yeah, nothing to do. I wonder how long how long he'll try. But White just needs to keep the bishop on this diagonal, and he has a fortress.
Yeah, and he's not really going to be touching the king. The king on f2 is so beautifully situated, defending both g3 and e3. That should not be touched. So all White needs to do is just shuffle the bishop backwards and forwards along this diagonal, and the Black king, unfortunately, cannot shove the White king out of the way. Just imagine if you could do that in chess, like somehow or other. You know, the Black king could check the White king, but nope. Those are rules for Yovi chess that maybe I'm going to be devising one day, but not the classical rules. Is there a technique? I mean, is there a point to playing this game for as long as possible? I mean, primarily I'm thinking, okay, it's a great idea actually to tire out your opponent. And also, you're on the front foot, so you might as well keep going. You never know what can happen.
Yeah, I think it's quite a primal thing here. You just want to assert your dominance over the opponent. You know that they've defended, you know it's going to be a draw, but you're just basically saying, I was the one in the ascendancy. You were lucky. You're going to suffer. I'm going to show you that I was the real boss. But it doesn't really necessarily have tangible effects on the next game or the result. It still feels like it's going to be a 50-50 when they reset the pieces and go again. So yeah, it comes to a point when you just have to kind of swallow your pride and say, okay, I'm going to get this game done. The pressure is on Black here to kind of offer the draw. It's kind of bad etiquette if you're White in the shoes of Murali Karthikeyan to offer the draw because he's been on the defensive for so long. So normally you just sit there, you prove you can defend and wait for your opponent to give up trying. But I think neither one really wants to be the one to extend the hand here, agree the draw. We'll keep going around for a while. Maybe they just want to hit move 100. This is move 86.
Just 86. I thought it was a lot more moves, but it's felt like a decisive round, David. You know, especially with Pragg losing with the white pieces against Timur Kubakorov, and seeing other victories. You know, for instance, Michael Adams also doing the same with the black pieces, beating Ivan Chiparinov.
Yeah, that's a result. I'm trying to be biased, trying not to be biased even as a commentator, but I've got to cheer for England. So Michael Adams with a great win. But of course, yeah, still one more game to go there. For Pragg, he's done it before, but losing with White, Ivanka, you must say, like, confidence-wise, it's not going to be easy. His opponent just looks so calm, so collected, so confident. It's going to be hard to win on demand there.
It is going to be hard. And also, what is particularly worrying about Pragg's situation is the last 2 games of his have been extremely shaky. He should have lost game 2 in the first set of tiebreaks, but he escaped by a miracle. And today, and then just now, we just saw him blunder an exchange. And again, in a very uncharacteristic way. You know, Pragg is so good at this type of position, spotting these tricks. He's fantastic at calculating. It's literally like a second language to him. So to see him blunder like this, it's unusual.
Yeah, I agree. Like, even the previous game, to see Pragg sack a piece, like, so speculatively, like that early in the game, it's rare. I think I can count on one hand the number of times he's done that in his career. And to do it at the World Cup, it must be the emotion, it must be the kind of that desire to do something. But yeah, likewise, that blunder, as you mentioned, very odd to see him miscalculate what was quite a straightforward line. But that happens, especially in tiebreaks, especially in rapid chess. And we'll see Pragg try to bounce back at least, but he will have to kind of maybe go back to basics and do what he knows best. Just try to grind it out, try to use that calculation. Yeah, when the chance comes.
Do you think some players, I'm thinking for Pragg especially, that he's feeling the pressure of playing in his home country? You know, there's a lot of support for him. There's a lot of expectation. The last time he played the World Cup, he got to the final, only lost to Magnus Carlsen. It was a dream run. Do you think that somehow his previous decisions in this particular match is maybe having an impact on that? That's why we're seeing him sacrifice. That's why we're seeing him perhaps get a little bit excited and making these mistakes.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Like, throughout chess history, home advantage, like, we joke about it being a bit of a curse, but I mean, it's true. Like, Anand didn't really, I think, enjoy so much having that scrutiny, the pressure on him when he played against Magnus Carlsen in India. And yeah, it's a lot of pressure. Like, Pragg is probably, alongside Gukesh, the most famous player in the country, a bit of a kind of national celebrity these days. So it definitely comes with added expectation, added pressure, but I don't think it gets to the young players so much. So I don't think in this exact case maybe is the thing. But Magnus also struggled for a few years at Norway Chess, didn't win the first few editions there. It's definitely a thing, kind of carrying that expectation on your shoulders.
And meanwhile, the players are determined to cover nearly every single dark square on the board with their bishops. I'm predicting they're gonna maybe do all of the central dark squares, maybe not the edges.
Like, what White should do here if he really wants to troll is just like mess around until just before the 50 move rule and then play King G2 and then remind Black that you still can't break through even if you win a pawn. Like, Black's doing all this to try and win a pawn, and even if you win it, it's still a dead draw. So yeah, it's getting there to the point where the other players must be getting a bit fidgety and a bit annoyed that these guys are still going. They clearly don't want a break. They love chess so much.
Actually, talking about that, how do you think the other players are feeling? Actually, incidentally, it was a decisive round. You know, with 6 out of the 9 games, actually, we're waiting for this one to end in a draw. So, but 6 out of 10 probably finishing with a decisive result. That's pretty high, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think in classical chess at the very top level, the draw rate is around 60%, 65%.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, this is rapid. This is kind of quicker chess, but to see 60% decisive games is nice. It's given us a lot of action to follow. Even the draws weren't uneventful, I would say. Maybe just the Vitugov game finished quite quickly. Everything else, yeah, the players fought to the bitter end.
Yeah, I think we could easily have seen maybe 9 out of the 10 games finishing in a decisive manner. And bishop f4, that level has been achieved. That square has been unlocked. Now the bishop has to get to a1, and I don't think it's been on b2, and I don't think it's been on a3. Those are the final. Oh, h8.
Yeah. I remember when I played in the World Cup in 2023, I think it was Hikaru, but they ended up playing 50 moves of rook versus bishop. And it was on the tiebreak day, and I was just there like, oh, I want to go back to my room. But if I go back to my room, I don't know when the round starts. Like, I don't want to miss the start of the round, obviously. Like, you lose a few valuable minutes. And then there was nowhere really to wait. So you just had to wait in the corridor. And, like, it was noisy. There were people from the hotel just walking back and forth. Nowhere to sit down even. No snacks, no drinks. It wasn't ideal. So, I hope the players have somewhere nice to wait. But, it can be frustrating.
I hope so. Also, because Goa is a beautiful, beautiful place, and it looks like paradise, and it looks like superb organization. But if there isn't a place to wait, and if the players like are being forced to wait, and like there's like air conditioning or it's super warm outside, I mean, it's going to be actually quite difficult for the players. So yeah, I'm sure that the Indian hospitality is pretty second to none. So I think that they will have put on food, and because it's been a long day so far for those players still playing.
Yeah, and I won't say which World Rapid and Blitz, Ivanka, but I once played a World Rapid and Blitz where there was a delay due to an appeal, and the players who weren't involved in that appeal had to wait for around an hour and a half out in the heat, because the top players got their own green rooms, they got their own places to eat, to drink, to snack. There was like one other room that like 300-400 players were supposed to crowd into. Other than that, you had to wait in the 30-40 degrees heat outside. I really think that these days organizers are more aware of this, which is nice. But chess in the past has sometimes suffered from subpar conditions. But
yes.
Yeah, I won't be negative. It was a fun tournament nonetheless.
Yeah. No, but you're right. I mean, if you're competing for a long time, you're concentrating for 5-6 hours, and I think it's absolutely imperative that in one of these type of events where there's a lot on the line, there's a lot of prestige, that you have to be thinking about players' rooms. You also have to be thinking about providing refreshments for the players as well, because if we're burning a lot of energy, and David, decision time. We have a decision to be made. The shuffling has potentially stopped. Now, this is why Katakian, he's just thinking, does he trade off bishops? He goes for it. and
now,
the opposition.
Yeah, distant opposition.
Are the kings going to dance for a long time? And the main point is, as long as white is ready to meet a black king coming to e4 with the white king coming to e2 just to cover the entry point that is both f3 and d3, then white is absolutely safe.
Yeah. So, it's the king on e2, the king on e4. That position is mutual zugzwang. If white has to give way, white loses. If black has to give way, it's just a dead draw. So, Karthikeyan knows the one trick to avoid, and we'll see the kings do a bit of dancing. He goes away. The white king will mimic it. Often you just want to stay on the same color complex as the opponent's king. You want to keep an odd number of squares in between. You either keep one square between the kings, or you keep 3 squares in between the kings. Sometimes 5 squares even. Distant opposition. And it's always an odd number of squares you keep between the kings. You don't want to play king e2. That's the one trick to avoid. There we go. If you go to a dark square, I'll go to a dark square. You go to a light square, I'll go to a light square. And surely now you'll... Okay, he keeps going.
Okay.
And eventually the time will come.
Yep.
And this is the key position. And draw, finally, after 124 moves, this game is over. And they won't get much of a break before they have to meet again.
No. This is the issue. Will the players almost play immediately? Or will they just have a 5-minute break before they get ready back in action. And this time, Puya Idani will be the one with the white pieces, and it will be Kartikian who will be showing whether he can deploy a reasonable opening and manage to stabilize the position. Ooh, what a decisive round. 60% of these 10 remaining tiebreaks finishing with a decisive result. And John, wow, a lot of players, including Pragg on a must-win situation.
Yeah, the stories here are going to be really interesting indeed. Also, I'm curious to follow the Idani game because the game went on so long. Obviously, it's going to be playing on their stamina, on their perseverance. That could be one of the reasons why we didn't see a draw earlier. It just goes to show you have to keep your wits about you until the last possible moment. But Pragg now, the highest profile name in a must-win situation heading into game number 4. We're hopping in for a quick break, and when we come back, we find out if he can claw it back.
Can you handle it? Where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost the piece. Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like...
It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On chess. Cast that spell, play for free.
Can you recommend us a series or a movie that you love?
Yeah, Peaky Blinders series.
I like Mission Impossible.
One of my favorite movies, probably Inception. Probably everybody has already watched it, but if you haven't, you definitely have to.
Everyone should see Lord of the Rings at least once.
I had quite a fun watching Better Call Saul.
Yeah, I guess RRR for people, I think a lot of people are enjoying.
Okay, we're here with Grandmaster Pragg, and you can see you don't have an opponent. We're going to give ChatGPT as your opponent, but don't be too intimidated. We're rooting for the human being, but we want to make it a little bit interesting, so we're going to have you play blindfolded. Are you cool with that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and you've never played ChatGPT before, right?
No.
Okay, this is going to be fun. So we gave you a swivel chair. If you could just do a little spin-a-roo there.
Sure.
Okay, we'll just pretend that you shook hands with your Silicon opponent, and Pragg, what would you like your first move to be?
E4.
Okay, E4 on the board, and then we're waiting for ChatGPT to respond. And ChatGPT has played 1 C5 and announced that it's the Sicilian defense. So ChatGPT knows the opening at least.
Knight F3.
Okay, ChatGPT has announced that it knows you're attacking the E5 square. It has played D6.
Okay. Let's say C3.
Okay, C3. A little delayed elephant here, but what does ChatGPT say? ChatGPT likes to explain your move. ChatGPT says that you're preparing D4 and aiming to go a strong center, and it has announced it's the elephant. ChatGPT plays Knight F6.
Bishop E2. Let's try to trick ChatGPT. Yeah.
I could definitely say you are faster than ChatGPT. You've set a little trap. Let's see if ChatGPT falls into this very famous elephant trap. Pragg, it's announcing you made a flexible move and plays Knight C6.
Oh, it doesn't fall for it.
Does not fall for Knight takes E4, Queen A5 check. Okay.
D4. Let's keep trying.
We'll be ready to go straight in. David, they've started, so we might hop in fairly quick. Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup 2025. Is this going to be the last round of tiebreaks? Spoiler alert, my gamba's on no. We have a handful of games still going on, but out of the 10 boards, 6 resulted in decisive results in the first round of 10 plus 10. And now players like Pragg are on the ropes and have to win on command. The games have already started. David, Jovi, I'm throwing it over to you, but for obvious reasons, I'm going to suggest we have a peek at the opening that Pragg has chosen first.
Spot on, John. That is the question on everyone's lips. Pragg playing with the black pieces. He's in a must-win situation. So what is he going to choose? How is he going to just manage to unsettle his opponent, who has come to this match with incredible preparation, you know, with nerves of steel, and really has seemed in formidable shape. And what we're seeing from Pragg is he's gone for something quite tried and tested. It's kind of a little bit offbeat, but it has some familiarity, and that is pawns on a6, b5, like some kind of perk.
Yeah, I believe this is the modern when black hasn't developed the knight to f6, but either way, it's a hybrid opening and it's high risk. And yeah, here his opponent loves this setup with a queen on e2. He did something very similar in the classical games. He's now brought that queen out to c4. And talking of c4, that move might be dynamite because it was threatening a checkmate. It is hitting this pawn. The downside is that this pawn now undefended in the center. Pragg just fianchettoing his bishop so far, and wow, knight to g5. I was going to say pawn to d5, very logical, cuts the board in half and hits a pawn. But knight g5, he wants blood, Ivanka.
Yeah, and the problem though is knight takes f7 is literally like just being as obvious as it gets. He wants to take on f7, and the thing is that once the black defends, okay, queen c8. Queen c8 is not the most natural move for me. I was thinking queen to e7, queen to d7. You know, somehow or other I wanted to step up with the queen, but queen to c8, the only move. Interesting. So he's done that to, he's done that to defend the bishop on b7. I was a little bit late to the game because white's knight to g4 not only threatens knight takes f7 business, it also threatens queen takes b4 because there is no bishop takes e4 at the end of it.
Pragg will find this. Like, it's, I'm going to say, a very easy move. Like, once you might need a bit of time, but process of elimination, you can't allow knight takes f7, right? Because, yeah, just to show this for our viewers, this is checkmate. Something you mentioned earlier, Ivanka, check, and it's just immediately over. So, yeah, you just have to prevent this, and no way to really cover that square other than with the queen. The alternative is you cover this square from the white queen, and again, it's got to be a queen move. Like, d5 doesn't make any sense because you just lose a pawn, hit the bishop. So queen c8, dual purpose, covers e6, covers b7, and apparently black's better here. So it's actually Pragg who's like going to profit if he does find this move. And the downside is queen takes pawn, just h6, I guess, maybe not even knight c6, and taking advantage of the fact the white knight is no longer on f3, maybe knight c6, hitting the queen and just winning this pawn on d4. And it's going to be black who's happy to trade off. And if we go back, moment of truth, he does find it. Of course he does, Pragg. And Kuibakorov, I'm really shocked. He didn't spend any time at all. He played knight g5, such a committal move. And now he might be backpedaling.
Yes, he's definitely going to be backpedaling. And this was one of the things that we saw. I think he got excited. I think, he just quickly saw, oh, the knight can come out to g5, threatening f7, gonna be able to take on b4. Oh, you know how the mind likes to race in and start making all these beautiful scenarios. Well, it did that, and then whoops, queen to c8 is going to come as a cold shower. As David's indicated, knight to c6 is the response after queen takes b4, which makes so much sense as well, winning the d pawn. And d5, now d5, but it comes at the wrong time.
Pragg trading off pawns there. He's going to get developed. There we go. Brings his knight out, suddenly speeding up. The thing is, Pragg as well, he saw his opponent play knight g5 instantly. As soon as Pragg realizes he wasn't dead lost, he must be gaining so much in confidence, because that shows massive nerves from Koi Bakarov. Like, you don't play a move like that in 2 seconds unless it's prep, or unless you're super nervous and you want to just get the tension out of your system. Like, it's crazy to me that you can play that in such a quick amount of time. And now, yeah, he's just worse because this d5 pawn is loose, it's hanging, and yeah, not only that, the black queen might come out to f5. Black's going to get castled very, very quickly. White's pieces all asleep. It's a dream outcome for Pragg from the opening. This is why people play the modern, to provoke their opponents forward and to counterattack later.
Yep, and this is exactly what Pragg needs. And now we're going to see further imbalance as Black is kicking away the knight and is going to follow that with castles and taking the pawn on d5 at some point. Shall we move away from this game and see what else is happening? Because we have a fair few people who are in must-win situations. And I'm looking at, if you can indulge me, David, I'm very sorry. I promise not to be biased, but then I am a little bit biased because I actually want to see how Michael Adams managed to just deal with the situation. He's a point ahead. He's playing with the white pieces. Ivan Cheparinov is in a must-win situation. Mickey is so good at holding his nerve, also fantastic at getting that small, stable advantage with the white pieces. But it is a situation where there's 2 knights against 2 bishops.
Yeah, and this came from the bishop b5 Sicilian, the Rossolimo, and this is still well-known theory, or at least the concept. It's always a bit different if the pawns are on a4, a5 or not. It's a bit more blocked up, which Magnus talked about earlier, which actually maybe helps the side with the knights. Block positions helping the knights. White does have plans of queen f4, pawn to h4, pawn to h5. And now c5 has been played to lengthen the diagonal for the black bishop, but it also fixes squares. The c4 square is going to be a perfect kind of landing spot for a knight in the near future. This is still known stuff. I remember being shocked that 2 bishops weren't better than the 2 knights here when I analysed this, but the knights, such sticky pieces. And there we go. Adams brings his queen out. Looking good for the goat of British chess.
Okay. Yes, I agree with Fishing Boo. Adam's play style is super solid. It's also supernatural as well. Actually, that is not quite what I meant to say. It was just natural, not
Really
out
natural.
of this world. But anyway, it could be supernatural as well at times. So, yeah, I think it's a compliment either way. And the rook lifts up to a7. So it's a position where Mickey will be feeling at home in, with that pawn just wedged there in black center on e5. So I'm liking that, but the presence of the 2 bishops versus 2 knights does make me a little bit nervous. So let's keep an eye on this one, and let's go back to our bird's eye view and see some of the other games.
Okay, what else catches your eye? We talked about the Pragg game. It's now level material, but he traded off a wing pawn for a center pawn, so good news for Pragg. Top left. Jorge Corey on the bottom left looks like he's worse with white in a must-win situation. We mentioned opening is not his forte, so maybe we check in on that one a bit later, if he can survive to the middle game. Nikita Vichigov, talking of players who represent England these days, looks like he's got a nice position against Narayanan. Small edge maybe, and
Okay,
yeah, okay, go on, Jovanka.
Yeah, let's head there. And okay, it's another 2 knights, but this time it's a knight versus bishop. And let me just count the pawns, David, because I often fall foul on this one.
Level.
It's equal. Sometimes okay, well, one side is much better, and then I'm like, oh no, the other side has a pawn up, and this is all compensation. I'm like, oh, okay, yes. Basic maths has been forgotten. The evaluation bar says this isn't better for white, but that's to do with is there something fiery happening on the E line?
Yeah, maybe not immediately. Black playing the only move there to dodge any tactics. Just to backtrack 2 moves, there was some drama because we saw f4 given a question mark, and apparently in this position, Nikita could have had a big advantage if he'd waited with his knight and used his rooks instead to kind of double up, and knight c5 into kind of this square to win some pawns is very strong. But okay, if we catch up, knight f3, I just feel the white bishop has so many targets. Ivanka, the bishop on the diagonal. This is good news for fans from England. It feels like the black knight not as stable as it seems right now, and black a bit overextended. Narayanen's a very tactical player, so this kind of slower endgame is surely going to suit Vityugov.
A nice backward knight move as well. It's a little bit unnatural, knight sitting so well on d4 to kind of go back and actually just do it to improve the diagonals of the bishop. So very instructive there. Yeah, but it does also require some precision though from Nikita, as we are seeing the knight drop back to f7, because if black is able to tie the position together, the knight is perhaps going to d6, and maybe the rook on h8 is going to come to e8 and e7. And, there can try to be some kind of coordination happening in the middle game. Then I'm just thinking that Nikita's advantage may just fizzle out. But rook goes to a4. Okay, he's building rook a4.
Yeah, and big questions over whether black wants to continue. Like you've said A, maybe you want to say B and like go G4 and H5 and start shoveling all the pawns down the board, but very hard to know what they achieve, those pawn pushes. Yeah, we'll come back to this one. It is a queenless position, and it will go on for a while.
It's quite technical as well. And it's the day after bonfire night, so we have to look for the fireworks. And I'm looking at Idani. Kartikian. And okay, I know this one's also an in-game, but the presence of a black pawn on d2, it always piques my interest.
Yeah, wow. I was going to say this looks like a Grunfeld defense, one of those lines where white gives up the whole queenside to bank on the center, but it actually came from a Sicilian. And really interesting stuff. Pawn on d2. Right, how does white guard against that? Rook in front or rook away? Rook away is brave, but maybe playable.
Yeah. Well, yeah, rook to d1 is my instinct, because if I were white, I'd be wanting to go rook d1, rook f2, be gone. Pawn on d2.
And black will say, let's defend it. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, and then rook f2.
Feels wrong to put my rooks on this second rank.
See the evaluation bar having fun with us, but my idea was just go knight e4.
Yeah, I think this is the key idea, actually, that black has to stop. I realized it as soon as I said rook a8, like this pawn indefensible now. Maybe black needs to do something quicker with the bishop. I think you're right, rook d1 has to be the move. But how does black get this bishop into the game? f6 is just wrong because e6 will happen. Is it something to do with g5? Trying to force open the position.
Let's try it. Let's crack open. Maybe no.
Nope. How to get the bishop in? Very strange position. Like, it feels higher responsibility to be black, right? With black, you have to be really accurate. With white, you've got easy moves.
No, I was. No, f6, e6. Nothing I see here, David.
Yeah, I think I've cheated here. This isn't me. The only move to hold the balance, and it's a subtle one, but it makes a lot of sense once we see it. Is rook to d8, and there's two ideas here. But one is sometimes you can sacrifice your rook for knight and get the bishop out. But the main one is just to play bishop to f8 next move, and to take this knight. If the knight moves, there's rook takes d5 ideas. So like rook to f2, bishop f8. But here it looks like there's a fork. But black can be really, really clever. Not take this pawn, walking into the fork, but f5. Wow, this is hard. f5, bypassing the en passant. If now e takes f6, then black can take. And the square's been occupied.
Wow.
That is crazy.
f5.
f5.
Beautiful, and yeah,
hard. I'm going to say really hard, Jovanka.
very, very hard to spot. And you have to also spot it as well in the distance. And rook to b1 was the move chosen instead. So the argument is, let's do the same, but let's not have all sets of rooks on the board. So white's plan is still very much like go for the d2 pawn, win it.
Yeah. Take everything, go back to d1. Thanks. That's a pawn. Very good move. And expecting black now to play the same idea, or similar at least. Rook takes rook, followed by rook to d8. This is the key. If he understands this, Karthikeyan, he has no problems. Rook to d8, followed by bishop f8, just to evict the white knight. But if he doesn't find that, he might find himself in some trouble. And maybe we'll come back to this a bit later.
Yes. And he also might think that he's in big trouble. He might just be making the moves just out of inertia and not quite realizing that there's a saving move. And whoa. Well, shall we just shall we pull up, because I think we already have some results. We have a draw between Yu Yang and Blauberger, which means we're going to be sitting another set of tie breaks at this time at time control of 5+3. And you have the game between Bai Jianxi against Daniel Dubov, and Daniel Dubov was so convincing in their first encounter. In the second tiebreak, he's now being equally convincing with the black pieces.
Yeah, and it's fascinating, Dubov's match strategy, and it has been for a while now in World Cups, in Grand Swisses. It tends to be use his tactical vision, his tactical genius, just to neutralize the opponent in classical, and then try to take it to the rapid and blitz, and he's getting the job done. He's a pawn up, simply, with this beautiful pass pawn on c4, solidified knight on d3, and the white bishop, Jovanka, there was a bishop on h4 in the previous game, which was really good for Dubov. Here it's just really bad for his opponent. And I don't see much hope here. Black can just improve the queen, get the rooks into the game. And yeah, it's a matter of time before there's a breakthrough.
Yeah. And black is a pawn up. Again, just that was more for my benefit than anything. But yeah, no, I agree. Looking great for Dubov, and a win will, of course, net him into round 3. Should we go back to the bird's eye view and check in on the other games? And one game I kind of was interested was this game Mamedov against Svana there on the top, although we should again revisit Pragnananda as well. So Mamedov Svana, in their first encounter, it was a win for Rasmus Svana. So Mamedov with the white pieces is in a must-win situation.
Yeah, and Rasmus, he must be spurred on by the fact that his brother Frederick is also in the third round, so he'll want to meet him, want to join him there. And this position, I quite like it visually for white. I've got to say, Jovanka, I know the king isn't castled, but knight and g4, queen nearby, feels like potential for an attack. The knight is hit. But Ivar Bar says level until this move, going back. I just think it's a question of whether white can take this pawn or not.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, by the way, David, you forgot to say younger brother. Younger brother is in the is in the third round. There's even more at stake for Rasmus. Yeah, no. Okay, to answer your question, knight takes e5. Well, the white king can always escape via f2, so I don't see why not. Take the pawn.
Yeah, I think you just have to take the pawn and bite the bullet and just say, okay, the knight's actually not just stopping there. It's going to go to a very nice square on c6. And he does take it. It's currently a 1-pawn advantage for Ralph Mamedov. And Svan is going to try and compensate by bringing his queen out. Rook f2 now, I think quite a natural move, but given the blue arrow, just to defend across the board. And he's trying to consolidate the extra material. Simple as that. Played.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And beautiful, right? Because the king, if checked, can just sidle away to f1, to g1, and, you know, pretend it castled by normal means. But, yeah. And now Rasmus, if he loses this, that means that we're going to be seeing tie breaks once more. The knight on e5 is also so good because it starts eyeballing f7 and is nicely anchored on c6. And once the white king gets to safety, you can see e4, d5, and d3. It's just going to be a beautiful pawn wedge.
Yeah, the pawns are coming. This is good news for fans from Azerbaijan, at least these early stages. Although the computer says Svana can hold on if he's accurate. He's down at 1 minute, though, against 6, which isn't good news. He plays queen b5. I think that's quite clever, threatening like f6 sometimes just to win the d3 pawn. Still some work to be done, though. We'll come and check this one out.
Okay, let's do that. And let's go back to our bird's eye view and see whether Pragnanda is managing to win on demand, because the evaluation bar is saying, yes, you know, Pragg, he gambled a little bit, playing a very ambitious opening, and it worked. It paid off big time when Kubakorov made a very impulsive move straight out of the opening. And now we're in a situation where it is Kubakorov who is struggling with the white pieces. He's also down on time, and Pragg now grabbing a pawn on b2.
Looking like a rough situation here as they continue to try and think their way through the rest of this game. I love the head bob here from Pragg Jovi. I can never tell if he's supremely confident or extremely nervous and anxious. It just feels like he's got exactly the same game face on at the board, regardless of which of those situations he's actually in. So let's go ahead and take a look at what could happen next in this position. For those of you who are just wondering what on earth is going on, I promise I haven't Thanos people out of existence. We're having a couple of technical difficulties at the moment while we continue to check out this game, and we will be moving back across to the rest of this game momentarily. Rook ED1 has been found by Tima, and that is played on the board, connecting the queen and rook. If black were to respond with something like the rook coming out to d8, I believe white's got queen c7 there to further put the pressure on and try and get a bit more pressure onto the 7th and the back rank. That's probably not objectively the strongest move. It wouldn't surprise me if black wanted to try something along the lines of queen b4, or attempting to stack the black rook somehow, maybe even rook b6 or something like that. We'll see what ends up happening in a couple of minutes' time. Here's the more important thing. Pragnananda has 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Koibokarov has 1 minute 14. Pragnananda has to win on command if he is to force tie breaks here. So complications aren't enough. We need to realize those gains and get to a point where we are completely and utterly winning and can force a 5+3. Having to go to so many tie breaks really early on in a potential 8-round tournament, it is rough for Pragnananda, but he is showing absolutely none of the pressure and none of the nerves right now, which is excellent. We've got a couple of excellent comments going on in chat as well. So, who are you guys supporting? Pragg has a ridiculous amount of support at the venue. Online, of course. We've got a lot of support for Koibakarov as well. Australia's highest rated GM and sole representation now at the World Cup. H3 is played here after the rook came into B2 for Pragg. Makes a lot of sense, continuing to strengthen the major pieces and get them into a position where they're a little bit more harmonious. H3 given a question mark, though, which I find a bit odd. I'm going to cheat a little bit and take a look at what the engine's top move would have been instead. The engine's top move would have been H4, so still moving the same pawn, but going 2 spaces ahead instead of 1. The future idea here, I don't think I can see this on the board. Line it's giving involves a lot of bishops e4s and exchange of pieces, but I don't see what the longer term idea of having the pawn on h4 is. So that's something that I'm going to leave for Jovi and David when they get back into the broadcast. In the meantime, though, clock still being their biggest enemy. Bishop f8 played. Now, to be fair, attacking the queen should elicit a relatively immediate response. Not going to be losing too much time. Queen f6 played immediately. Knight f3 coming in with an exclam. And that's it. Instant handshake. Not going to work. Discovered attack on the queen. It's a one-move blunder. And Pragg wins on command with black to send this tie into the 5-minute plus 3-second portion of the tie breaks here at round 2 of the World Cup. Absolutely humongous result there. Pragg stays in the tournament, finds a way to hang on by the skin of his teeth if need be. And questions are now going to be asked of Timur Koibakarov. What are we going to do now? Off the back of a loss like that, you have to find a way to reset. You have to find a way to cast all of those demons, all of those negative thoughts out of your mind to then play a game that's even more high stakes. So, folks, he's done it. Pragg wins on command with black. And we go to 5+3.
Yeah, wow. Thank you, John, for taking over. And wow, a comeback indeed for Pragg. And the emotion was there on young Timur Koibakarov's face there. He couldn't quite believe what had happened. So close to getting through to the next round. But now it has all been reset. And we go back to the bird's eye view and take a look at what other games we have.
Yeah, crazy stuff. But Pragg must believe that he's untouchable. He keeps fighting back from these almost hopeless positions. And in the meantime, we have on camera Gabriel Sargsyan against Maxim Rodstein. Not too much happening there. It is a bit of a slower position. So I do wonder where else. Mamedov with a big advantage against Rasmus Svana. Maybe we jump in there, exchange up. And Dubov still winning. His opponent's desperately sacrificed a piece. I think it's between those two, Jovanka. Critical moment.
It is a critical moment. And for Dubov, it is very much. A victory is good. A draw is great, either as it is only a win that will do for Bai Jinshi if he wants to equalize the match. And the two knights are hanging, as David's pointed out. But then black was a knight to the good. And look at this. He can play it super safe, though, David, as well. You know, he can objectively go into a super easy endgame. As long as it's draw, it's fine. And talking about super easy, he's doing things a different way. He's saying rook to d1, and that's going to be it. It's over. Dubov is going to be winning this one 2-0 in the 10+10 portion.
And it's that famous body language again. When a player knows they're about to be eliminated, it tends to be a hand in front of the face to block out everything else, to block out the lights, to block out the reality of the situation. And there we see him. Bai Jinshi, yeah, it's tough. He moves his king off the first rank. That might prolong it a move or two longer. But even trading off the knights now, even going back with knight to d3, get rid of the knights, and then this rook to d1 move looks like it's going to get the job done. He reaches out, Daniil Dubov, one more accurate move, and he should be in the third round. He knows it.
Yes, he knows it. he knows it. He's very confident as to what he can do. And maybe he's just calculating what's going to be happening, say, after knight to d3. There might be some rook to d7 ideas, but okay, a check. And, oh, you see the evaluation bar. But do you remember, rook to d7, the only try? But a draw is as good as a win for Dubov. It doesn't matter how he does it. It's sufficient. As long as he does not lose, then the surprise is very much evident. Somehow, Dubov cannot quite believe that his opponent has a resource, but it's okay. Knight takes rook, it's fine.
Yeah,
Rook.
knight takes rook. Rook takes g2 maybe is the safer of the two. Otherwise, black might just be a pawn down in an endgame, so I think he has to give up his rook. Yeah, I said the same blunder, knight to d3, blowing the win, but Dubov is still going to get there. Rook to d2, we'll see some trades now. You can force knights off the board if you want, or you can force the rooks off the board, depending on which way you go with your horsey here. And we'll see a level endgame. So I think we'll trust that Dubov is going to make the draw that he needs to get through. Trading the rooks off, bringing his king, and we'll go out of that board for a while. Mamedov is striking back against Rasmus Svaner. I think that's the final few seconds of that game. White has an extra rook simply. Svaner desperate to give perpetual check. We'll see these two again, Jovanka, a bit later on.
Yes, and I also just had turned my attention to the game between Gabriel Sargsyan against Maxim Rothstein. Maxim Rothstein playing with the black pieces in a must-win situation. Looks like he's also turning around. And we are going to be seeing tie breaks once more as Raf Mamedov, with that victory, equalizes the match score. And on to tie breaks we go. And David, can we just turn our attentions to the game Gabriel Sargsyan against Maxim Rothstein?
Let's do
Rothstein
it.
playing with seconds.
Seconds left on the clock. There's a white knight in the corner. That looks pretty bad. I think we're a few moves behind the live board here, but either way, white is just down a pawn, suffering. It's kind of a mirror image of the previous game where it was Sargsyan as black who was able to grind down his opponent. And here we see pawns advancing. Both very positional players, I should mention. Very strategic in their styles. They don't like complications. They love their endgames. They love their pawn structures, their bishop pairs. Maxim Rothstein, I've actually got the same against him. Every time we've played, other than once, it's been a black win. So it looks like they're trading wins with black in this mini match as well.
Well, it has been the round of comebacks, as we are seeing Maxim Rothstein on the verge of equalizing this. Can we also turn our attentions to the game between Michael Adams against Ivan Cheparinov, or do you want to stick on this one?
No, we jump. We jump to Michael Adams to see whether he can hold the draw he needs. We said Michael Adams only loses once a decade with white, but could this be that time? Could this be that occasion? He's down 3-1 in terms of pawns on the king side. He needs counterplay. That's three very strong passed pawns potentially. Bishop check. Ooh, advantage disappearing. White does have the A pawn, Jovanka, I guess, and the B pawn's dropping. So it's going to be 3 versus 1 on the other flank. Bishop versus knight. Whose minor piece do you prefer?
The bishop. The bishop is a long-range piece, and look, it can just sit there on f3 and cover a8, whereas the knight has to be actually in close proximity. But it's going to be a race of pawns, and Cheparinov, he's going for the h-pawn. Wow, David, we're off to the races. This one is going to be super intense because there's so much on the line here. Cheparinov must win this one if he wants to survive to the next tie breaks.
Okay, and he was close when we joined, but the bar's been sliding back towards the center. Adams is very quick with calculation, despite being one of the oldest players in the World Cup field this year. He's so quick, and oh, that's a tricky move. Knight to d2, the only move now to hold on. Rook takes c2 is threatened, and that's especially difficult because rook to e2 check might well be the response, and the white king will have to step into a discovered check if you retreat your knight right now. But strictly the only move. Adams, can he use that experience to hold on here?
Yes, And it makes sense once you kind of go deep into the position and understand that the knight actually wants to be on e4 just to somehow block out the range of the bishop. But knight to d2, upon which once rook e2 appears, you're going to have to voluntarily place yourself. He finds it, David. He finds it.
Brilliant from Adams there. It's a double attack. Simple as that. He attacks the bishop. He attacks the pawn on d4. He wants pawns. He wants time. Like you said, tempo play to push the pawn forward. And Chaparinov has totally lost the thread over the last few moves. And that's the thing. If you miss one tactic, you tend to miss a second. And I think he's just missing some of these knight jumps. In time trouble, bishops not necessarily better than knights. Easy to miss knight moves. And bishop going back to c6. Apparently another mistake back to dead level. Great news for English fans. Does he take this pawn, Michael Adams, or does he keep pushing? Black's plan is to go behind with his rook. Still some major imbalances ahead in this endgame.
Yeah. And that is a huge question ahead for Mickey here, because if he advances the pawn, then he might just be left with that straggler. And once that black rook comes and gives checks, it can be easily chased down. So we're seeing Mickey go for a different approach. He instead goes to attack the bishop on c6. And now Chaparinov has to either defend that bishop. No, he's thrown. Is he going to throw in another check? He's Chaparinov down to 15 seconds on the clock.
Wow. Dramatic stuff on the clock. He does give another check. The king goes back. They've repeated the position. We talked about tempo play. Adams, so classy. Rook to c4. Hits the bishop, forces it to a bad square. If the black king had defended the bishop, he took this pawn with check. And he's just so accurate in these endgames. Like, he came from a position of weakness into this endgame. It was black on the ascendancy, and suddenly rook to c8. Where's this bishop trying to hide? He's covering the promotion square. Maybe he can start pushing.
Yes, that is very much in the air. And also bear in mind that if he does this, any like rook checks on h1 could potentially be covered by a knight on f1, which again poses the problems, because that pawn on a5, if it advances, it gets ever closer to the promotion square. And now Mickey is the one down to not much time now, coming to 10 seconds.
Ooh,
He
pushes
goes
his
for
pawn.
it.
Don't know if there's time for knight to f1. Knight to f1 does allow bishop to g2. It's so much calculation. White's pawn is one square too short. It feels like he has to move his king away. But then he has to allow the black rook behind. Okay, what are you predicting here, Ivanka? Can he hold it? Mickey, can he get some pawns off the board? Hold this difficult endgame?
I know what I want to happen. and it's just crazy at the minute, you know, giving a check, the h pawn is going to be falling. I'm expecting the king to step up to d6, because if you don't do that, there's a chance that you leave the a pawn alive, and that will be problematic. He goes to e6.
Wow, that is brave. I think he just wanted to keep his king nearer his pawns. If he'd gone to d6, white might have just taken on h7, gone round back to h6, and the black pawns would have been defenseless. But as you said, Adams now has the opportunity and must do. Wait, what's happened there on the clock?
No.
Has he run out of time?
Has he run out of time? No, he's played a7.
Adams has lost on time. He has let his clock run out, Mickey Adams. He forgot about the clock, made a move, but too late. He had chances. He was only slightly worse according to the computer, but he loses on time. They go again. They'll be back in a few minutes for more tie breaks. Adams does fall with white. Heartbreak.
Yeah, heartbreak indeed. Well, Mickey will have to just shake off the past and reset, because tie breaks ahead at a much faster time pace. And then we see on the camera that it is once again Jorge Corey, and he is playing white against Shant Sargsyan, and it is Jorge who is in a must-win situation. And do you know, David, this round has been all about the comeback.
Yeah, so many comebacks. Nobody yet through to the third round, I believe, from all of these. And Oh, we see some checks. Corey trying to buy himself a bit more time. There's only one winning move. He hasn't found it. He needs to retreat his bishop back to f2, one of the most difficult moves I've seen. But it does look like we're all going to the next stage of tiebreaks, which is crazy. He didn't find the best move. He could have dropped his bishop back to f2 to avoid any checks, to protect his pawns. Black was in a form of zugzwang there. Very difficult study-like solution. Now, I think we're going to see the infamous rook and bishop versus rook Jovanka. This could go on for ages. White's going to get this pawn. White's going to probably cost the black bishop its life by pushing his g-pawn forward in the near future. Wow, we're in for the long haul today.
We are. It's an insane ride, but we're all down for it. And what is he going to do? Rook takes pawn. So he gives a check. King comes up. Just a repeating of the moves just to build that time on the clock, because Jorge only has just 10 seconds now. It's...
Whoa. Ooh. Pushes his h-pawn forward, but he is giving up his rook. So black can promote now. Black does have time to promote that pawn. What's he calculated? What has he calculated here? I think the black rook can take this and then go back to the 8th rank to hold the white pawn's advance. Maybe there's a miscalculation here from Corey.
Yeah.
Shant reaches for the queen.
He does. He does.
He's going to make the queen.
It's that or nothing.
What? Oh, he does queen. He could have taken on h6 as well, by the way. Maybe with an elementary draw there. That might have been easier. But he does take with the rook now. And he's going to go behind. And this should be a draw now.
Yeah. Well, isn't it quite a simple draw? Because white can't actually advance their pawns. So say, for instance, you were to go g7, then bishop takes pawn would be quite a nice way how to draw it. And then there's just no way the blockade can be broken. But yeah, rook to a4. Rook to a4 makes so much sense.
Yeah, only move, but one of the first candidate moves you see. Pawns on a 6th rank always beat a rook. So he couldn't have traded bishops there. And now he does pin the white bishop. He's going to take that white bishop. We could see an endgame, queen versus rook and piece. The white pawn's pushing. He pushes the right pawn. He's got to move the king now. He's got to stop the rook going to the g file. Yeah. One of these two.
Where to go? Go forward, go behind, go back, goes forward.
There's going to be more checks. Black has to keep checking. Yes. No way to stop the pawn. This is a crazy endgame, by the way. Wow. Do you have to keep checking?
Yes. Because as soon as the white king approaches, then you just swing over to the g line, cover the g8 square.
More checks. The computer pointed out to me that black could have made a study-like draw with bishop takes g7 and then all the checks, and white couldn't have escaped. As soon as the white king goes to f7, you can go behind with the black rook, give a check on the g file, take the new queen. That is crazy. But I think he's found the right way to draw here. Shant Sargsyan, pain-free. He's going to keep checking, and there's nowhere to hide for the white king.
Can the white king try to run over to g6? Because it's either that or it's going to be repetition until the very end of time. So he comes up to f5. And
the problem is, I guess, as soon as the g file is crossed, the black rook is going to come down and behind, and there's always going to be some checks. Yeah. So white can never cross the g file. This is going to be a draw. What a dramatic end to this match. We might see someone at least make it through to round 3 if Sargsyan can hold on.
And it certainly looks that way. And with a draw, Sargsyan will walk into round 3. And we say goodbye to the Peruvian superstar that is Jorge Corey. And the arbiter has been summoned. You might as well ask the arbiter, how many times have you repeated the position? And if you've repeated 3 times, then that's enough.
Yeah, and it does look like he's correct. His next move will be the 3rd time we've seen that position with a rook check. The arbiters will double check that, and we will get the result confirmed. But it's progression for the Armenian Grandmaster, and it's going to be Peru who lose a player from the World Cup here, Jorge Corey. They're going to go off and check. A little bit of drama to end this this World Cup adventure for Corey.
Yes. And if Sargsyan's claim is correct, then he will be facing in the next round Mustafa Yilmaz from Turkey. So there's some checks happening, and we're catching sight of some other checks that have been happening as Dubov signs the score sheet, and we don't need to even look at the positioning of the kings in the middle of the board. It is a win for Dubov. He makes it through. It's also a win for Gabriel Sargsyan, as Maxim Rothstein wasn't quite able to convert, wasn't able to level the score. So it is Gabriel Sargsyan who advances.
Yeah, it's a good round for the Armenians, 2 of them making it through in the tiebreaks. He was in big trouble, but managed to save it there, and that looks like it marks the end of the latest set of tiebreaks, John, as we saw more drama, a lot of comebacks, and more games ahead.
And still a minority of games being decided. This is getting closer and closer and closer. I'm beginning to now fear for 3 days from now when we take a look at the tiebreaks for round 3 and go, oh, we had 27 games before. Let's find a way to increase that number now. Absolute cinema indeed. So the majority of our games still going to further tiebreaks. 5+3 is on the horizon, folks. But as things currently stand, we have Gabriel, Shant, and Dubov advancing. Congratulations to them into round 3. Everybody else is going to be getting the Blitz clocks out one more time as we head into 5 minutes plus 3 seconds increment. Go ahead and grab yourselves a drink. We'll be right back with those games.
Do you think you are currently overrated, like classical FIDE rating, or underrated?
Underrated.
True. It's good confidence.
But so he gets a reaction, so I think he is right where he is.
Where he belongs, yeah? Would you give up 20 rating points to be a better dancer, actually?
I don't have that much rating, you know.
No, but answer the question honestly. Like, now imagine, I take from you 20 rating points, but you are a better dancer.
No. I can learn dancing.
Lie.
Yeah, of course.
What lie?
I also would.
I'm not so passionate about dancing.
No.
I never dance.
This position is so bad. Such a bad position.
I think position is irrelevant.
I was not thinking at all. When I was,
I'm thinking?
I ended up in this position, and then I'm like, Jesus. Okay,
I think I'm thinking.
Okay, that's good. So, do you sometimes dance when no one is watching?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, because previously he just said that he doesn't dance at all. Okay.
No, I mean in public. Never.
No, not in public, but when no one's watching.
He has a big reaction. That's the biggest reaction today.
I knew. Yeah. Dancing is. I felt it. I didn't know it. I felt it.
Probably quite a lot.
Yeah.
It's not a lot.
Yeah. Do you do that in front of the mirror?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No, just discovering some.
But it's
quirky sides to Vidit. Some unexpected quirky sides.
So I'd say he's like a dancing queen.
Oh no, what is this new nickname that internet is gonna give me now?
Dancing queen Vidit. I got roasted by the lie detector, sir. Does Vishanen still intimidate you?
Yeah.
Lie.
Wow. Do you think Vishanen dislikes you?
Not really.
True. Were you really pissed at me in Portugal when you realized that I'm hiding something from you?
Yeah, I was really pissed.
Yes.
We tried 90 minutes, that didn't work. So we tried 15 and then 10, and now it's 5 tie breaks in round 2 of the 2025 FIDE World Cup. We are properly in the middle of these now. 5 plus 3. I think there's one more round of tie breaks after this, which is 3 plus 2. And if there is still absolutely no difference between the players after that, we go to a single Armageddon game. Right now, the majority of games, I don't remember if it was 6 or 7, but we have quite a lot of 5 plus 3 games about to start. And that means, there you go, 7 of them. That means that, oh my goodness, this is going to be absolutely ridiculous. We could see multiple Armageddon games on the horizon. Jovi, I don't want to predict or jinx anything just yet, but this is a huge number of boards to be at this stage of the competition.
It is 7 players, 14 players, 7 matches still ongoing. And what storylines we've had today. We've had comebacks, we've had near misses, we've had flag falling, we've had all kinds of shocks and surprises. And now this is where we're going to see whether the players can change their gears, because the playing control has always been a little bit like, it's been classical 90 minutes, then it was 15 minutes, and then it wasn't too much of a difference, and then it suddenly went 10 minutes. Again, this is kind of like a gentle version of rapid. And now we have Blitz. Blitz, 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. Suddenly the players are going to have to be a lot more incisive, just make those decisions faster. And the question is, will they be able to adapt?
And here we go. The games begin. We saw the handshakes, and yeah, we're off. It's like asking Formula 1 drivers to drive at 30 miles, 30 kilometers an hour, and then you ask them to drive a little bit faster and a little bit faster, and eventually it is a full sprint. But here we are in the Blitz games, and yeah, Yu Yangyi versus Felix Blogberger. Looks like a solid start. This is an anti-Berlin, a branch of the Spanish Opening. Still very early days here. Jovanka, out of the 7 matchups, who do you think is going to be the most ambitious of them all? Where do you think we'll see the real fire on the board?
I think we're going to see in the game Pragg against Kubakorov. Like, somehow or other, he'll feel like someone is smiling on him today, and he'll feel re-energized there. And I'm also expecting there to be some fireworks in the games between Mickey Adams and Ivan Cheparinov, just because Mickey, was in such a comfortable situation going into that second game, losing on time from slightly worse position. I feel that Ivan Cheparinov will sense that the momentum is on his side, and maybe he needs to accelerate play right from the opening. I say that we check out the bird's eye view and just dive into some of the games.
Yeah, and here we do see that Pragnananda started with a slightly offbeat d4 opening. Again, it looks like a Caracan reversed, but yeah, it looks like a Queen's Gambit-esque type of position. On the top row, Yu Yangyi, he's debating the Italian game with Felix Blogberger. Karthikeyan, Puya Idani, that's a Sicilian, as is Adams Cheparinov on the bottom row in the middle there. Narayan and Vichigov looks like they're heading very quickly towards a level position. They've just been drawing every game, heading inevitably, it feels like, towards Armageddon. And Rasmus Fana against Ralph Mamedov, that looks very balanced as well. Isolated Queen's Pawn in the center there for Mamedov as black. Jovanka, openings-wise, I know I asked for predictions earlier. Openings-wise, any big surprises in your eyes?
No. I'm kind of pleased to see that Ivan Cheparinov has gone for something like that I expected him to, something with an imbalanced pawn structure, something where he's very active with his pieces. That's what I expected from him. And Pragg is perhaps the one that they're on the top left, the one that I'm most surprised about, maybe because he's going for some position where he's kind of strategic. He's going for that strategic advantage, But it is a change from the way that his other games have gone, and they weren't too successful. So I don't see why he shouldn't shake things up. But Oh, wow. We already see an X being awarded, but I'm sure that's just the evaluation and the engine bar being harsh.
Yeah, just to go back and check that bishop to g5. Apparently, it was a big blunder or mistake here, because check this out. After knight takes knight, Pragg might have missed that he cannot take with the pawn. Hitting this knight now, it looks like you're winning due to a pin along this diagonal. This is why both players ignore this tactic. But knight to g4 would have given black a huge winning attack, hitting the f2 point. If you win a piece now, I say win very likely. If you take the bishop, then you allow queen takes pawn, check. Bishop takes knight, and black wins back the material with interest, since pawn takes bishop now ends in the kiss of death, ends in checkmate. And likewise, if knight takes knight, we would have seen pawn to a6, and black actually wins the b2 pawn next. So big opportunity. Pragg blundering, but not seen by his opponent. And if we catch up, we see the position now level out. We'll see some trades, and it's a typical Carlsbad pawn structure, Jovanka, with the knight landing back on d3.
Yeah, and what a find there, actually, you know, this whole thing of knight takes knight, because you just assume that the pawn on f2 is completely covered by absolutely everything. You would never, ever in a million years sense that it was in danger. But in the meantime, we have some clarifications, and we have a situation which actually I'm going to say favors black. Black is the one who's getting ready to put a knight up to d6, and you want d6 so that the knight has eyeballs on both c4 and e4. And for me, the reason why I'm saying I like black's position is just because black does have the possibility of going b5 and a5 and b4 at some point. But Pragg thinks otherwise. He says that the presence of a white knight on d3 is going to be enough to hold off any queenside counterplay. And in fact, it might be the king side. And yeah, the h4 is coming.
Yeah, there's going to be a pawn just to soften up, pawn advance here, just to soften up black's king. This is a very typical formation. We call it the Carlsbad in honor of a tournament, I believe, from many, many years ago. But yeah, it's essentially black with a pawn chain, white with a pawn chain, and it's very, very locked. It's all about piece play. Black on the queen side, white on the king side. We'll come back to this one later. Not much later, because the players are already down at 1 minute versus 2 minutes. But let's just do a quick roundup of what we see in front of us. We see some eval bars rising. Narayanan looks like he's doing very well against Nikita Vityugov, probably winning now in the endgame. It looks like Vityugov has blundered a pawn, and will have to suffer for a long, long time to hold that. What else catches your eye, Jovanka?
I also had my eyes on that. Also, the game between Yu Yang and Felix Bloberger. And it has seemed like Felix has been playing incredibly solidly. You know, very resourceful, been a frustrating experience for Yu Yang. He has been struggling to find a way to break through and actually secure a point. But it seems like he's in full control now, with a situation where he has a brilliant knight against what is fundamentally a bad bishop there on f8.
Yeah, great position for Yu Yang. There has been a blunder, meanwhile, between Rasmus Fana and Ralph Mamedov. If I just take us there very quickly, a black rook just landed on e2, and it was actually a trade on this square that caused the blunder. White now has a couple of winning moves, and it's all to do with this diagonal, Jovanka, and the back rank. Black's king.
Yeah.
Magnus said it earlier, always give your king some breathing space. You might regret it otherwise. Where's the winning blow?
Yeah. I was thinking rook c7 looked quite nice, with ideas of just getting out of the bishop's way on g2 and setting up a wonderful pin. And that looked very, very tempting.
Yeah, this looks brilliant. Like rook to c2, I guess, one attempt to defend.
Knight
Feels
e1.
shaky. Knight e1, yeah. Like, just can't defend this knight. There's tactics galore. Rook c7 played. Live position, and Mamedov just can't hold his knight. Rook to e6, maybe. Oof,
Yeah.
Feels wrong. Rook to e6,
Yes.
maybe the knight just moves anyway. And
Yes.
this is hanging.
Yeah. And you have an issue again where you can't go rook a6 because of the back rank issues. And oh dear, those words of wisdom from Magnus and from every single person who's ever taught us chess has been like, always give some heir to your king, make it a hiding place, is going to come back to haunt black.
Yeah, totally winning position. Rasmus Fana will take the lead again, but that didn't help him last time. So winning position here for the German Grandmaster. Every other bar is roughly in the middle, although Pragg looks like he's won a pawn, if I believe correctly, if I can count. He's just taken a pawn on e6.
He has. He has, and his opponent's on 20 seconds. Shall we go there? Because I'm seeing that there's a lot of time imbalances. The side with the advantage has, in some situations, over 1 minute advantage in terms of clock time. And Jose Martinez also doing very, very well with his game, his opponent just seconds left on the clock. But for Pragg, this is the first time we've seen Pragg actually get a fantastic position with the white pieces.
Yeah, and this is what I said he should have been doing all along. Just really stable, like pawn structure fixed, just outplay the opponent. And it feels like he's done that. He's up a pawn. Black's isolated pawn in the center will cause him some grief later. We'll come back to this game. Jose Martinez, you mentioned it. Jovanka totally winning now. He's unleashed the bishop. Fianchetto bishops in this round, in this set of tie breaks. Doing the job. And oh, look at that, d7, double exclamation mark, because if you take the rook, it's replaced by an even stronger pawn. Where's the finishing blow? Is it just bishop to c6, crunch, setting up rook to e8? This pawn's going to win the game.
Yeah, bishop c6, cementing that pawn on d7. Bishop f4 was incoming, so knight to e6. And here, you almost feel tempted to go rook takes e6 and enjoy a powerful rook there on e7 that can go to g7. And this pawn on d7 is just such a thorn. And he didn't even do that. He just was like, okay, I'm going to bring up the king. And white is just really coasting. It's happening right now. Here we're seeing king takes bishop. And black has got no time on the clock, but also hopeless position.
Yeah, two bishops are better than a rook at the best of times. Here, they're totally dominant. And the king of c7 is going to paralyze black's rooks. We're going to see resignation. Jose Martinez, I just want to mention, he played 5 brilliant moves in the space of 7. So, yeah, clinching this game in style. Blitz is his forte. I think Vidit should have been trying to get the job done earlier, and there we go, confirmation. Jose Martinez does win.
Okay, so he wins, and we've seen 2 wins for the white pieces so far, and a draw in the game between Karthikeyan and Idani. So let's go to the team, the Pragnananda against Kubakorov.
Yeah, and just in time to see Pragg win. He was the exchange up in the final position, rook for knight, and all of black's pawns were dropping. We saw it earlier, he was a pawn up, but he converted it very smoothly. And yeah, a couple more games to go then.
Yep. Okay, maybe we check in on Yu Yangyi against Felix Bloberger. Players on the seconds, and it's a rook and pawn endgame once more, but this time I don't think is the one that Felix can hold.
It's sad. He can only move his king. He has to keep his rook behind the A pawn. And sometimes that's a drawing mechanism. The white king has nowhere to hide, so you can check from behind. But the white king is going to find its way to win the d6 pawn. And it's going to be Zugzwang, unfortunately, for Felix Bloberger here. King to d6 now. Or king to c6. And then he's going to sneak in and win this pawn when the black rook isn't looking.
Yep. And this is the thing. Because the white king, like black has to give ground at some point. Yeah.
You kind of want this position. I think you have to triangulate the king. You want this position with black to play so you can get your king in much quicker with white. Or maybe at some point you move your rook and offer a rook trade. You give up your A pawn. Okay.
Well, he's gone for the triangulation route, where he's just going to waste time with his king.
Ooh. Wait, what? Wait, what? Why did he give up his A pawn? Surely you move around, you try everything first before doing this. Wow, that is surprising. Yu Yangyi, now he's walked into an easy draw for black. Black can just sit. no way to break forward. And here we see the players in action. Wow, that was crazy. Like, maybe there was also a winning idea of trading off the E and F pawns, trading off the, like, going F4, trading everything, going E5, E6, trading everything, and at the right moment, bringing a rook across and trading on the 7th rank. It was actually difficult, the win, maybe more difficult than I envisaged earlier, but he should have kept his A pawn. Like, pride and joy.
But this actually just sums up the whole of the match so far for Yu Yangyi. It's just been a frustrating experience. He's come so close to winning so many games, and somehow or other, Felix just keeps on fighting, keeps the game alive, and Yu Yangyi is unable to make that breakthrough. And now we're in a situation where if the F pawn advances, well, this means that the king is going to get checked. So he drops the rook back, still some checks. And this is really good news for Black, because Black is going to be able to build up some time on the clock as well.
Let's go to the other game where Nikita Vichigov fought back from a dead lost rook endgame, 2 pawns down, to find himself here. But now he saved it. He found the checking from the side idea, but he's just let the white king move. He just let the white rook give a check, and this check now can be blocked by the white pawn. That's rook endgame 101. That's like it's going to be heartbreaking for Vichigov, who fought back so well from a difficult position. And white's pawn going through. Narayanan wins. Finally, someone takes the lead in that match.
Yes, it has been very much draw city there. But it means that Nikita, if he wants to remain in the competition, needs to win the match. And Yu Yangyi is still trying hard. And what was the result between Mickey? Mickey probably was a draw. Mickey and Cheparinov drew.
So they will go again on level footing. And this game looks likely to be a draw now, I think, just because there's no pass pawns and no real pass pawn potential either. White stepping forward would just result in simplifications. The black rook is perfect. It's actually going behind to nudge white's weakness on h4, the base of the pawn chain. Ivanka, really strange stuff happening. Clearly nerves playing a part.
Yeah, nerves are in there. I mean, this is, again, let's not forget that the players have played a lot of chess beforehand. There's a lot of pressure. We're not entirely sure whether they managed to sleep well either. I mean, this is just simply one of the toughest tournaments around. I still think Yu Yangyi has some chances to try for something. I mean, I'm thinking at the right time, go for some kind of e6 breakthrough and hope to drive away the black king and just infiltrate with the white king. But he's going to have to work hard to achieve anything like that.
Yeah, it's going to be the Idani Puya versus Karthikeyan of this round. They're going to go round and round. They're going to spin each other in circles. And it should be
the other one out.
Yeah. Okay. There hasn't been a pawn move for nearly 20. There hasn't been any progress for nearly 20 moves if we're keeping count of the 50 move rule.
Yeah. What about... No. Okay, so there's a potential idea of kind of like... It requires assistance from black, because black has found this very nice checking mechanism. So, I mean, at the right time, go f5. And again, black is keeping a watchful eye over the e-pawn, so that f5 is never very attractive. Because what I'm thinking, a potential winning idea would be going f5 and being able to put a rook on f6.
He's finally going for your idea. He's tried everything else, Ivanka. He's going to try and put a rook on f6. I think the key after e6 is to take with the pawn as black. You don't really want to risk a king and pawn endgame unless you've calculated it out. And still not much progress to be made. Yu Yangyi's playing moves with like 2 seconds on his clock every time.
Oh, yeah.
Very
And the increment is not very big. It's like 3 seconds, as opposed to the usual 10 seconds. Those times, the generosity is gone. The players are being asked to play quicker and quicker chess.
And just to mention, there was a threefold repetition at moves 87, 100 and something, and then 110. But obviously hard to spot those. And he has given back a pawn, and it hasn't changed much. It's very similar to that bishop endgame we saw earlier, just with the rooks this time. Now it's back to level material, and this is very much dead drawn.
Yeah. And then black has the perfect drawing formation. You don't need to steer away from that one. Leave the rook on e1, cutting off the white king, and the king will just hover around its own pawns and protect them. It's as easy as that.
Yeah, I want to see the exact same endgame with colors reversed, like rook e4, trader rooks, and then black has the opposition, king e4, king e8, king d4, king d8. Exactly the same pattern we saw in the other game. But here we see players continue checking, continue moving. Blöberg has done everything right.
There's going to be that king and pawn ending, David, as you mentioned.
Same exact one, just with h-pawns. Funny mirror image. And okay, Yu Yangyi, this is just, I think, frustration. Like, he feels he's the better player, and he's annoyed that he hasn't converted some of his advantages. In the match as a whole, but also today.
Well, he's snaking his king. Will it go to d6? Yes, it does.
Oof. Don't allow the rook trade now. Okay. Moves away with his rook, and oh, it is a blunder from Felix Blöberger. He's allowed the king in. He's allowed the king into f6.
And that was the only winning try.
Oh. It's not even taking the e6 pawn, it's walking in and going for the other white pawns. You've got to time it right for Yu Yangyi, but here we go. He goes in. And now the black h pawn, if it wasn't there, this might well be closer to a draw, but now the white king is going to use the h7 square, use that pawn as shelter. He's going to use h6 instead, and the g pawn is enough. The lone pawn is going to run through and cost black his rook.
Going to go check.
He's going to give a check, swap off rooks, make a new queen. Heartbreak for Felix Blöberger, who did everything right, but loses after 134 moves.
Well, again, that means another really bloodthirsty round. A lot of decisive games, a lot of players now having to win on demand if they want to remain in this match. John, we have been treated to so much drama so far.
I've got no idea how long this break's going to be before the games are going to start, so I'm unashamedly going to a quick break, but I just want to point out we had Adams Chaparinov end in a draw, Kartikeyan Idani end in a draw. The other 5 games were all wins from white, so this is going to be really interesting indeed. Where do we go to 3+2, and is that win with white enough to tip some of these players through to the next round? We find out in just a sec.
Welcome back to AniChess. AniChess is modernizing chess by infusing the timeless game with an innovative spell mechanic. Players can compete against each other, participate in tournaments, and craft their own spells to battle and climb the ranks. All classical chess rules apply, but can be overridden by spell mechanics.
Invisible march, a strategic.
The knight on h6 used shot in the dark, moving it invisibly for 1 turn. And meanwhile, white used house recruit to spawn a pawn.
Clear the ground with a single bound.
White uses bishop 2.0, launching the bishop over a pawn to capture.
Invisible march, a strategic arch.
Shot in the dark allows black to win by kingslay. Push your chess limits. Try spell chess in the AniChess Open Alpha.
Who is your favorite person in the tournament as a friend?
Fabiano Caruana, because he's a very friendly person.
I think I have good contact with Javi. Oh, Pragg. I also get along very well with Pragg. Fabio Praganda, probably, yeah.
Well, Fabiano Caruana.
Probably Gukesh, Domarajo.
Maybe Kasparov. Maybe for fun, yeah, Magnus, because we are in Team Liquid now.
What is your favorite city in the world?
The Hague.
Where I live, Minnesota.
Krakow.
Probably Paris.
I like generally, Switzerland, Geneva. Dubai or Doha is also very suitable for me.
Yeah, I'd say Chennai.
Are you more a night owl or an early bird?
I'm definitely a night owl.
Early bird nowadays.
Early bird.
Late. It depends on my routine because sometimes I night owl and sometimes I'm early bird.
Recently I became night owl because I played in many classical tournaments and I have to prepare. My advice is just to be a morning person.
I wake up around 9.
8:30.
Maybe 9. Sometimes 10.
I usually at 10 a.m.
Actually, I wake up early around 8, 9. But whenever I study chess, it's always late.
10 maybe, the 9:30.
Fabiano Caruana, because he's a very friendly person.
I think I have good
5 wins with white. All right, blood has been drawn in the 5+3 portion of tiebreaks here in round 2 of the FIDE World Cup. Is that going to be enough? Is that slender advantage going to allow our players to push through? And what of the players who drew in that first game? Will the players with white have a decisive advantage now as they try and push through for that critical breakthrough? We're looking at Kartikeyan, Idani, Adams, and Cheparinov. Plenty to play for here as we go into tiebreak game 6. Remember, this is a huge, grueling tournament that lasts all month long, and there's $2 million in prize money, 3 golden tickets to the candidates, and a rather delicious looking trophy on offer as well. So let's get ready to hop straight back into these games because the storylines here are fantastic. David, Jovi, over to you.
Yeah, and on our screens is a person who I think has survived quite a few positions by a miracle. Pragg, I still go back to that second game from the first tiebreaks where he found a perpetual check from nothing. Kubikorov now trailing as he is in a must-win situation with the white pieces. Pragg, what a storyline it has been for him.
Yeah, it feels like he's walked a tightrope and lived to tell the tale. He just needs to make that final step now to the other side. And a draw with black, it sometimes feels like a mammoth task, but he will feel that he's escaped far worse. And Kubikorov, body language already, trying to get focused, but doesn't look as full of energy as he did earlier in the day. This is where tiredness kicks in. You can see him there. He does look probably a bit frustrated that he's in this must-win situation now with white, as are many others, but especially for him. He's had so many chances to make it through. But Pragg showing why the top players are so strong. You have to knock them down so many times in one game alone. To beat them more than once is difficult. Yu Yang Yi, meanwhile, will also feel like he's made the big breakthrough. He's done the hard work after that war of attrition against Felix Bloberger. The players looking forward to getting the games going. Handshake, and we're off. Who will make it through to round 3? Will we see further tie breaks? That is the big question. And we see lots of E4, E5 this round, Jovanka.
Yes, and that's not really surprising because 5 out of those 7 players playing with the black pieces, well, a draw is sufficient in order to get them through to the next stage. It's been quite the ride, but they need to basically lock the game down and make it as solid as possible. And sure enough, there's E4, E5 from Pragg. He's gone for some kind of knight E7, knight G6, D5 formation. So that's very interesting, to have a quite open position. Surely that should favor white, who's in a must-win situation. It also indicates that if Pragg is going into this, he's got it all well worked out.
Yeah, as black, you're basically saying, I'm going to force it. I'm going to try and equalize very directly. He brings his queen to the edge of the board, Pragg. Very interesting choice. He doesn't want to sit there, maneuver, suffer, get nervous. He wants to solve it here and now. With white, it's a very open position, as you say, Ivanka. So some chances, but if you get out-prepared, it can be bad news. I think we jump into that game first, although there have been some fascinating pawn breaks. Early g4 in one of the battles down there by Ralph Mamedov. Must-win situation, but bishop g4, blue arrow appears. Pragg has to get ready to castle on the queen side. I'm going to say that's quite natural, just because that bishop's not going anywhere else. It might as well go to g4. But you might be worried about a check, or maybe even a d5 move. So what do we think? Is Pragg going to find this already very important move on move 10?
He shouldn't have to be freestyling this type of position on the board. He should be really like just repeating his theory that he's seen before hundreds of times. He should really have this position well worked out. Yeah, the bishop comes out to g4 as I expected, because you just don't get creative in such a dangerous position, because you mentioned d5 is in the air, queen b3 is also coming, d5 was the move chosen. One move I didn't necessarily advocate for would be rook to e1, because that just encourages the bishop to block the check, and the king now has time to run to the king side, and that would be a dream situation. You want to be sharpening the stakes for black and force him to castle queenside, and that's what Koibakarov's done. But given a question mark, d5 wasn't the best move.
Yeah, I think just giving a rook check maybe, or giving a, I don't know, queen check or something, maybe bishop takes knight was the best move. But d5, the biggest shock to me is that Pragg is even thinking, like, this is a pin he needs to get out of. He needs to save his knight. Possibly he's thinking about bishop to d6. I think that's the only other candidate move in the position, threatening bishop takes knight on f3 and a sneaky checkmate on h2. But white can probably give his king some breathing space with rook e1 check. The white king can run via f1. So I think you just castle, like you just do what needs to be done. And Pragg's been very slow. He's burned over a minute in this one move alone. In Blitz, that's a lot. Like 3 minutes against 4 minutes 20 now. Just playing it close.
Yeah, this is super sharp. I mean, bishop to d6. I mean, I like your rook e1, but you also have to work out what is happening after dc6 and pawn takes pawn, and the rook is also falling, and yeah, there's like business happening on bishop takes h2. But you know, knowing Pragg, I suspect he's looking at bishop to d6. If he's hesitating, it's because of this bishop move.
But is it practical though to spend, what is it now, 2 minutes nearly just on one move in the opening? He chose this opening. Like, at some point, you just play a move that survives. Like, you castle queenside, you don't lose a piece. Like, there we go. He plays the best move. Bishop takes knight now, almost guaranteed, just to wreck the black pawn structure. And now the white queen's coming out. Maybe he was calculating this one, making sure he doesn't get checkmated. But still reckless use of the clock. Down to 2 minutes after just 12 moves in Blitz. This is scary for Praggnanandhaa.
Yep. I also got to say, it's also scary for Kubakorov, because bishop takes f3 has happened, and now it's decision time. Like, both sides are going to have their respective king safety nets wrecked. You know, if white wants to win, then you probably got to go pawn takes bishop, and that is not great. Or you go queen takes bishop, and queen takes bishop feels like it's just an equal endgame.
Yeah, white will be a pawn up in some of those lines, but probably not for long. Like, if queen takes, white can even flick in bishop takes b7 check before taking back the queen. But yeah, the d5 pawn probably doesn't survive much longer in this game. Okay, he found the right idea of Pragg. I'm just surprised it took him so long, and now it's his opponent, Timur, who has to make a big decision. What would you do, Ivanka? Would you risk it, go for glory, but also maybe get yourself checkmated with g takes f3, kind of gamble the whole house? Or would you play on?
No, this is way too much risk for me, because I mean, bishop d6 is also incoming and the king side is completely shattered. So I think probably what has to be done is your kind of idea: bishop takes b7, and then queen takes bishop, and yeah, you have a terrible pawn structure, but at least it's in an endgame.
Yeah, this is very surprising. We're only at move 12 here. Most of the other games are deep into the middle game. Some are in the end game. It feels like these two going at snail's pace. It's just an opening theory debate, which is quite rare to see in Blitz nowadays. Players normally try to dodge theory. But yeah, Pragg gaining in confidence. Clock's starting to level out. Kuibakorov. Yeah, I think you're right. He has to go into the end game, take the queens off, and hope to trick Pragg later, but that's not a good sign. Maybe we just temporarily zoom out just to get an overview of the other boards while Bakorov thinks and does trade off the queens.
Yep. And now the question is, do you capture the queen immediately for Kuibakorov? And he goes for it, and then he's going to capture. And yes, this was the issue. I'm expecting rook. I know, knight to h4. I was expecting rook to d6. Knight h4, very nice, targeting the weak pawns immediately. Okay, well, looking at the other games, I'm a little bit concerned, and actually read that as very concerned for Michael Adams's position against Cheparinov. The evaluation bar saying that it is a lot better for white, and with a whole load of pieces just coming at the black king, there's no surprise as to why the computer thinks this is so dangerous for black.
And the best bit, Jovanka, I know you'll like this. White is attacking, but also a pawn up. So that a bit of a bonus. It's nice to attack with no risk. H6 is next on the docket with the knight landing at a beautiful outpost on F6. Unfortunately, yeah, Adams at the European Team Championship, it was the same recently with England. He was getting hit in these Spanish structures quite a lot by deep preparation. His opponents had ideas of attacking his king, and this isn't the first time I've seen him in big trouble as black in recent months in this exact pawn structure. So it does look like Cheparinov with some nasty preparation.
Yeah, and that's the question. This is the problem with modern day chess, especially when people have been, I think he was against Jordan van Foreest, right? Where he was hit by, it was against Jordan van Foreest, where he was hit with his preparation that they had prepared for the World Championship match, in fact. And yeah, Mickey was in big trouble there. And yeah, here, okay, he's a pawn down. But maybe there's some kind of, is it difficult? I mean, maybe with the clock situation, there is a chance for things to go wrong. But let's keep an eye on this one, and let's take a look at, and things have gone badly for the English contingent, because Vichigov is also in serious problem against Sunildith Narayanan with the black pieces, and I think he's just putting the finishing touches to what is looking like a fantastic position.
Yeah, it's all about the connect four here. That's why black is winning. But jokes aside, black has an extra pawn. Black is going to trade off some pieces here. White's past d pawn, maybe the only hope, but can easily be blockaded later by the black king. That wasn't the move, rook to e1. I think he played rook to f1. There we go. And now it's not just one pawn, it's two pawns, the d pawn dropping off. It's been a tough day for Nikita Vichigov. Couldn't hold the previous endgame, even though it was a theoretical draw, and now down two pawns. Yeah, this is tough. Narayanan's also very, very quick at Blitz. He's been rated over 3,000 on chess.com for as long as I can remember. So this is a tough game.
It is a very tough game, and yeah, looking like we're going to be saying goodbye to our two English players. Sad news for English chess fans, but the clock ticks down, and I can see some people are in serious time trouble. Rasmus Svane, well, he might have won with the white pieces, but it looks like Mamedov is striking back in return, and there are seconds left on the clock, but with a white pawn posting up to g6, well, it is looking like Mamedov is going to take this to tiebreaks.
Yeah, this is why they say you should always castle, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, this was an e4, e5 opening, a Spanish, one of the most classical openings in chess, but not handled in a very classical way by Rasmus Fana here. He forgot to castle his king, and he's about to get forked. There we go. It's the royal fork, king and queen, handshake. Mamedov strikes back again. Mamedov, he's so much more dangerous with white than black. His opening repertoire is so fine-tuned as white. With black, it's a bit more shaky, but there we go. He gets the win. And we delve back into the bird's eye view. Pragg still holding.
Okay. He's still holding, but how much progress has Kuibakarov made? Can we go into that one and see whether there's been any kind of big movement? Because it did look rather impressive, you know, pawns on b4 and a4. Yes, the f3 pawn disappeared, but then, you know, white's queenside is looking mighty impressive.
Yeah, he's still alive. I don't hate his position. He's going to take and maybe rook to b1 or something along those lines, just to push the pawn forward to b5. Some ideas of checkmating the black king if you can get a rook behind. There we go. Pragg still got some questions to answer. This is a really nice formation, actually, with the white pawn and bishop. But there we go. Pragg seeks counterplay. He gives a check. With white, you have to be a bit careful where you go. Maybe you have to go into the corner and not to hang this pawn.
You have to go because the white king isn't going to be in big problems. And how to defend the pawn on h2? He moves it up to h4. And here, it's a big question. Can black go g5 and start putting pressure? Or he goes for rook to e5. Yeah, the Pragg game is going mad. They're from our featured chat. And now white starts advancing their queenside pawns, but the player's on seconds, David.
I think he panicked. I think he just blundered there, Kuibakarov. He just forgot that both black rooks were covering b5. He thought maybe only one. And now he's desperately trying to hit that black rook, which can just move. He's trying to get a white rook to the back rank. That's the key. Rook e2. Oh, big blunder from Pragg. Big, big blunder. He's just allowed a recapture on b5 now, and it's the a file. Look at this. Pragg's walked into a checkmate.
Oh no!
Pragg's king is getting checkmated on the back rank. It's a check. It's got to run.
But the players, they don't have too much time, David. And now, oh my goodness, it's going to be about the queenside pawns. Kuibakarov is going to be striking back if he can hold his nerves. Not easy to do when you only got 5 seconds.
Oh, brilliant move. He brought his rook to d7. There were checkmating ideas, but he's blown it again. He needed to keep the bishops on. He needed to hold on. And now he's rushed it.
3 seconds.
He's got to move. He's got to move. Oh.
Yeah.
And it's a losing blunder. Unfortunately for him, the black rook now checks and goes behind. And Pragg is going to take the win. It's a resignation from Kuibakarov, winning to losing in just 3 or 4 moves due to the clock. Heartbreak. And Pragg, that is relief.
And look at Pragg there. He looks up to the skies, breathes a huge sigh of relief. He's done it. He's made it to round 3. And Kuibakarov, so close. But in the end, it was the clock that was his downfall. He just did not find the right moves with just seconds left. And going back to the only game that is remaining, it is between Felix Blauberger and Yu Yangyi. Now, Felix Blauberger is in a must-win situation. He needs to win this position. And the evaluation bar tells us that actually Yu Yangyi does have a draw on account of both the checking mechanism and this beautiful pawn on b2.
And there we go. It was a repetition, perpetual check. Felix Blauberger, heroic effort. But he wasn't able to keep up with Yu Yangyi till the end. And yeah, I think he leaves with his head held high, Felix. But Yu Yangyi using all of his experience there to get the job done.
Oh, what a round so far. So much drama, roller coaster motion had us on the edge of our seats, John.
That was properly decisive. All the results are now in. Congratulations to Pragg. Congratulations to Yu Yangyi. Congratulations to Idani, who makes it through as well, in addition to Narayanan. And congratulations finally, last but not least, to Martinez, who successfully make it through to round 3 of the World Cup. However, there are 2 matches that are going to go all the way to 3+2. We've got Mamedov versus Svane, and we've got Chaparinov versus Adams, and that is coming up straight after this break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup. We can see our players getting ready for the 3-minute plus 2-second segment. The clocks will start any moment now. David, I'm going to risk one comment about the previous game before we get started here, and that is when he stood up from the board, Pragg looked like a cat that just lost one of its 9 lives.
Yeah, I mean, as a chess player, relief is probably even more kind of satisfying as a feeling than the taste of victory. So I'm going to say Pragg, he'll feel like he earned it the hard way. Whether he deserved it is another question. His opponent will be kicking himself. Timur Kuibakorov will be thinking how he didn't win that match. He had so many chances. But yeah, the top players, they always find a way. And here we are, 2 matches left in the second round. And one of them, Mickey Adams, we're going to be watching that with a lot of interest here.
Indeed. The other one, Mamedov Svane, both of them are about to get started. The players have sat down at the board. I think we're just waiting for the go-ahead from the arbiters. So, Jovi, only 2 boards to focus on now. It's all or nothing.
It is all or nothing. And it's also all or nothing for our players as they have to sharpen up. They have to level up as the pace quickens. And for Mickey and Chaparinov, they'll be thinking, I think that Mickey will especially be thinking, should he shake things up right now? Should he be going for a different approach after he was in a big trouble in that previous game? And, you know, we touched on it. We saw that he was a pawn down. So now it's maybe time for Mickey to shake things up, but how? And for Cheparinov, he's trying to get himself into the right mindset, because he'll be thinking about that previous encounter and thinking, I should have won the match there and then. And now I'm playing what could essentially be a lottery here when the time control is so fast.
Yeah, and I think it's important, the body language here. Neither player wants to be there. Mickey feels he should already be through. He only needed a draw with White earlier today to make it into the third round. He couldn't hold with White. He lost on time in a playable position. But then Cheparinov, in the previous game, totally winning when he agreed a draw. He didn't realize he could have played on with a very straightforward finish. Instead, bailing out with perpetual check. It's clear the tiredness is starting to kick in. The nerves are definitely there. And yeah, this one is going to be a lot of fun to watch. I agree that Mickey should probably switch up the openings. For Ralph Mamedov and Rasmus Fana, it's also a tale of traded blows. And we see e4, e5 here. Mickey never diverts from this one for long. So we'll see how this unfolds.
Well, the players are playing along the tried and tested path of the Lopez. And what we're seeing here is that White is just... we're going to wait for the moves to go to their completion, and there you go, they've stopped, they've taken a pause, and we can discuss this position here. And we've already seen that in the game between Mamedov and Svana, that it is a Caro-Kann. That's something that Rasmus Svana likes to do, especially when he's playing very fast chess, maybe switching things up there. And for Mickey is he's advanced with his B pawn, and the question is what to do next.
Jovanka, Caro-Kann or mainline Spanish? Take your pick. Choose your poison.
Caro-Kann, always. I know so much more about the Caro-Kann than I do about the mainline Spanish.
Okay, and yeah, this move is actually very fond. It's very close to my heart. Knight to g6, threatening to jump into f4 to win the bishop pair. It's the advanced variation. It's the short variation, where White just gets the bishop out, like no nonsense, gets castled, and then only later decides what to do. And Black breaks with f6. I should mention, I play this only in Blitz as Black, because it's a bit dodgy. Rook to e1 isn't the main move. Often taking allows the Black queen out. You don't want to do that. So often pawn to c4 is the way White should strike at the center. Jovanka, you're the resident Caro-Kann expert, though. What do you think of this? Is Rasmus going to be happy with how the opening has transpired?
Yes, I think he'll be very happy. And in fact, I'm going to do a confession time as well. I played this in the Olympiad when I was playing someone who was significantly lower rated than me. And I thought, okay, I want to unbalance the game as much as possible. And it was a gamble, but I modeled it on your games, David.
Oh, sorry. Like, I'm not sure anyone should model their play on my games.
No. David is a fantastic player to follow, especially his internet games. And I think this has worked out to perfection, actually. And it does remind me of other particular variations, like when you do go on f6, sometimes in conjunction with White for flicking in a4 and a5. And here, you know, you're just playing for squares. You know, Black is getting ready to jump into e4. And the bishop is well placed there on f5. You don't need to blink. You don't need to capture. It is simply standing there, defending e6, and you control central squares.
Yeah, it's a case of who takes who, like whose terms is that on. Okay, Mamedov, he's a very direct player. He jumps in with his knight to e5. Makes a bit of sense, but Black probably doesn't mind exchanges here. I probably would snap that knight off just because it looks nice and strong. But what else could he do? Okay, he does take the knights off Rasmus Fana. Maybe that was better. Maybe he didn't need to rush. But now he's going to move his knight, and it's just a question of where. Back is safest, but Jovanka into e4, probably more ambitious. And the players, we should mention 3 minutes. Yeah, they're already low on time.
3 minutes is really not that much time. The good news is they do play at this time control in the the Blitz World Championship, I think. And so it's something that the players are pretty familiar with. And I'm expecting knight to e4. You'd need to play as actively as possible when you have no time on the clock. And sure enough, the knight gets booted out of there, and it has a choice, knight c5 or knight to g5. I like knight c5 way better than I do knight g5.
Yeah, and decision time for Rasmus Farner. Let's jump to the other game, though, because bad news for Adams. He's getting punished again in the Spanish. It feels like he's got to switch openings. He's just a pawn down, not for the first time today, this A pawn. He's banking everything on checkmate here, Jovanka. He's going to play bishop f4. He's going to try and get his queen in, try to do something nasty to white on h2. But maybe white can just put a pawn on h3, protect everything, king in the corner, and say, I'm calling your bluff. I'm just going to make a new queen in the meantime.
Yeah. And when you go all in, though, it does require precision from both sides. And Cheparinov, he's down to just over a minute. But I like your defense of just kind of keeping the light squares tight. And, well, maybe this is going to pay off, because we see the evaluation bar start to sink a little bit down after king to h1. But rook d1, just to try to get some tempo. And this is apparently not the right direction, but it was very, very natural.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised he's gone into full retreat mode, Cheparinov. I think maybe while I was saying the words, I thought I was being a bit harsh. I was looking at the eval bar, and I just thought, push the pawn, make a new queen. Probably you're just winning. But he's gone full reverse gear. And this is why the white king should have stayed on g1, a bishop on g2, because this f2 pawn is actually very tender. And yeah, Mickey, he's very good at maneuvering. So his bishop on c5 looks glorious suddenly. Looks like he's got decent compensation for the sacrificed pawn now.
Yes, and the a pawn can actually be blockaded on a7, so it's not going to be easily going to promotion. But what we're seeing now is, oh gosh, Mickey's just so good. David, I'm always impressed with the ease of which he improves his pieces, like the whole bishop maneuver. There you go. The pawn is never going to be allowed to get to a7. And then g6, h5 in the air. And Mickey is taking over.
He's so good. He's so fine. I'm not going to sing it.
Oh,
but
Mickey.
Hey, Mickey.
Hey, Mickey. Oh, my goodness me. I did not set you up for that.
You can do. If he wins, Jovanka, shall we do it in unison?
Yes. For Mickey, we will do that. Yeah. Okay.
He's moving his h-pawn. He's got full control. Like with the bishop on f4, I was not scared at all with white. Now I'm terrified. Just because white can barely move. White's bishop is just dead. Like white's bishop is such a bad piece. The knight goes backwards. Mickey just needs to bring his knight to a better square somehow. It might take a while. Okay, he moves his bishop out the way to create a post. So classy. Michael Adams. Yeah. Oof. You need to hit him while he's unable to stabilize. As soon as he stabilizes, look at this. Dart square domination. All the pieces on dart squares. He's taken over.
He has taken over. And that's been a big mistake. And the big question is, okay, knight to b3, the a-pawn is hanging. And what is Mickey going to do? He's just working on the other side of the board. That's full board vision there. Rook b6. Just corral that pawn as indicated by the arrow. And that's exactly what Mickey does. Rook takes a6. That's a forced.
Nice. And he's coming in. He's coming behind now with a check. Oh, desperate from Cheparinov, who's been totally outplayed here. And now is the killer blow there. Where is the next step for Mickey? His pieces are optimized. They're perfect. He goes back with the queen. He doesn't need to rush this, Jovanka. He's got full control, right?
Yeah, he can just go king to g7. Actually, he can even build up some extra time on the clock, because it is Cheparinov who's down to his last 5 seconds. And just make sure you don't blunder anything. Knight's attacked, moves away.
Oh, Cheparinov playing moves with 1 second. Long moves like bishop c8 as well. Oh,
Queen to g1 was on the air.
Black Knight just needs to get into the game, then it's over. White cannot hold this much longer.
The knight is coming in. The pawn is coming.
Brings the knight forward. Bishop and knight trade is fine. The black queen and knight, look how strong they are. H3 is in the air. Stopped. Oof. In the other game, it was Svana with the advantage. Now it's Mamedov with the advantage, but this one looks like it's so close. Adams going back, though.
He's solidifying everything, and now he's going to improve the knight. He's going to post it up to f4. The black king can even take a walkabout, but again, that's dangerous. Don't be tempted to grab queens. Be careful. That requires careful calculation, and that's why Mickey says, okay, won't do that, and instead goes for the easy route. And we're getting a glimpse into the future.
Yeah, the PGNs. Let's focus on the cameras, the board there. No spoilers. We don't want to know what happens in the future. The bishop tries to catch the knight, but Mickey gets that knight out. He brings his king forward, gives up a pawn. It's all about the dart squares. You can pre-move in real life if you have a knight and you're facing just a bishop. You know which squares to travel on. It's all about the dart squares. He goes back. Oh, look at the nerves, though. Fumbling slightly with his knight, but now the king goes forward.
Yeah, he waits.
So close, still a pawn.
He's still planning to post up a knight onto the f4 square, and now comes the breakthrough, David. Now the king comes in, and that warrants a handshake from Ivan Cheparinov, and Mickey Adams takes the first point with the black pieces. Whew, that was a nervy game. It was a tale of three stories.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Ralph Mamedov continues his hot streak with the white pieces. He earlier had to bounce back with white multiple times. He managed. This time he takes the lead, winning with white over Rasmus Svana. Another up and down game, and yeah, ending it with a checkmating attack. Yeah, for Michael Adams though, it was tough opening. On the back foot for most of it. Suddenly sacked a pawn, turned it around just as we joined in. Then it was, as you said, the third stage. Jovanka was just the conversion. Slow and steady, won the race though.
Ooh, so we have a tale of 4 competitors. Two of them are in must-win situations, John.
This is kind of the tiebreak that we wanted to see. I love it. Mamedov and Adams currently in the lead, but of course that means there's a great opportunity for an absolutely amazing comeback story here. So will their opponents be able to win? Well, I mean, it's win or go home at this point, and it's a single 3-minute plus 2 second game. David, I feel like even if the players are used to this kind of time control in Blitz championships and things like that, the context of having it as an eliminator in the World Cup must feel very, very different.
Exactly. In a normal Blitz tournament, even the World Rapid and Blitz, you have multiple rounds, you take what results you can. Either you're fighting for first place or you're fighting for anywhere else. It doesn't feel like it's the end of the world necessarily, but it's going to be the end of the world, especially if it goes to the Armageddon for some of the players here. For 2 of the remaining 4 that we see in front of us, it's a totally different mindset required and totally different level of nerves that play on you.
I don't want to jump ahead of myself, but we could get into an interesting situation, Jovi, where we've got 3+2 now, but if it goes to Armageddon, the base time is 4 minutes. So the Armageddon game could have more time than the previous tiebreaker.
Yes, it could very well have that situation. And I think because of that, I think we're probably going to be seeing conservative bids. But before we even get to Armageddon's, well, there's a game before us. And that is, of course, Rasmus Svana. He's in a must-win situation with the white pieces against Ralph Mamedov. And for Ivan Cheparinov, he needs to win with black. He's done it before, but he'll have to do it again against the ultra-solid Michael Adams. And, you know, it's going to be fast. It's going to be furious. And 3 minutes plus 2 seconds, it's not a lot of time. And the players are going to get suited and booted. They are ready. This is a really funny match because the player who plays with the white pieces seems to be winning.
We've had a lot of white victories just in the last couple of games of tiebreak. Before then, lots of draws, lots of really exciting black wins as well. And then suddenly a sea of white wins came out of nowhere. So, I don't know. David, this can't be that everyone's better prepared for Blitz games with white even more so than classical and rapid, right? Is that just a coincidence?
Maybe, although I think these two players specifically, the last 5 games, so ever since they started the tiebreaks today, they've all been won by white pretty much. There were a couple of draws to start off with the 15-minute portion, but it's just been white wins, 5 in a row now. So I think it's something about Mamedov's opening repertoire. He's famously world-class with white. With black, his opening's questionable at times, and I think Rasmus Svana just caught up in that flow. Can't change the tide.
I mean, Mamedov now has to hold with black if he wants to progress. Look at their faces there. They are absolutely locked in and completely ready for what's about to come. Jovi, what runs through your mind in these final moments? I'm going to bow out now because I don't know when they're going to start and I don't want to take away from the commentary, but there must be a million thoughts going through their heads.
Yeah, it's that Eminem song, Lose Yourself. You're sat there, your heart is racing, your palms are sweaty, you're getting ready for that big moment. And more or less,
You're going to sing that as well?
You just can't stop thinking about your heartbeat. Your heartbeat is just racing, pumping hard. And yeah, I wasn't going to sing about the mum spaghetti, but nope. But literally, you can't think of anything other than that. And what is running through your mind in some kind of form is just almost like some kind of pure panic. And it's when the moves first start appearing, that's when the nerves start settling. And that's when you can just simply relax and try and remember your opening theory and try to get on with the game. But David, you've been in the situation before. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, I found it always especially tough in must-win situations because yes, you've got to be single-minded, but every move is so heavily influenced by the match situation. If it's level footing, you can play with a bit of objectivity. Here, you have to take massive risks. It's risk assessment, essentially, as the players here, they blitz out a Catalan opening to start off what could be the final tiebreaker of the day. Rasmus Svana, famous for this line. And here, Mamedov playing the Tarash defense, just allowing an isolated pawn, potentially. Yeah, I always found it kind of nicer when you have a couple of results that suit you. A draw is not the worst thing in the world, but must win. Rasmus Svana here, it's tough. It's tough. And yeah, can he do it yet again? That is the big question. Can Cheparinov do it as well?
That is going to be the big issue for both of those players. And for Mamedov, can he hold his nerves? At the minute, we're seeing that there's been a trade of pawns, a C for the B pawn. And one thing that's to be said is that I think objectively white is a little bit better, but black is very active with the pieces. And that's something that's going to be favoring Mamedov's active style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that being said, Svana, more positionally inclined, he won't mind the fact that black has a big weakness now, the d5 pawn. It's going to be a target for the rest of the game. So he's just going to try and block the structure, put all of his pawns on dart squares, move his knight, and eventually d5 might be in his sights. Very interesting. Dynamic player versus positional player, who will come out on top?
Yeah, who is going to come out on top? It is the eternal question, right? Whose style is actually superior? And, well, for Mamedov and Rasmus Svana, the stakes are going to be high. And knight rook to c8. Now, Rasmus has a choice: jump in with the knight or maneuver it down to cover to c4 square.
Mm-hmm. It's a Raz must win situation. Oh, sorry, it's just waiting to get that in. Never found the right moment. It's not Rasmus, it's Raz must win.
He must win this one. Yeah. This one also favors his kind of style, which is all about slow improvements. And black has the bishop pair, as you've indicated. It got some plans of go. I was going a6, b5, knight comes into c4, but rook c6 chosen instead. Mm-hmm. Queen c7, maybe.
Yeah. Queen c7 coming. Maybe white's just going to put his queen on d3, start maneuvering around. The knight could come around to e2, over to f4. A lot of maneuvering ahead. In the meantime, this one a bit more stable. Rasmus slightly further ahead on the clock. Let's jump over to the other game because action is happening. And again, good news for British fans out there. Michael Adams looks like he's in control. He's got a nice grip. This is what I call Spidey chess. Michael Adams, the Spider, nicknamed by Garry Kasparov, I believe, just because he spins his web around his opponents and they can't find their way out. Ooh, f3 is a bit of a loosening move, but I was going to say he's going to push his pawns. That's very nice. The knight is perfectly cemented. Rook to c3, the blue arrow appears. That's by far the most logical move, forcing the black queen to a bad square. And Jovanka, I think he's happy. He's played these Sicilians for years with a lot of success.
Yes. If there's one thing that I've noticed about Mickey, he's extremely effective against the Sicilian. And I liked your plan of going b4, c4. I mean, that's the only spanner in the works for white, is that there's no natural plan of advancement. I say that, and rook c4 makes an appearance. So getting the rook out of harm's way, b4 might be in the air. And the problem for black is how to make progress, because I was going to say this is not possible because you play like this and you start to concede squares.
Yeah, given a question mark, you're right. It shouldn't be possible. I'm wondering what Mickey does here, though. The idea is to just hit this pawn, I guess, for Chaparinov. The blue arrow helps me out here. Big advantage for Michael Adams. If he moves his bishop, he's going to. He plays bishop to e2, and he's going to improve that bishop to a phenomenal square. Look at this threat now. Knight to d7 in the air with a nasty fork. The white bishop supporting it. The white bishop could land on e6 with a nasty check in the near future. You could even give up the exchange. Rook takes pawn, and it looks fantastic for white now, Jovanka.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at the knight on f4 and thinking it doesn't have too many squares, so you can actually just attack it with either a pawn or a bishop. But knight d7 is the most pressing problem for Chaparinov.
Not easy to deal with it. Like, hard to cover the square. Like, the rook on f7 does hold d7, but will be vulnerable later to the white bishop swooping in. And Chaparinov looks like he grimaced there. He's under the 1 minute mark. This is going to be Adams, who until just a few years ago was still one of the highest rated Blitz players in the world. This is going to be Adams at his best, it looks like. Okay, bishop takes pawn. Ignoring the threat, giving up the exchange.
So Mickey now with a material advantage. I love this move, like anchoring the bishop to the e6 square. And the problem for black is you have to consider, you don't have too much time. Do you trade that bishop? And there, more trades simplifies the position and makes life easier for Adams. And there's another one on the board. Our blue arrow reveals that there are more trades to be had. And be careful, the rook is hanging on c4, but that's something that Mickey is going to be seeing. And the threat can keep on continuing.
Wow, this is perfect play by Adams. He's simplified things. He's got full control. Black's probably forced to trade off more pieces, the rooks as a starter, if he wants to dodge this checkmate, maybe the queens. But either way, he's running out of material. He tries to keep everything on Chaparinov. But here you can Choparinov this pawn on b7. You can just take it. There we go. And looks like he's doing very well, Mickey. Black is frozen.
Black is completely frozen, and the kings are protected, and Mickey is simply being ruthless. Rook a6 on the agenda. There you go. It's taken, and the rook and queen from Chaparinov, they are just completely tied down to the defense. There's not one way that Chaparinov can break out. This has not gone well for him one bit.
Yeah, this final game, it feels like Mickey's experience finally came in handy. Like, he knew how to handle these structures. He knew how to handle the Sicilian and not get nervous. And he calculated really well. Bishop e2, bishop g4 was a classy maneuver. And Chaparinov will extend his hand in resignation now, surely, after rook to b7. There we go. There is still British interest in the tournament. Michael Adams moves on to round 3 with a really nice win there in the Blitz game against Ivan Chaparinov.
Oh, it went to the 3+2 portion, but it was Mickey Adams who made it past. We still got one game in play. That's between Rasmus Svaner and Ralph Mamedov. Rasmus Svaner with the white pieces in a must-win situation. And if the story so far is anything to go by, it always seems that the player with the white pieces wins. Will that be happening now as Rasmus advances with his rook? And if Rasmus does manage to win, then the match will be going to Armageddon. And still some way to go because Ralph, 11 seconds, ticking down. Knight to D2, challenging. And it's got to be said that even though the players don't have so much time, it is Svaner who has a lot of the long-term trumps. You know, he has a target on A3, a target on C6. And with that trade, that has surely clarified the situation in Svaner's favor. It's just a question of whether he can hold his composure and not succumb to the pressure.
Oh, it looks like a big mistake from Ralph Mamedov, who's just dropped a pawn. He gets one check in return. But look at this. The pawn blocks. He leans back, Ralph Mamedov. He's blundered this move. He's missed it. He has to retreat his queen the whole way back to protect her rook in the corner. Queen trade quickly snapped off by Rasmus Svaner. He's 2 pawns up. He's going to win again. He's going to win with white. And these players are going to go the whole way. Surely he's going to try and get the white pieces. Feels like gold dust, the white pieces, if they get to the Armageddon. And here we see a trade of pawns. But Jovanka, surely now it's 5 pawns versus just 3. It's got to be over. He cannot let this slip.
And another pawn falls. And the H pawn goes motoring up. And with 2 passed pawns, it is going to be a question of just simply walking those 2 pawns up the board. It doesn't matter how long it takes. It's the fact that they will just slowly inch their way forward. And here they come. And there's really nothing that Black can do to stop their advance. And I agree with you, David. Armageddon, you gotta be as conservative as possible because whoever plays with the white pieces seems to be winning the game. So we're going to get our first Armageddon.
It does look that way. Although Rasmus Svaner did give up one of his pawns and then stopped to think. I think he might have miscalculated slightly, but here we go. He's going to totally lock down Black's position. And wow, he waited too long with his pawn. Is he still winning?
The evaluation bar's having a dance. It is going crazy. And now the rook is in. It's winning again for Rasmus Svaner. And
let's get rid of the board. We saw into the future there, but it does look like Rasmus still with winning chances. Let's lock in on the board. The black rook is passive. The white rook now stepping back. It's eventually Zugzwang. And when the time is right, there we go. The switch with the white rook. King of pawn endgames totally winning for white. Mamedov with no time, no moves. Gives way. Check. Pawn drops. 2 connected pass pawns. And this is surely it now. Wow, Jovanka, we're going the distance. It's going to be Rasmus Svaner against Ralph Mamedov in Armageddon. Another 6th white win in a row in this mini-match.
Absolutely unbelievable. Absolute cinema, John.
First time we see Armageddon at the FIDE World Cup this year. And Svaner Mamedov, you would be forgiven for thinking, lots of tie-break draws. Okay, that's fairly straightforward, right? Absolutely not. It was win after win after win. And these players are completely at each other's throats. They are now going to be bidding for time. So what happens here is the base time is 4 minutes. Each player writes down how little time they are willing to accept. And the player with less time plays with the white pieces, but I think black then gets draw odds, so you have to win. Now, that said, these players have both been winning with white non-stop, so maybe that's just fine. I don't know. But I've also got no idea when that's going to happen and when it's going to start. So we're going to a quick break now, but when we come back, it's Armageddon.
goddamn selfish. Holding on to faded plastic marble lies I thought were perfect. You only saw yourself and you were so goddamn selfish. You were so goddamn selfish. The city feels so dark when no one's around. We're sitting in my car. The silence is so loud. I don't know where the hell we ended up, but all I know is that it feels like we're stuck. We're not going anywhere. I swear it feels like we haven't moved. We're not going anywhere. And I've run out of things we can do to keep the fire burning when you hurt me the way that you do. We're not going anywhere. It's always up in the air with you.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the first time we've seen Armageddon at the 2025 FIDE World Cup, and something tells me it won't be the last. So here's how this is going to work. Both players will bid for their time with the black pieces, i.e. whoever bids the lowest amount gets to start with black. And you might be thinking, well, hang on a second, why is that useful? Because white's been winning all over the shop with these two. You're correct. White starts with 4 pieces and black starts with less time. But here's the kicker. If the game ends in a draw, black wins. And that's why it is so important. There's a 2-second time bonus from move 1, and we get ready to start the one and only Armageddon game here in round number 2. Jovi, David, we've been saying phrases like all or nothing for the last 3 days, but this is quite literally the chess definition of all or nothing. There's no reverse colors now.
This is it. And for Rasmus, he's in a must-win situation because Black has those draw odds. Armageddon, just to quote David, means the end of the world. And for one of these players, it's the end of the tournament. As after this game, that's it. We're going to be saying goodbye to someone. And going into Armageddon, if you've got the white pieces, I'm going to ask you, David, like, what strategies do you normally go for?
Yeah, I must admit, I'm still bemused. I still don't understand why they have increment from move 1. Like, Armageddon is supposed to be about the clock just as much as the board. And that's what gives White, that's what gives Black the drawing odds. That's what gives White the dilemma. Normally, there's 2 strategies either way with the white pieces. You go super direct and you pose your opponent problems right from move 1, hoping they can't solve them, hoping to eat away at their clock and strike a bit later. Or you just prolong the game. You just go really slow, maneuvering, and you hope to get into a long kind of end game, maybe a bit more strategic with an extra minute. In the meantime, it looks like Ralph Mamedov with Black has gone for 3 minutes and 2 seconds as his bid. And Jovanka, it just reminds me of that song, Alanis Morissette, Ironic. If Rasmus Svaner doesn't win this game, he'll think it's ironic that he won 3 games with White in a row when he had level time, but not when he had extra time on the clock.
Yeah, that would be ironic, don't you think? So castles, and well, I was also a bit curious about Mamedov also bidding such a low time as well to kind of secure himself the black pieces. But there was one thing though. I mean, now that the players do have that increment per move, it does mean that the second approach of going for the long game is no longer available because you get that time bonus just to avoid the flagging situation. And, well, we are seeing what looks like to be a Grunfeld on our screens.
Yeah, and it was Ralph Mamedov who played the c5 move. He likes to play c5 in the King's Indian, in the Sicilian. He's been a specialist in the Accelerated Dragon, kind of the world's leading specialist for years and years, but he's just walked into a bad line. His openings have come back to haunt him, Ralph Mamedov, especially with black, because knight takes pawn there. He's given up a pawn, but if he took this one back, h3 would have won the black pawn on e5. He's down a pawn, and white, I'm not sure whether now or after kicking back the black knight, but b4 is just going to protect everything. And Rasmus Svaner, 1 extra minute on the clock, but 1 extra pawn as well. The blue arrow even points out queen to d5, totally paralyzing black. Winning advantage, and it's only move 10. He doesn't find queen d5, but still good for him, Jovanka.
Yeah, and there we're seeing blue arrow, meaning that Mamedov is now in only move territory. If he wants to stop white from establishing a complete clamp in the center, then he needs to go d5, but knight c7 awarded as a miss. Well, now you can go e4 and just seal in that d7 pawn.
Yeah, e4 would be a really classy move. d5 was difficult, I'm going to say, just because it allowed en passant, like going down 2 pawns, but probably black would have used the rook or the knight to come and win that pawn that would have landed on d6. I love your e4 move. Other moves that come to mind, like knight d2, knight a3. Try to get that knight into c4 and jump it onto d6. Just extra time still, extra 1 minute still on his clock, as well as the fantastic position here, Rasmus Svaner. He goes with the wrong knight there, maybe.
Okay, but now we've seen the idea. It's been illustrated by the blue arrow. It has to appear on the board. d5. Mamedov has to break out at some point, and he's going for it. Oh no, it was the knight that he went for, and unfortunately, he did do d5, but unfortunately, it was actually needed on c7, so it could be backed up with some knight e6 ideas. But Mamedov mixing things up. He needs to be as active as possible in order to get as much compensation. And, well, Rasmus Svaner, he's such a positional player. He's going to be feeling very, very comfortable when he has a nice queenside pawn advantage. He also has complete control. And this is a dream for him.
Yeah, Mamedov had the right idea, just in the wrong order with that d5 breakout. And I can tell he's never been a 1d4 player. He's been 1e4 with white his whole life. And in these kind of pawn structures, it's all d4 based, it's all fianchetto based, all very positional. D5, that's quite a common thing with colors reversed. So, okay, he's hitting this pawn on h3, ignored by Rasmus Fana. He wants to jump in with his knight instead. Ralph Mamedov is up against it here. He's got to whip up some attack out of nowhere. He's got to stop the forks. It's been one-sided traffic. Probably knight f5 is the only way to cover that square. But that knight's going to get hit in the near future.
And it certainly is. It can be even hit right now. And sure enough, it is attacked. And there's a counterattack, but the queen is simply going to be dodging the gaze of the rook.
Yeah, the white queen can shuffle. E2 is probably the most natural square just to stop any bishop c4 ideas. You can bring her in a few different directions. Probably black is going to plant the knight on d4 and hope to at least create some imbalance there. But Rasmus, he's done everything right. He's still up 30 seconds. Can he hold his nerve? I think the clock is going to play a massive role in this game, even with the increment in Armageddon here.
And sure enough, okay, well, the knight does post up to its dream square of d6, awarded a question mark, but is one of the most human moves there is. You're going to be backing that up with moves like e5, liberating the bishop on g2, and then you'll be centralizing the rooks. And black probably needs to start causing problems on the queen side, asking the questions, and he sacrifices. Rook takes knight, and this was a fantastic resource there from Mamedov.
That was a blunder, I think, simply from Rasmus Fana. He didn't see this idea. Temporary exchange sacrifice. And here we go. Suddenly, it's going to be opposite color bishops. The d6 pawn is somewhat adrift. It can't be easily protected by the rest of white's army. And like you said, Jovanka, white was about to play e5, totally lock down the position. That was the last opportunity for black to break out. And whether this works or not, I think Mamedov had to go for it. And it might pay off. Suddenly, head in hands, Rasmus Fana still up on time, but he's going to move his queen. He's going to give back the rook for bishop. And he's going to try to work this in his favor. Still better for white, but no longer winning.
Yeah. And the thing is, though, as you mentioned, the key to winning this particular game with white is to hold on to the d6 pawn. And now you have to be so precise with where you're going to put Her Majesty. You put her somewhere random, and there's going to be a simple plan by black, which is just to step up with the queen and target d6. It's going to get corralled. And it's not very easy to go e4, e5 and defend it.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. And he knows it. He's down under the 1 minute mark, Rasmus Fana. He's lost all of his time advantage, most of his board advantage. This could be the first time black survives in this match in ages. And I see Mamedov fans in the chat. There's a huge community supporting Rasmus, who streams. Very popular German Grandmaster. Now your move, I think, Jovanka, the black queen coming up. Probably e6 is the most natural square. Just to keep an eye on e5, as well as trying to pick off this this invader, the pawn on d6.
Yeah. And then Rasmus has to work his magic one more time. He has to find a new plan, and he goes for f4. This is nice. Lock out the bishop on e5, then just go rook to d1, and then just go for the d4 pawn. And this bishop on g2 is a fantastic piece. But suddenly, the position is so much easier for Mamedov to play, because you can just go bishop f8, rook c8. Everything is going to be about activating the pieces.
Yeah, a very calm move there from Rasmus Fana, kind of inviting his opponent to break out with a5. The black rook needs to get active. The black bishop is very, very passive, as you point out. But as soon as the black rook gets in, anyone's game. And wow, offering a queen trade, despite being in a must-win situation for Rasmus. Queen's coming off, it's opposite color bishops. Can he hold on? 2 pawns attacked. He's allowed this one to drop, Ralph Mamedov. If white can keep the rooks on and be a pawn up, he's got great chances, Jovanka.
Yes, and he's going to post up the rook to the 7th line, and then the bishop is going to back it up with bishop to d5. It's not about the b7 pawn, it's about f7. And the black king is going to be in tremendous danger, and wow, Ralph Mamedov in serious trouble.
That was crazy. He could have defended his d pawn. He could have gone rook d8, minimize the damage, maybe go down a pawn in some variations, but just at least bought himself a few moves. Now white's just immediately invading. The king goes this way. The king goes that way. Which way will the king go to dodge all of these checks. Black should just keep checking. You can't allow bishop to d5, right?
No. Okay, well, how to run away from these annoyances? Because this is the issue. You go rook a2 here, and you prevent that bishop from posting up. So it's given an exclam, but rook a2 is the only way to defend against this. But maybe the opposite color bishop endgame isn't that easy because no. Rook takes b7. Yep.
2 pawns. Now white should definitely play h4. Lock down the king side. He pins the black bishop. Okay, he keeps pushing. Maybe there's no need to take your foot off the pedal here. The white b pawn is just 2 squares away. b7, move the rook, make a new queen. It looks like white is winning yet again. Some checks in the air, but that's easily preventable. The white king has a breathing space on h3. Mamedov, he's lost it. I don't think he can hold on anymore. It's just a new queen about to appear.
It is. And the bishop cannot even get involved in the defense of the b pawn. Okay, so Mamedov trying. He's going to go for the g3 pawn, but you can just move away your rook, and you just need to calmly work out. And that's what he's done.
He's moved his rook. It's just one check. And there we go.
Handshake.
It is a handshake. Rasmus Svaner makes it through. Another win for white in this clash between two players with fantastic stamina going the distance. Nice to see a second handshake there as Mamedov congratulates his opponent. Rasmus keeping calm, but there we see the emotion start to pour out.
Yeah, what a sport Mamedov was, you know, congratulating his opponent, because even though, you know, Mamedov lost, I mean, that was such a hard fight between the pair, going all the way to the wire. John, our first Armageddon, and what a ride it was. Such a topsy-turvy game.
Absolutely hammer-blowing from both sides there. They did not let up. It really was a slugfest from start to finish. We thought one side was winning. It could have been a draw. Then we had fortunes reverse momentarily before Rasmus Svaner manages to book his ticket to round 3 of the World Cup. What an absolutely incredible result. And that means, of course, that the games and the results from round 2 have now been confirmed, and we can take a look at what will happen across the bracket as we move into the 3rd round. But honestly, David, it's just been a whirlwind and really nice to go all the way to Armageddon here. There was basically nothing to separate these players.
Exactly. I mean, commiserations to Ralph Mamedov, who fought so hard, who maybe deserved more, but ultimately it was the white pieces that decided it. 7 games in a row in that mini match decided in the favor of white. That is, I think, probably unprecedented, but just incredible. And yeah, for everyone who battled today, so heroic. Like, even those who were eliminated in the end. And for those who go through, like, imagine trying to take your mind off things now, trying to reset, breathe again before the action tomorrow. It's ruthless, this tournament.
And Jovi, I wouldn't normally say this at the end of a really long tiebreak, but we can't ignore the pattern that David just pointed out. If you're facing Rasmus Svaner later on in the tournament, you've got to be targeting him with black now, surely.
I'm sure his opponents, his future opponents, will have very keen eyes on what was happening. And also, they're going to be using the fact that this was a really physically exhausting, it was mentally very draining tiebreaker, and it went all the way to Armageddon. And tomorrow, Rasmus still has to play a game. And I'm sure his opponent is going to draw that game out for as long as possible.
So just a casual extra 7 games today into another classical game tomorrow. We are absolutely running the gauntlet, is Rasmus Svaner, but here are the seeds. As we can see, there's only a handful of seeds now still alive from the bottom half of the bracket, although Titus there flying the flag. Now that Faustino Oro is out, he is the lowest seeded player still in the tournament. Most of the trains on this departure board have now been cancelled, but we look forward to seeing the rest of these names in round 3. As we move into the top half, we've got 4 names in the first column out now. So a couple more going down, but broadly speaking, Results are in line with expectations so far, with some absolutely gargantuan upsets. And here are the brackets. Jovi, I'm going to let you take the top half today, but at least they're all filled out this time because the tie breaks are done. Let's take a look.
Yeah, the tie breaks are done. The one last game that was remaining that has been played. It was an Armageddon. But okay, it means that Gukesh will be playing basically the younger brother of the hero of the hour, Frederick Svana. So that's going to be a very interesting fight. And also, Yu Yang Yi, he had such a hard fight against Felix Blauberger. Well, he's back in action. And for the Shakhriyar Mamajarov yesterday, he was not happy that he lost. Today in tiebreakers, he came in and he established dominance. And Niels Grandenis is going to be super happy that he is there, also getting through on tiebreaks. And for Pentala Harikrishna, will we be seeing more Queen sacrifices? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that would be very nice. Pentala Harikrishna playing one of the games of the tournament so far, as he made it through without the need of tie breaks. Jordan Van Forest against Alexei Sorana, two super strong grandmasters. Jose Martinez, a bit of a marathon for him. He faces Nodirbek Abdusatrov, who made it through also earlier today. And the lowest seed remaining, Titus Stremavicius, Sid, as Magnus called him. Sid Stremavicius against Buddy Pranav. That's going to be a tough one. That will begin tomorrow, but both players will believe they can make it through now that Wesley So's been knocked out of their side of the bracket. Awanda Liang will play Rasmus Svana, the one remaining name that will be filled in there. It will be a case of US against Germany. Gabriel Sargsyan, meanwhile, against another surprise package, Diptayan Ghosh, who eliminated Jan Nepomniachtchi, Liam Lei, Jeffrey Zhong. Clash of two very experienced players, and Bogdan Daniel Dayak against another player who eliminated Aravind, Matthias Blumbaum in the meantime. Lots of eyes on him with the candidates coming up against Ivan Zemlyansky, one of the youngest players still remaining, and lots of representatives from Germany. Alexander Donchenko against Anish Giri. Giri, one of the form players of the year so far.
And that brings us to the second half of the bracket. We are starting to whittle this down. Robert Hovhannisyan gets the reward of playing Pragg in round 3. That's going to be so much fun. But also Georg Meyer. His tenacity in this tournament has been fantastic, and he faces off against Daniil Dubov. So some very, very close games here. Very difficult to call those as well. Sam Shankland also prevailing over Ivanchuk, and he gets Vidit as a result. And there, for me personally, the matchup I'm looking forward to, we've got Erdogmush going up against Richard Rapport. That is going to be fireworks. I'm really looking forward to that at any time control. Meanwhile, we've got MVL against Artemiev and Grebnev against Korkulos. And Stamatis honestly played so unbelievably well to take out Nihal Sarin there. So it'll be interesting to see how he carries that momentum forward. And Esipenko Idani in this bit of the bracket. And on the other side, one of these two is going to be waiting for them. It's either Vincent Keimer or Pranesh. So a Keimer there, possibly favorite, but home hero Pranesh has been doing very well. I think it's razor thin margins. Wei Yi will be taking on Gladura. And then we've got Parham Maksudlu facing off against Ivan Saric. Oh, that is a clash that has our mouths watering. That's going to be fantastic to watch as well. 3 more screens to go now as we see Sam Sevian. He will be facing off against Naya, and Mickey Adams playing against Lorenzo Lodici. So English interest in the World Cup still alive, and we've got England versus Italy. What could possibly go wrong? Levon Aronian will then take on Saleh Salem, and then we have Radislav playing Fedosiev, which I think also has the potential to go in some weird and wonderful directions over the chessboard. We could see some really, really fun games there. Final screen now, we've got Alexienko playing Peter Leko. That'll be great. And then we have Vokidov also playing Arjun Erigaisi. And that could also take some very interesting twists and turns. And we're looking forward to see what all of these matches can support. Don't forget, we've got 3 more days of chess before we get to our first rest day at the World Cup. It's absolutely grueling. We started on the 1st of November. It goes all the way through to the 26th of November. So you can't just play out of your mind one day casually have a bit of sleep and go, yep, I'm completely daisy fresh, I'm ready to go. That's not how this works. Regular 9-round Swisses have problems with players not getting enough sleep and being fresh for the next day. So imagine what it is when you start your tournament on the 1st of the month and you have to potentially be on your A game until the 26th. This is the most grueling tournament environment you can possibly imagine. Jovi, we're only just getting into round 3 of potential 8. There's a lot going on still.
I know. Whenever I hear you say it's round 2, it's round 3, I'm always a bit like surprised, because it feels like we've seen so much drama, so many games, so many stories, so much action. Like, how can it just be round 3? But sure enough, it is round 3. And, you know, there's been a lot of shocks along the way to get here. You know, we've seen a lot of the favorites leave the competition. We saw yesterday Nepomniachtchi leave. We also saw Wesley So make a departure in quite a stunning way. And today it was also the turn of Hans Niemann and Nihal Sarin. And it wasn't an easy ride whatsoever for Praggnanandhaa nor Yu Yang Yi. And you know what? It's just going to get tougher. This is a test of endurance. It's, I think, the toughest tournament there ever is for any chess player out there. It's relentless, it's ruthless, and it's brutal. And it's like the Hunger Games of chess.
It really is, and there are more tournament days left than Pragg's cat has 9 lives, so it'll be interesting to see how he weathers that heading into round 3. David, one more 3-day stretch before we get to the first rest day, but if you're playing in this bracket, you absolutely cannot be thinking rest day right now. There's so much chess to be played before then.
Exactly. I envy the players who had a rest day today, who got the job done in classical chess. There's such a big incentive to do the business, to get that time off while your future opponents have to battle it out. And the likes of today, 9 games of chess played by Rasmus Fana and Ralph Mamedov. Yeah, it's going to be tough. I hope they have ice baths ready on the side. I hope they're, in the pool chilling. I hope they have dinner ready made for them. But yeah, it's a test of endurance, like you say. It's testing every facet of chess. Classical, rapid, blitz. And may the best player win come the end.
So speaking of a test of endurance, we thank you all obviously for watching the broadcast today. We're going to be back tomorrow as well, but if you want to find out when, we do have all of the time zones available on the event site. Make sure you tune in here, same time, same place, as we get into round number 3 at the FIDE World Cup tomorrow. Stay safe wherever you are, and have a wonderful rest of your evening. Good night.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.